Chapter 1 Leaky Cauldron, Binding Entry System. Charing Cross Road, London. Between a big bookstore and a record store. Leaky Cauldron. Looking from the outside. The bar is unassuming. It is even easy to be ignored by people passing by. Its appearance gives it an old and slightly run-down feel. It's as if time has stood still here. Just then, in a single room, a boy with blonde hair was busy in the room, packing away all kinds of weird-looking things. Various bottles and jars. It contained colorful powders, liquids, and some plant roots whose original appearance was difficult to identify. In addition to these raw materials, he also organized a set of exquisite but slightly old tools. There are several thick books scattered on the table. The cover is made of leather. The boy closed the book gently, arranged neatly in alphabetical order, and put them in the corresponding places in the suitcase. Oh, Merlin's beard, I still need to go to school. Devereux sighed helplessly. It's been a year since I came into this world. Learn potions from such an eccentric teacher. It already felt like a torture. The happiest time every day is when the teacher goes to school. Unexpectedly, I still need to go to school and go to the school where the teacher is. Even though that's Hogwarts. But it's still a little uncomfortable. Devereux was not originally from this world. A year ago, he traveled to this world. It's considered soul penetration. Came into the body of such a little boy. It seems that he should be of mixed Huxia and European descent. Although she has blonde hair. But the eyes are dark brown. Obvious Asian features. As for the reason for time travel, don't ask. Ask about the dump truck. When he wakes up, what comes into view is a messy oily head. An old bat with a gloomy face lifted him up from the bed with one hand. What is your first impression as a master? That's the absolute old virgin. This person is definitely sexually repressed if he is so violent. He touched his red hands that were beaten because he stayed in bed. I saw that the old bat disappeared in an instant after giving a lot of instructions. Only then did Devereux realize that he had actually traveled through time. Came to a magical world. He also became a disciple of a potions master. By the way, I also learned English that I couldn't learn before. On this day, Devereux doubled up around the residence. I learned that my teacher is actually Professor Snape from the novel Harry Potter that I loved in my previous life. This news made Shen-Moulin both happy and scared. To my great joy, I came to the magical world that I had dreamed of. What I'm afraid of is that I have to deal with such a teacher. Although in the original book, Snape is a hero. But for students, it is undoubtedly a nightmare. Later experiences also verified this idea. Snape was very strict. When Devereux first arrived, the memory is not fully recovered yet. Therefore, many of the tasks assigned by Snape were not done well. All kinds of punishments. Devereux feels bad thinking about it now. Fortunately, Devereux has now mastered almost all the techniques needed for a potion assistant. Basically, I won't touch Snape's bad luck. But I still felt very uncomfortable staying with that old bat. That's why I went to Hogwarts to have such a conflict. I was stared at by this old bat every day. That was so uncomfortable. As for why Devereux became Snape's apprentice, it seemed that his mother had entrusted him to Snape. Then there was no news. Devereux had also wanted to ask Snape for information about his family before. But once the other party hears this topic, he immediately started finding fault with Devereux. As a result, Devereux didn't dare to get any information from him. Of course, Devereux didn't do nothing. When he first arrived, he made sure that he and Harry were from the same class. So I entered the plot as soon as I entered school. Alas, but currently working as a child laborer for this Snape. I guess life won't be easy after arriving at Hogwarts. By then, I don't know if I will have the opportunity to participate in those familiar plots. And now my body's magic talent is quite good. Although Snape didn't teach Devereux any spells, But in the process of making the potion, Devereux felt as if he had a real handle on these magical materials. Have good perception. That's why he was able to get started so quickly. And he looks pretty good too. At least he's much more handsome than he was in his previous life. It can be regarded as one of the few comforts in such a miserable situation. Pack everything. Devereux was going downstairs. Today he and Snape made an appointment to go to Diagon Alley to purchase various supplies and books needed for class. I don't know what happened yesterday. Snape suddenly brought Devereux to the leaky cauldron in advance. Let him stay first. He said that he would come and do some shopping with him the next day. That is now. He was carrying a suitcase 2/3 the size of himself. Devereux walked downstairs. Inside the leaky cauldron, Tom, the bar owner, is busy preparing for the day's business. The sound of slight footsteps came from the stairs. Tom looked up. It was Devereux. Her blonde hair sparkled in the morning light. Good morning, Mr. Devereux. Tom said hello. Did you sleep well? Devereux smiled. Although it looks a little nervous. But he nodded politely. Good morning, Mr. Tom. Thank you for your hospitality. I had a good rest last night. Tom noticed the large suitcase in Devereux's hands. He couldn't help but smile. It seems that you have brought a lot of things. Professor Snape didn't tell me much when he arranged you here yesterday. But he said that he would come over today to take you to purchase some materials. Devereux nodded. Relaxed a little. Yes, Professor Snape said he would take me to Diagon Alley. This is my first time going there, I'm a little nervous. Actually, he was nervous about meeting Snape. Don't worry. Tom reassured with a smile. He seems to have a good impression of this handsome kid. Completely different from Snape. Diagon Alley is a magical place, you will like it there. And with Professor Snape by your side, everything will go smoothly. He paused and then said. But before you set off, would you like to have some breakfast? I can prepare some freshly baked bread and hot tea for you. Hear this. Devereux's eyes lit up. Clearly attracted by the offer. That's great, thank you, Mr. Tom. Watched Tom walk towards the kitchen. Devereux couldn't help but sigh that this kid's identity was so good. Outside, you will always be taken care of. I don't know if it was Snape who told me. But think about it. I feel like this old bat can never do such a thing. Just waiting for breakfast. Click. Devereux's whole body stood on end. That familiar feeling came. Look back. One was tall and thin, with pale skin. A wizard wearing a black robe stood at the door of the leaky cauldron. Snape. Devereux's nightmare this year. He waved slightly, attracting Snape to look this way. To be honest, he was very reluctant to do this. After a while, Snape came over. His black hair was greasy and messy. Drape on the forehead and sides of the cheeks. Covering part of his face. Gives a feeling of being in the shadows. Devereux, let's get going. There's a long shopping list that needs to be done today. Devereux nodded slightly. He stood up to pick up his suitcase and leave with Snape. At this time, Tom came over with 2 breakfasts. Place it on the dining table. Professor Snape, let's have breakfast first. I've prepared one for you. Devereux looked at the breakfast eagerly. But he knew Snape wasn't that kind of person. Ready to go. Okay, eat quickly. Devereux was shocked to hear this. Snape actually sat down to start breakfast. Stunned for a moment. Devereux thought it might be because he was in a good mood. Sit down quickly. Start eating. At this moment, Snape suddenly took out a letter from somewhere and handed it to Devereux. Devereux was still a little confused. Take a closer look. It's an acceptance letter to Hogwarts. The moment of seeing. Devereux took the envelope immediately. although I wasn't that excited about going to Hogwarts because of Snape. But I was still very excited to get the acceptance letter I had dreamed of. But the moment Devereux opened the letter, Vite. Qualified host detected, entry system is being bound. Binding successful. What's going on? Devereux didn't react yet. Another voice sounded. This system is called the entry system. Everyone has their own exclusive entry, which represents potential, talent, destiny, etc. This system allows the host to view the entries of people within a radius of 3 meters and load and copy the other party's entries. Entry. Entry can be distinguished by color, from the lowest level to white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. In addition, there are special entries that cannot be divided by color, and the strength of special entries is uncertain. Chapter 2 Entry System, Magic Wizard. Devereux was stunned when he heard the noise. Is this the golden finger you prepared for yourself? It's too late. Vite. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry, Magic Wizard, the only one. Magic Wizard, the only one. You are the person with the strongest learning ability in the magic world. There is no magic that you cannot learn, and you can learn all magic at a glance. Watching Devereux stunned as he read the message. This is outrageous. Could it be that I accidentally opened the bottle of phantom medicine last night? With this setting, wouldn't he be able to change his own body just by watching others? Look at Professor McGonagall's animagus, can he turn into an animal? It's simply not that exciting. And this one doesn't seem to have any color. That means... Is it that you are the only one in the whole world who owns this entry? Vite. Panel loading has been completed, the host can view it by himself. Host, Devero Alexander. Age, 11 years old. Identity, Hogwarts freshman, potions apprentice. Spell library, none. Carrying entries, time traveler, only, magic prodigy, only, potion perception, blue. Entry database, unique, 2, red, 0, gold, 0, purple, 0, blue, 1, green, 0, white, 0. Pets, none. Props, none. Number of magical secret realm explorations, 0. Traveler, only you are the only traveler in this world, protected by the great existence. No one can see your past and future, and no one can view all your memories. Cause and effect cannot lock you. Magic potion perception, blue has a naturally keen intuition about potions and can basically distinguish the properties and effects of potions. This ability makes you more comfortable handling and identifying various potions. Can't view memories? A born master of occlumency. This time traveler's entry is too scary. Cause and effect cannot yet be locked. Doesn't that mean your future cannot be predicted? Talk about it. It turned out to be because I had an entry like potion perception. No wonder I can quickly identify various types of potions. Look at your own entries. Devereux was excited. Not even the contents of the envelope could be read. Snape frowned slightly. He grabbed the envelope. Okay, don't wait any longer. We'll set off after breakfast. Devereux was still in shock of getting the system. He looked up at Snape. Suddenly Snape's entry appeared in front of him. Name, Snape. Age, 32 years old. Spell library, occlumency, no one can match it, Shen Feng Wu Ying, proficient, comma. Entry, potion genius, gold, magic talent, purple, redeemer, purple. Potion genius, gold. Born for potions, he makes rapid progress in studying potions, and is destined to become a potion master. Magic talent, purple. Has magic talent that exceeds that of ordinary wizards, can learn spells faster than ordinary people, and has a certain degree of creativity. Atoner, purple. Carrying sins, living to pay for his sins every moment, with extraordinary will, which strengthens some of his spell effects to a certain extent. I bought it. Professor Snape truly lives up to his title as the youngest professor at Hogwarts. The entries you have are all purple or above. It also has countless magic reserves. If all these Professor Snape showed it in front of him. Hey. I can't even think about it. The entry for Potion Genius should be a completely superior entry for his potion perception. And this magical talent, purple, should be a subordinate entry of his own magical prodigy. As for speaking of the Redeemer. Nothing to say, if not for atonement. Snape probably couldn't make as great a sacrifice as in the original book. But the most important thing is, he can actually load and copy these 3 entries. Let's not mention the atonement entry for now. I don't want to bear such a heavy burden, but having said that, can this unique entry be copied? If it is copied, it won't become the only one, right? Of course, Devereux doesn't care about that right now. Load the other 2 entries immediately. Byte. Loading copied entry, Potion Genius, gold. Loading copied entry, magical talent, purple. Copy completed. In an instant, Devereux felt that his body was a little different than before. But I can't tell. It's like a perception. The potion knowledge he had learned before seemed to become more vivid now. Right. It's the same as when I got the magic wizard entry just now. He now also has a feeling of sublimation all over his body. And Devereux discovered that there is a cooling time for copying this entry. Entry copy cooling, gold, 6 days and 23 hours, purple, 23 hours. Devereux took a closer look. It turns out that he was loading other people's entries. Different levels of entries have different cooling times. The golden entry is 7 days. Purple entries are days. The blue entry is 1 hour. Green entries are 1 minute. White entries have no time limit. Devereux looked at the time limit thoughtfully. Boom. A moment of dizziness. Devereux covered his head in pain. Stop being in a daze and have breakfast. Snape dropped the hand he had struck with Devereux. Continue with your own breakfast. Devereux rubbed his head. Want to cry but no tears. Well. Even with such a powerful golden finger. Do you still have to commit yourself to Snape? In emotions of excitement and distress. Devereux finished breakfast with Snape, who was confused. Hey, did you know that this is the day that the boy who lived goes to Hogwarts? Why don't you know? He will definitely come to Diagon Alley by then. I really want to meet him. If I can shake hands with him, I will faint with excitement. Yes, if he hadn't defeated the mysterious man, how could we have lived such a peaceful life? There are already some customers in the bar, discussing the hottest topics during this time. The Savior is going to school. Devereux has been listening impatiently for the past 2 days. He turned to thank Tom. The friendly bar owner smiled. Then Devereux picked up the suitcase, which was almost as tall as himself, and walked out. At this moment Snape suddenly took out his wand. Of birch wood. Tap on Devereux's chest. Suddenly, the box became very light. Even Devereux can easily lift it above his head. Of course he didn't dare to do this. Right now. Bite. The new spell has been successfully added to the database. The host can be viewed on the Properties panel. Devereux was stunned. It seems that many details of a certain spell appear in my mind. Instantly I was overjoyed. This should be the effect of my magic prodigy. Immediately call up the attribute panel in your mind. Sure enough, a spell was added. Spell library. Floating spell, introductory/silent spell version. It's still a silent spell. Right. Just when Snape cast a spell. Just use the silent spell. Therefore, he should be able to instantly learn all the spells cast in front of him. Devereux couldn't wait to try it. But disappointed to find out. I don't have a wand. Snape just used the silent spell version. There is no wandless version of the spell. Devereux had no choice but to quickly follow Snape, who had already crossed the bar. Anyway, today I went to buy myself the items needed to go to Hogwarts. The magic wand is naturally indispensable. Come to the courtyard surrounded by walls. Devereux was also a little excited at this time. After all, Snape had never brought him to Diagon Alley before. It's very exciting to see this most famous commercial street in the British wizarding world. Snape expressionlessly pointed his wand at the third brick 2 blocks from the wall. Tap 3 times. The brick he had struck began to tremble and move. A small hole appeared in the middle. The hole is getting bigger and bigger, until a path is formed that can be passed by an adult male. Take a look at it. It is a winding, cobbled street. Bite. Discover the wizard's secret realm and trigger the exploration function. Current wizarding secret, Diagon Alley. Exploration progress, 0.1%. Chapter 3 Wizard's Secret Realm. Entry upgrade. Secret Realm. Devereux couldn't help but froze when he saw the prompt. But he hasn't had time to explore this new feature yet. Then he heard something that chilled his heart. Can you still remember the magic potions and potions I asked you to read before? Or has your incompetence erased it from your memory? At this time, the two walked into Diagon Alley. Devereux was still looking around curiously. Generally speaking, Snape asked. This means that the oral examination of Devereux will continue. In general. If Devereux said he didn't remember. After all, who can memorize a book with hundreds of pages? Not everyone is Hermione. Then Snape would use his signature tone. Ridicule Devereux. If Devereux replied that he remembered, then Snape will ask some extremely tricky questions. Devereux was left speechless. Then he continued with even more vitriolic sarcasm towards Devereux. To be honest, originally he thought Snape was only a complete jerk when it came to Gryffindors. I didn't expect him to be a complete a-hole. But this time he had no chance to be sarcastic. Remember, sir. Devereux answered very confidently. There is now an entry for Potions Genius. The potion books I have read before can be recalled immediately. Snape's brows raised under his black hair. He seemed a little surprised by this usually obedient boy. Why are you so confident today? But then he sneered again. Although this kid has some talent, he still knows how good he is now. Just ask casually and the secret will be revealed. Tell me, Mr. Alexander, what is the main difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Aconite and wolfsbane are actually different names for the same plant. They both refer to plants in the genus foxglove, specifically Aconitum napellus. In potions, this plant is usually used to prepare potions against werewolf transformation. The moment Devereux heard the question, he immediately gave the standard answer. Snape narrowed his eyes. Although this question is not a particularly difficult one, but this kid was able to answer so confidently and fluently. It was beyond Snape's expectations. But he was Snape, so how could he end up making things difficult just by asking a question? Just getting a correct answer by chance doesn't mean anything. Now tell me, if you were to prepare a peace potion, which ingredient would you add first and why? In the process of making the draught of peace, the first thing that needs to be added is valerian roots. This is because valerian roots are one of the basic ingredients. It helps calm the mood and lays the foundation for the subsequent ingredients. Go on, explain the importance of stirring clockwise 7 times when preparing a basic healing potion. Stir clockwise 7 times to ensure. 7 or 8 basic potion questions were asked in a row. Devereux can answer it very easily. Snape's expression gradually changed from impatience to shock. His mouth moved, as if he wanted to ask some more questions. But in the end he kept his mouth shut. Continue to lead Devereux towards Diagon Alley. Walk and talk. It seems that you have mastered this textbook, so should you continue to study the next book, or do you think this is enough? It was Snape's signature sarcasm again. Devereux has been suffering from it for a year and is immune. Of course not, sir. It would be great if I could buy a new textbook from Flourish and Blott's bookstore later. Devereux was very happy at this point. On the one hand, you can see Snape's stinking face. It's really cool to look like I've eaten a fly. On the other hand, he was really looking forward to buying new books. This potion's genius entry is really useful. Some of the potion knowledge I learned before has almost been forgotten. At this time, it suddenly appeared in my mind completely. Is this the real potion talent? He couldn't wait to learn new potion knowledge. Along the way, Snape stopped testing him. Instead, he led Devereux to various stores in Diagon Alley that all new students must visit. Purchase items needed for admission. But Devereux had no interest in teasing Snape with new entries at this time. Devereux took advantage of this moment to open the system. See what this so-called secret exploration feature does. I can't see why. I just asked the system to introduce myself. Byte. When the host enters a special place with a long history, the secret exploration function will be triggered. This function will reward the host based on the host's exploration progress of this location. When the exploration degree reaches 30%, the host can obtain the spell proficiency card X1. When the exploration degree reaches 60%, the host can obtain the entry upgrade card X1. When the exploration degree reaches 100%, the host can obtain the Wisdom of the Sages spell proficiency card. After use, the host's proficiency in a certain spell can be greatly improved. Entry upgrade card. Any entry except uniqueness and red entries can be upgraded to 1 level. The Wisdom of the Sages, an extremely mysterious power. Unless you get it, you will never know what it is. Wow! This system had brought him a lot of surprises before. In fact, some resistance has already developed. Items like spell proficiency card were really expected. General systems will definitely have this kind of thing. Not surprising. But I really didn't expect that there is such a god-level prop that can upgrade any entry. My heart really can't bear it. Think about it. Now the entry of this potion genius is so powerful. It can help Devereux instantly absorb all the potion knowledge he has learned. Then if you upgrade to another level, doesn't it mean that there is no need to learn at all? Of course I want to know that I still need to learn. But it's definitely learning at a very fast pace. And this Wisdom of the Sages. Devereux read his introduction. The corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't this a blind box? Probably some Slytherin Parseltongue, ancient magic, or something. It's pretty strong when you think about it. But the uncertainty was too great, so Devereux still decided to go to every secret place in the future. First, ensure that the exploration reaches 60%, and get the spell proficiency card and the entry upgrade card first. Chapter 4: Diagon Alley Entry Fusion and Upgrade. Dragon's blood actually sells for 16 silver ounces per ounce. They are really crazy. Look. This is the latest Nimbus 2000. I really want one. Our basic crucible is made from the highest quality copper alloy, which is not only resistant to high temperatures but also corrosion resistant, ensuring that your potion remains in optimal condition during the brewing process. London. Diagon Alley. Another lively day. Devereux was about to cry at this time. Another knock from Snape. The reason was that he kept looking at other wizards and giggling while they were shopping. Snape couldn't stand it and taught him a lesson. Devereux wanted to say that he didn't want to either. But he made a discovery that left him speechless. It turns out that entries can be integrated and evolved. To be precise, the entries in the entry library can be integrated and upgraded. On top of Devereux's panel, there is something called Term Library. The number of entries at all levels currently loaded by Devereux will be recorded. When it reaches a certain level, you can perform integration upgrades. And this does not mean merging and upgrading the same term. Instead, it is fused from the number of loaded entries accumulated in the entry library. Devereux can then independently select a carried entry to upgrade. After all, not all entries have positive effects for Devereux. Therefore, the system thoughtfully allows Devereux to select the entries that need to be carried from the entry library. Certainly not plug and play. But when loading for the first time, you can only choose once. If you choose not to carry it, then you won't be able to carry it with you anymore. If you choose to carry it, you want to remove it. At present, Devereux has not found a way. The specific fusion rules are: a red term can be obtained by fusing 5 gold terms. A golden term can be obtained by fusing 10 purple terms. A purple term can be obtained by fusing 100 blue terms. A blue color entry can also be obtained by fusing 1,000 green color entries. One green term can be obtained by fusing 10,000 white terms. Forward. Although it is true that the condition of 10,000 entries to be integrated shocked Devereux. But it makes sense when you think about it. Almost everyone has a few white entries on them. Like teeth, freckles, etc. Use them to combine them into a high-level entry. It is indeed a bit difficult. But he discovered that in fact, every wizard has at least one blue entry. Magic ability, the potential to become a qualified wizard again. Then he only needs to load the blue entry on everyone he has seen. There are so many wizards in London. A purple entry is basically a ding-ding on the board. It will be even more exciting to go to Hogwarts then. There are so many students waiting to be loaded by him. And there are dozens or hundreds of little wizards every year, waiting to be sucked by him. Devereux has never been more excited to go to Hogwarts. Besides, it doesn't mean that everyone only has white, green and blue entries. If I can collect higher level entries, then I will definitely grow faster. This is why Devereux smirked at a wizard just now. It's because this person actually has a purple entry. Magic cooking expert, purple. You have magical cooking talent that is beyond ordinary people. You only need simple guidance to learn the ability to cook a large table of delicious dishes. Devereux really likes this ability. But the cooling down due to entry loading is not over yet. I can only bear to miss it. I thought I would finally be able to stop being tortured by Snape's skills. Snape this year. Although it really didn't make Devereux hungry. But I definitely didn't intend to make anything good. Or rather, Devereux was shocked that Snape could cook. At first he thought Snape was going to feed him a potion. That's why Devereux smiled so happily just now. Right. There was something else that Devereux was very happy about. Under the influence of the magic wizard entry, he can learn spells simply by observing them. And in this Diagon Alley, many adult wizards use various spells. Then, Bite. The new spell has been successfully added to the database. The new spell has been successfully added to the database. The new spell has been successfully added to the database. After a while, Devereux's arsenal of spells became fuller. Spell library, floating spell, skilled/silent and sound, flying spell, beginner/sound, unlocking spell, beginner/sound, cleaning spell, beginner/sound, repair spell, beginner/sound. I only stayed in Diagon Alley for less than an hour. Devereux has relied on observation. Learned 5 spells. Among them, the most commonly used one is also the most basic floating spell. Not even Devereux practiced. Just watching others perform. It has reached a proficient level. Oh. Merlin's beard, this is the effect that a unique entry should have. So Devereux followed Snape. Constantly spying on other wizards performing spells. Also load their white and green entries. Although it takes a lot to integrate and strengthen. But it's better than nothing. Even the shops in Diagon Alley are extremely novel. Devereux stopped reading. Next. Snape took Devereux to buy school uniform robes. All kinds of stationery. And went to Flourish and Blott's bookstore to buy the books he needed for the new semester. As soon as Devereux got the book, he couldn't put it down. Especially the newly bought Book of Potions. A book about potion making written by the wizard Zygmunt Bach. The potion knowledge inside made him lose track of time as soon as he saw it. The result was that he got knocked by Snape after standing stupidly on the street for 10 minutes. You're not usually so interested in potions. Do you want to put on a show to attract others' attention to you? Snape said contemptuously. Of course, Devereux knew that Snape hated arrogance the most. You must be very humble in front of him. Of course not, sir, but after studying in the leaky cauldron for the past few days, I finally understood that potions are an extremely profound, mysterious, and interesting knowledge. I can't wait to learn more. He boasted about the magic of potions in front of Snape. Then his temper will be a little smaller. Oh? I thought I taught you this in the first lesson, but I didn't expect you only learned it now. Sure enough, Snape only said this sentence this time. Then he took Devereux towards the next destination. If only Devereux hadn't said that just now. Snape simply left him in Diagon Alley and left. Devereux believed he could do it. While walking, Devereux also secretly took out the Book of Potions and secretly read it. There is an entry for Potions Genius. Now look at these difficult and obscure things. They all found it enjoyable. You must know that before, he only had the Magic Potion Perception entry. Reading that book Magic Potions and Potions is like going to jail. And this Book of Potions is even more profound. Think about it, Snape had such a talent when he was a child. I have been learning this way. I don't know how terrifying his potion level is now. Worthy of being the youngest professor at Hogwarts. Absolutely top level. With the last crucible bought, they walked out of the crucible shop. Bite. Your exploration rate of the wizard's secret land Diagon Alley has reached 30%. Rewards have been distributed. Devereux opened his panel happily. Name, Devereux Alexander. Age, 11 years old. Identity, Hogwarts freshman, potions apprentice. Spell library, floating spell, skilled/silent and sound, flying spell, beginner/sound, unlocking spell, beginner/sound. Carrying entries, time traveler, only, magic prodigy, only, potion genius, gold. Entry database, unique, 2, gold, 1, purple, 1, blue, 3, green, 51, white, 235. Pets, none. Props, spell proficiency card. Number of magical secret realm explorations, 1. Secret Diagon Alley, exploration degree 30.1%. Although I really want to use this first prop immediately to see the effect. But Devereux held back first. Because basically all the supplies needed for school have been bought. In addition to the most important companion for every wizard, the wand. Chapter 5 Ollivander? The wand. After a while, the two of them came to a quaint store. Small and broken. The gold sign on the door has peeled off. It says, Ollivander has been making exquisite wands since 382 BC. That's right, it's him. This is where you go to buy your wand in Diagon Alley. Ollivander, the best staff maker in England. He hands most of the wands owned by Hogwarts students. Standing in front of such a famous store, Devereux was quite excited. Follow Snape into the store. Secret Realm Diagon Alley Exploration Degree, 35.1%. Devereux raised an eyebrow. This was the most open to exploration of all the Diagon Alley shops he had entered. It seems that the information density here is very high. Just walked in. A tinkling bell came from somewhere behind the store. The store is small. Except for a bench. Nothing else. Snape asked Devereux to sit on the bench and wait. He was standing. Devereux looked around curiously. The pile of long cardboard boxes almost reached the ceiling. If Snape hadn't been there, He must have gone up and looked through it. Suddenly, there was a sound of wooden tools clashing and wheels turning. An old man with eyes as big as coins appeared in front of them. "Good morning, gentlemen." The voice is very soft. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," Devereux said, standing up from his chair. "Name, Garrick Ollivander. Age, 61 years old. Spell library. Entry, magic ability, blue, natural staff maker, gold. Natural wand maker, gold. Born to make wands, born with the blood of wand making, he will make lifelong partners for countless wizards." Devereux was not surprised at all that Ollivander had the golden entry. After all, their family has always inherited the craft of making wands. In the original work, he made almost every Hogwarts student's wand. Really awesome. Without hesitation, Devereux just wanted to load his 2 entries. But it's a pity. He can only copy 1 blue entry. The golden entry is still in a cooling state. But when Ollivander appeared in front of Devereux suddenly had a feeling. It seemed that there were countless spiritual voices whispering in the whole room. "Well, I'm so unfamiliar. Maybe no one in your family has ever bought a wand from me." Devereux didn't have time to listen carefully. Ollivander walked up to the 2 of them. Those big eyes were fixed on Devereux. Without blinking, Devereux was heartbroken when he saw it. His name is Devereux Alexander. His mother is French and his father is Huxia, so he has never bought a wand here. Snape said in a low voice. Ollivander looked up and immediately recognized Snape. "Severus. Severus Snape. It seems like yesterday that I sold you your wand, white birch, 13½ inches long, right?" "Yes." Snape still maintained his dark voice. It seemed that seeing Ollivander made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, Devereux figured he wouldn't feel comfortable with anyone he saw. Well, birch twigs are used to drive away evil spirits throughout Europe. During ceremonies, birch sticks are also used to drive away ancient dead souls. It has a sacred and beautiful temperament at the same time. Ollivander seemed not to notice Snape's expression. "I started to learn some knowledge about birchwood with Devereux." Snape's expression became even more gloomy. He turned around and opened the store door and walked out. Devereux was at a loss at the bench. After a long speech, Ollivander smiled slightly. "I've always believed that the qualities of all people are reflected in the wand they choose, and oh, of course, the wand chooses the wizard." He set his sights on Devereux. "Okay, Mr. Alexander, which hand do you usually use?" As he spoke, several tape measures floated up. "Right hand," Devereux said. "Okay, don't be afraid, just cooperate with them." Several tape measures were quickly measured all over Devereux's body. In this process, Ollivander nodded frequently. He kept writing something rustlingly on a pamphlet. Then he turned around and walked into the pile of cardboard boxes. "Rummage around." A box was taken out. "Take a wand out of it. Pass it to Devereux. Here, this wand should suit you. Oak and dragon cord, 11 inches, very strong." Devereux had an intuition just looking at it. It felt as if the wand was too heavy for him. "Take it." A casual wave. Suddenly a spark shot out. It directly smashed a chandelier on the ceiling. Devereux instantly felt uncoordinated all over his body. It seems that the right side of the body has become a lot heavier. No, very strong, but unbalanced. Ollivander grabbed the wand. "Again, take a new wand from the pile of cardboard boxes. Try this, cherry wood with water snake, 8¼ inches, more pliable." Devereux hasn't really got it this time. He felt that the wand seemed a bit too light. Ollivander seemed to think so too. Devereux hasn't touched it yet. He took it away. Tried several wands in succession. None are suitable. No, How could I think so, I am such a picky customer. Muttering in his mouth, Ollivander walked directly to the deepest part of the store this time. What? Think he is too good? Hey, maybe this is the only one that suits you. French, Huxia. As he spoke, he took out a simple wooden box. Take out a wand from it. The wood surface shows a fine and uniform texture with a light purple luster. The overall shape of the wand is smooth and elegant, and the handle is slightly thicker for easier holding. When Devereux saw it, he felt attracted. Although he had no education in wand making. But at this moment he just felt that this wand was made just for him. It's made of rosewood. Originally I wanted to match it with unicorn hair, but I didn't expect why it directly became a wand. It's really strange. Although it's very picky, I think it might suit you unexpectedly. Devereux took it. Suddenly it felt like this magic wand was an extension of my body. It was completely different from the previous wands that gave him a very serious sense of disharmony. At this moment he even felt like he was holding the wand. The whole person became much lighter. It seems that the body is stronger. A casual wave. The whole store seemed to be shaking slightly. Devereux suddenly had an idea in his mind. Recover as before. Devereux cast his first spell on the shards of glass on the floor. Suddenly, broken glass was scattered throughout the store. Fly into the air immediately. They quickly matched each other and turned back into the chandelier that had just been hung on the ceiling. This astonishing scene stunned Ollivander. Even a few passers-by who had just passed the store stopped to watch. After all, he was a child who looked to be just 11 years old. Can cast such a perfect cleaning spell so smoothly. It's really eye-opening. Oh, Merlin's beard. What I saw. This wand will only recognize an extremely talented owner, and only if he is so talented in several areas, will he be willing to serve. It seems that Mr. Alexander, your future will be affected. The wand's approval. Ollivander after the initial shock. He said to Devereux after regaining his composure. Devereux was also very shocked at this time. Needless to say, this wand is quite good. Devereux is now a future star in the wizarding world, a magic prodigy and a potion genius. It's normal to be able to adapt to this wand. But Devereux's face was still full of uncontrollable excitement. After all, this was his first time using this spell. Moreover, it is shown on the system panel that he is just getting started with this spell. Could it be that this magic wand brought extra blessings to me? Can you increase your spell casting success rate? Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to open the spell textbook immediately. Try each spell on him. But he restrained himself, now was not the time. Sorry, Mr. Ollivander, I may have messed up your store. How much does this wand cost? Suppress your excitement. Only then did Devereux realize that Snape was no longer standing outside the store. So how should he pay? No, maybe I just chose a wand that I like. Just run out in despair and find Snape to pay. Devereux thought this was too social. Just when he was at a loss, Ollivander said with a smile. It's okay, Mr. Alexander, Professor Snape has paid the money just now. I saw him walking to the left. You can go over there to find him. Chapter 6, Magic Toad L. After thanking Mr. Ollivander, Devereux left the wand shop. He ran towards the left side of the store entrance. The pace is fast. Several passers-by saw the magic he had just performed in the shop. They all cast curious glances. Some even tried to shake his hand. Hope to get to know this young wizard. However, Devereux just smiled and declined their offers. Now, his first priority is to find Professor Snape. Devereux didn't want to be left here by the professor. Think of this. He quickened his pace. I secretly prayed that Professor Snape wouldn't go too far. But Devereux also took advantage of this opportunity to improve his exploration of Diagon Alley. After all, Snape was watching before. He doesn't dare to go into some shops. Increase your exploration level. Now is a good opportunity. After running into several stores and coming out again, Devereux looks at the exploration progress on the system. The Wizard's Secret Realm Diagon Alley Exploration Degree, 39.8%. The corners of Devereux's mouth curled up slightly. It's going well. What do you think you are doing? Running around like a 3-year-old. Devereux was exploring Diagon Alley while looking for someone. Professor Snape's annoying yet familiar deep voice sounded in Devereux's ears. He was currently carrying a cylindrical object covered with black cloth. There is also the box that Devereux was holding earlier. Sorry sir, I couldn't find you just now. Devereux replied breathlessly. His physical fitness is indeed not very good now. I just visited a few shops. Just out of breath. Snape snorted. Without saying a word, he handed the box to Devereux. Fortunately, the levitation spell is still working. Otherwise Devereux would definitely be brought down by the heavy box. Someone said you used a spell in the wand shop. Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly. He stared sharply at Devereux. Devereux smiled awkwardly, trying to hide his nervousness. Oh, I just said it like the other wizards just said, but I didn't expect it to work, haha. Of course, Devereux's poor acting skills will definitely not fool Snape. But he can't always say that he is a magic wizard. He knows it once others use it. That's outrageous. Who would believe it? But Snape just looked at Devereux deeply. Don't care about this anymore. He handed the cylinder covered in black cloth to Devereux. Your parents left it to you. Ah. Devereux took it dumbfounded. This was actually left to me by my parents? You know it has been a year since I came into this world. Devereux never heard Snape mention his parents once. I didn't expect to receive something left for me by my parents at this time. Devereux eagerly took the black cloth away. The result surprised him. It's actually a toad? Forward. It seems that the aesthetics of my parents in this world are really not very good. He even left a toad as a pet for his son. The expression on Devereux's face suddenly became a little unbearable. This is no ordinary toad. Strictly speaking, it is a magical creature. Snape said with some disgust. The scientific name is magic sack toad, and their belly is equivalent to a space that has been cast a traceless extension spell. Snape continued to explain. You can put a lot of things in. Of course, if you don't mind being dirty, the space will get bigger as you grow older. This toad is about 40 years old. And the space in his belly is about 40 square meters. Rise. Snape briefly introduced the characteristics of this magical creature. Devereux heard that this turned out to be a magical creature that could store things. The disgust just now was instantly swept away. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. He immediately took the magic sack toad out of the cage. Looked at it carefully. The size of this magic sack toad is slightly larger than the average toad. It's about the size of Devereux's 4 palms. It's a bit difficult to lift it up. Its body is round and plump. Gives people a sense of calm. Its skin appears dark green, with mottled brown spots. The surface of the skin is covered with a layer of tiny wart-like bumps, giving it an old and rough texture. It seems this toad is not very active. Even if Devereux shakes it gently, it's also almost unresponsive. Devereux is seen taking the toad out. Snape calmly moved a step to the side. Professor Snape, what should I do if I want him to pack something? Devereux played with it fondly, but he couldn't figure out how to put the things in his stomach. Then he turned to ask Snape. Suddenly, he realized that Snape had retreated 10 steps away. Snape heard his question. There was a trace of struggle on his face. He sighed imperceptibly. He came over with an ugly look on his face, tapping his wand on the bump on the toad's back. Suddenly, the toad's mouth opened wide. It can almost fit Devereux's entire head into it. That's fine. The same goes for asking him to close the operation. With that said, Snape took a few steps back. Thank you, Professor Snape. With that said, Devereux bought various items, including books, school uniforms, and crucibles. All of them were stuffed into the toad's belly. When something is too big to fit in your mouth. Devereux was surprised. This toad's mouth can be extended to a great extent. He suspected that maybe it would be okay to stuff a piano in at this time. If Snape hadn't stopped him. He almost stuffed the entire box inside. When Snape stopped him, the look on his face was as if Devereux wanted him to eat the toad. So Devereux got his first pet. A magic sack toad. He named it Eld. After all, it is already 40 years old and is considered the longest lived among toads. Just like that, everything I wanted to buy was bought. The next step was to go back to Snape's residence. But this time, for some reason, Snape gave Devereux a room in the leaky cauldron. Let him live on. Then he apparat and left. Bite. New spells have been added to the inventory. Oh yeah. Apparition is also in the inventory. Although it can't be used now. But it's good to learn it early. Devereux didn't understand why Snape didn't take him home with him. He guessed. Snape probably really hated toads. But Al is indeed a very quiet toad. But when Snape prepared potions, he would definitely come into contact with potions made of toads. Maybe Snape only wanted to be near dead toads? Or does he have something to do? He had placed Devereux in the leaky cauldron a week ago. It seemed like there was something that Devereux couldn't do with him. But no matter what, Devereux was still glad that Snape let him stay at the leaky cauldron. And now he has his own wand. This means he can explore Diagon Alley on his own. At present, the exploration level of Diagon Alley is already 40%. Devereux is determined to increase this number to over 60%. Chapter 7 I Have a Plan. London. Diagon Alley. At a counter in Gringotts. I've always been curious, what do you goblins think of wizards' magic? The goblin smiled, showing sharp teeth. We goblins have our own magic, which is different from that of wizards. Our magic focuses more on craftsmanship and metal processing, especially in making and protecting treasures. A blond boy listened with great interest. Apparently as a little wizard no more than 11 years old. The vigilance of goblins is not that high. Here they both had been chatting for almost half an hour. The boy continued to ask. So, how is your spell casting method different from that of wizards? For example, how do you cast those complicated spells? This issue is too sensitive. The goblin's eyes suddenly became wary. Why are you so curious about these details? There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. Obviously the boy's problem touched their red line as a fairy. Realized that I might have asked too much. But the boy still tried to explain. I'm just very interested in different magic systems, especially the magic of fairies. The goblin's face became even more gloomy. Our magic is our secret and cannot be revealed casually. He said coldly. Besides, your question has crossed the line. Devereux felt embarrassed and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I just... Enough. The goblin interrupted. Please leave here and don't disturb us again. Okay. The young man apologized and exited Gringotts. Tough luck. Devereux complained to himself. He originally wanted to learn something about goblin magic from Gringotts. After all, now he is a magic wizard. This means that he doesn't necessarily have to limit himself to learning the wizard's magic. If you can master the magic of fairies, how wonderful that would be. He also thought about whether there was anything special about goblins. But after checking it out I was a little discouraged. Like ordinary wizards, most of them have a blue entry for magic ability. Nothing special. so there is no way to break through from the entry. That's why he went to the fairy for therapy. Even if it doesn't work out, that doesn't stop Devereux from imagining it either. If he could learn the goblin's forging technique, make yourself a Gryffindor sword in the future. How exciting that would be! With such a sword, what else is he afraid of Voldemort? He can directly become the juggernaut of Gryffindor. However, the reality is not as simple as he imagined. His probing didn't elicit any useful information from the goblin. Just as described in the original work, goblins are total egoists. It is almost impossible to learn how to forge swords from them. But Devereux was undeterred. He had other options. For example, he could learn the art of operating without a wand from a house elf, or learn astrology from the centaurs. These magic spells are also very attractive. Talk about it. Devereux has almost torn through the entire Diagon Alley these days. He shuttled between stores. From Ollivander's wand shop to Florin Fusco's ice cream parlor. No corner is spared. By the way, the entry for Ollivander's genius staff maker was loaded during this process. Suddenly, his control over the wand became stronger. So Devereux took up another hobby of reading wand-making books at Flourish and Blotts. However, despite his efforts, the exploration level of the secret realm still remains at 58%. Devereux suspected that the remaining 2 percentage points had something to do with Nocturne Alley. If only he could enter that dark and mysterious place. The remaining exploration points will definitely be collected quickly by observing other wizards casting spells every day in Diagon Alley. Plus a new wand that fits perfectly and guidance from the textbook. His spell proficiency has improved significantly. At least for now. The levitation spell was already very handy to him. But entering Nocturne Alley is still fraught with danger. Who knows if some dark wizard will suddenly pop up? Should we capture him and use him as a test subject or throw him into the pot directly? Devereux didn't want to find himself in this situation unprepared. He doesn't even know how to curse. There are no countermeasures at all when encountering a dark wizard. Although it is a time of peace. But no one can guarantee that there won't be some malicious wizard casting a curse on the street. Devereux decided to wait a while before going to Nocturne Alley. After all, he was going to Hogwarts soon. There are many opportunities to learn jinxes there. That's when. Not only will he learn various defensive magic, you can also master some necessary attack methods. So, when I go to Nocturne Alley again, he at least has some ability to protect himself. As for Nocturne Alley, if Professor Snape would take him, that is of course the best choice. Professor Snape knew a lot about dark magic. With him around, Devereux will feel more at ease. But Devereux found this unlikely. Professor Snape had always been cold and serious. It is unlikely that such an offer would be made unsolicited, since it is impossible to advance the progress of the secret realm exploration. Devereux's favorite places now are the Leaky Cauldron, Flourish and Blotts, and wandering the streets of Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron is always full of gossip. Devereux likes to sit in the corner, listen to wizards discuss the latest magical news and curiosities. But what surprised him was, he had yet to meet Harry Potter. Maybe it was because the timing was wrong. Or maybe Harry wasn't in Diagon Alley at the moment. Devereux was very interested in getting to know the boy who lived. After all, he is the future savior. Devereux was curious. What exactly are the entries on Harry's body? I really can't wait to find out. As for why you are wandering on the street, of course it's to collect entries. Ever since I missed that magical cooking purple entry on day 1, Devereux successfully loaded a new entry from Lady Platinum. Magic Tailor, purple unique talent for using magic to tailor clothes, and can quickly learn all kinds of clothing design knowledge. This is a pretty good lifestyle entry. Devereux loaded it up without hesitation. Soon, he renovated his old clothes. Give them a new look. Except for the leaky cauldron and the high street. Devereux's favorite place to go is Flourish and Blott's bookstore. The bookshelves here are filled with all kinds of second-hand books. Devereux can leaf through these books. Find useful knowledge. Take the help of these books. Devereux quickly mastered many spells and potion recipes that only upperclassmen could learn. However, Devereux discovered that he seemed to have little talent for transfiguration. Even though he studied hard. But I always feel that this is the most boring of all subjects. It seems. He needed to load Professor McGonagall's entry at Hogwarts. To improve your skills in this area. Devereux planned so. Then he started walking from the entrance of Gringotts to the leaky cauldron. The streets of Diagon Alley are filled with people. The signs of various shops are shining in the sun. As he walked, while looking around, hope to find something interesting. Dear wizards and witches, want to improve your potion-making skills? Come to our Diagon Alley herbal shop and buy the best quality amphora roots. Suddenly, a loud shouting sound reached his ears. Devereux paused, turning his head to look in the direction of the sound. It was a herbal shop with simple decoration. A rickety wooden sign hung at the door. It says FYS Herbal Shop. Amphora Roots. Devereux repeated in a low voice. Suddenly a light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Showed a wicked smile. He has a plan. Chapter 8 Potion Spirit, read. 1 month later. Nocturne Alley welcomes a rare guest, Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron. Everyone knows. Nocturne Alley is one of the darkest and most dangerous places in the wizarding world. The wizards here are usually outlaws or fringe characters. They are highly wary of any strangers. The moment Tom appeared at the end of the alley, the originally noisy Nocturne Alley became quiet. All eyes were on Tom. Some wizards stopped what they were doing. Others quietly reached for their wands. There is a tense and weird atmosphere in the air. Soon, whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't that Tom from the leaky cauldron? Why is he here? It feels like he's not normal today. Does he have any purpose? A wizard with a scarred face and fierce eyes stepped forward. Mocked. Hey, Tom, what are you doing here? Do you want to have some fun? Tom ignored his provocation. He clutched his wand tightly in his hand. The 4 characters "Don't bother me" seemed to be written on his face. He knows, in this kind of place, any unnecessary conflict can lead to trouble. Although he is not afraid of these criminals. But I don't want to cause trouble for no reason. Certainly. No one would want to mess with him. After all, Tom is the owner of the leaky cauldron. He has considerable influence in Diagon Alley. Don't move him if you can. It's better to figure out what his purpose is first. Many wizards in cloaks began to quietly follow Tom, trying to figure out his true intentions. They watched from the dark, waiting for Tom's next move. Tom walked slowly in Nocturne Alley, eyes looking around. He passed a small shop selling dark items. The owner is a wrinkled old wizard. He was staring at him suspiciously. Don't know why. Tom showed a proud expression. But he didn't stop either. Keep walking forward. Then, he passed a shop that sold banned books and illegal potions. The shop door was ajar. There was a pungent smell inside. Tom glanced inside the store. Memorized this location. I thought it might be useful in the future. Sudden. Several dark wizards came out of an alley, blocking Tom's way. They had malicious smiles on their faces. One of them spoke. Tom, what is your purpose here? Tom looked at them coldly. He said in a cold tone. I'm just strolling around, no other purpose. Those dark wizards obviously didn't believe it. But they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Tom's status in Diagon Alley cannot be underestimated. They exchanged a look. Finally decided to move out of the way and let Tom pass. Tom walked on. Go through the narrow alleys. Go around a few dilapidated houses. He doesn't seem to have a particular purpose. Just casually walked around the alley. After a few minutes, he found a hidden exit. Quickly left Nocturne Alley. The criminals were confused by Tom's strange behavior. They get together. They discussed in low voices what the purpose of Tom's arrival was. Woohoo! In the leaky cauldron room. Tom, oh no, Devereaux shouted. That's right. Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, appeared in Nocturne Alley just now. It was transformed by Devereaux after taking Polyjuice Potion. This Polyjuice Potion took him a month to brew. Now he finally made up for the remaining 2% exploration of Diagon Alley. Even more. It has now reached 70%. When he passed the first Nocturne Alley store, the system prompts him that it is completed. He is a bit greedy. I want to try it and see if I can increase the exploration level. Let's max out the exploration points together today. Unexpectedly, 2 people actually came out to stop me halfway. It's not easy to cheat the other party out. Then he ran out in panic. Never be so wasteful again. But what he can adjust is the morning. I figured the dark wizard wouldn't get up early. I didn't expect there were so many people. Devereaux thought they weren't getting up early. But not sleeping at all. But Haile has fully accumulated this exploration degree. Devereaux opened his property panel with a wave of his hand. Name, Devereaux Alexander. Age, 11 years old. Identity, Hogwarts freshman, Potions apprentice. Spell library, floating spell, proficient/silent and voice, flying spell, proficient/voice, unlocking spell, proficient/voice, apparition, introduction/voice, comma, full body binding spell, proficient/sound, with sound, stun spell, skilled/with sound, disarming spell, skilled/with sound. Entry, time traveler, only, magic wizard, only, potion genius, gold, magic cooking expert, purple. Entry database, unique, 2, gold, 2, purple, 2, blue, 55, green, 451, white, 8232. Pet, Al, Magic Toad. Props, Spell Proficiency Card X1, Entry Upgrade Card X1, Magic Wand, Rosewood. Number of Magical Secret Realm Explorations, 1. Secret Diagon Alley, Exploration Degree 70.1%. After this month of study, Devereaux has mastered several jinxes and disarming spells. When facing the Dark Wizard, it can be regarded as a bit of self-protection ability. Apparition, on the other hand, is a bit risky. He didn't dare to practice. If he got separated during the process, he would stop practicing. Right. There is also the issue of trace silk. In fact, Devereaux had thought of this when he first got the wand. After all, he is also someone who has read the original work. He didn't want to enter school yet. This got him fired. It has become the first thing when school starts. Don't forget that Devereaux has the entry of a natural staff maker. He simply spent a few days. Checked out several wand-making books. Easily without alerting the Ministry of Magic. Trace Silk's signal was blocked. Of course not taking it out directly. This would surely alarm the Ministry of Magic. Instead, a special structure is used. Block the trace information. Somewhere outside of Hogwarts. He will open it. While at Hogwarts. Just open it. This way no one can notice it. Of course, it would be impossible for any other 11-year-old wizard to do this. But this golden entry is indeed too strong. And the wand in his hand is also very cooperative. I didn't get any sons for him. This time he becomes Tom and enters Nocturne Alley. It was also the Potion Genius, Gold, entry that made great contributions. In fact, he was originally unable to find the formula and ingredients for Polyjuice Potion. But after all, I have read the original work. Based on a few quotes from the original work, there is also the potion knowledge that has been stored up so far, combined with some non-illegal herbs bought in herbal shops. Devereux mixed up a simplified version of Polyjuice Potion. Although the effect is short-lived, it may not be very restorative. For example, the Tom he just transformed into was much shorter than his original self. At least 10 centimeters shorter. The eye color hasn't changed either. And the cooking time is also shorter. But the guys in Nocturne Alley didn't seem to see the flaw. Anyway, the experiment was very successful. There are currently no side effects. Okay, let's upgrade this entry now. Devereux used the entry upgrade card directly with a look of excitement on his face. He chose Potions Genius. After all, he was now Snape's Potions Apprentice. Improve your abilities in this area. Whether you follow Snape or go it alone. No problem. Bite. The entry upgrade card is used successfully. Devereux suddenly felt a strange feeling appear all over his body. It's very similar to when I got the Potion Genius entry before. But this time it's much more intense. Suddenly he felt as if his body had changed again. It was like Polyjuice Potion was working again. Devereux turned to look at himself in the mirror. It is obvious that I have grown taller. Ah? Are you helping me restore the effect of the potion to its optimal level? Devereux pulled up the new entry and took a look. Potion Spirit, Red. You have the talent to prepare any potion. As long as you take a look at any potion, you can know its composition and production process. As long as you take it, the effect of any potion will be doubled. Times. Chapter 9 Misunderstanding. Holy shit! Devereux exclaimed. This effect is too strong. The effect of any potion is doubled. No wonder the effect of the Polyjuice Potion that I tasted just now suddenly became almost the same as the finished product. And it's so powerful that you can know how to make a potion at a glance. Devereux decided inside. Going to the potions shop in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Read each potion once. And he should be able to pass the brewing methods of these magic potions. And reasoned out other ways. This works in conjunction with the entry effect of doubling the effect of his potion. That way he could cut some corners. Rely on cheap materials. Made a magical potion with extraordinary effects. Just like this time. Got excited. Devereux slowly calmed down. Well, now that I have this entry, I may be able to make money by improving the potion formula. After making money, I can go to more secret realms and continue to improve the attributes of the entry. He now has a perpetual motion machine. Devereux was happy. I looked at my inventory. Thinking about it, it seems that I still have a spell proficiency card that is useless. This experience of going to Nocturne Alley reminded him. There must also be a way to escape in time. So phantom disembodiment can be said to be an ability that must be mastered at present. But I said it before. He had doubts about the safety of his practice of this spell. So now use this proficiency card on this. It is the most cost-effective and appropriate decision. Therefore, Devereux no longer hesitated. This spell proficiency card was used directly. Bite. Spell proficiency card has been used. Devereux suddenly felt that a large amount of experience of apparition was poured into his mind. If it is an ordinary person, at this time, you may be overwhelmed by this huge flow of information. He was immediately overwhelmed and passed out. But Devereux is a wizard. This level is completely acceptable. It just took a while and it was fine. The replacement was a great surprise. Because he saw it on the spell library. Apparition, Mastery/Audio. Unexpectedly, I was directly promoted to Mastery. This is equivalent to a wizard who has passed the apparition license for about 3 years. That means he can basically go wherever he wants now. He is now an experienced driver. Suddenly, just when Devereaux was thinking about where to go for a stroll now, a voice came from behind. Tom. Devereaux turned back stiffly. Snape was seen standing at the door, staring at him sharply. Tom. Snape's voice was low and suspicious. What are you doing here? Devereaux's heart tightened. No, something is wrong. I couldn't think of how to explain it for a moment. I could only stammer. Professor Snape, Where's Devereaux? Snape's face grew darker. His eyes were like snakes staring at Devereaux, who had transformed into Tom. Oh, actually. Devereaux felt miserable at this time. Talk about it. If this entry hadn't been upgraded, Polyjuice Potion's effects are doubled. Snape must have noticed Devereaux's incomplete transformation right away. But now there are almost no flaws. Devereaux was still thinking about what to say so that Snape wouldn't transfer him directly to the Ministry of Magic. Did you go to Nocturne Alley today? Devereaux hasn't explained yet. Snape suddenly said this. I saw that his hand had reached to his lower back, as if holding something tightly. His eyes were fixed on Devereaux's every move. Devereaux knew he was definitely mistaken. Quickly wave your hand. No, Professor, you misunderstood. But he forgot that he still held the wand in his hand at this time. Expelliarmus! Snape shouted. A flash of red light shot from the tip of his wand. Head straight for Devereaux. But as a wizard of magic, Devereaux's training these days is not in vain. He responded quickly. Chant the mantra immediately. Armor protection. A transparent barrier formed in front of him. He narrowly blocked Snape's attack. Magic sparks fly. Suddenly, Devereaux felt that the power of Snape's curse was obviously stronger than his own. Almost didn't block it. Is this an adult wizard? But Devereaux wasn't given any time to think. Snape showed no mercy. Wave the wand again. Collapse. A blue light flew toward Devereaux. Devereaux ducked quickly. At the same time, he counterattacked. The tables are flying. A table leg suddenly flew up. Throw it at Snape. Snape dodged easily. Continue casting. All petrified. A purple light wrapped around Devereaux. Devereaux recited the armor spell again. But this time he felt that his magic power was a little tight. He knew he couldn't fight hard. Be sure to explain. Professor Snape, listen to my explanation. I'm Devereaux. I became what I am now after taking Polyjuice Potion. I only went to Nocturne Alley for fun. Snape snorted. His face was as gloomy as water. Expelliarmus! Another red light shot toward Devereaux. A kid who hasn't even been to school can brew Polyjuice Potion? Do you think I would believe it? When Snape said this, the voice was horribly deep. It was as if he was deliberately suppressing his anger. Devereaux barely resisted. But he felt his magic draining quickly. He gritted his teeth and persisted. The strategy must be changed. Apparition. Bang. Devereaux disappeared instantly. Snape didn't even think about it. Cast the spell directly behind you. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! The wand glowed red at the same time. Both men were instantly repelled by the spell. Snape simply dropped his wand. Take a few steps back. But I can still stand firm. But Devereaux was much worse. It hit the wall of the aisle directly. Lying on the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. He originally wanted to teleport behind Snape and disarm him. But Snape's combat experience is too rich. He immediately counterattacked. And there is a huge difference in the magic power levels between the two, so it is natural for such a scene to happen. Snape quickly picked up his wand again. Then he grabbed Devereaux by the collar. putting the wand against Devereux's chin. "Tell me, where is that boy? Which did you sell him to?" Devereux had never seen such an expression on Snape's face. He felt very scary at this time. Devereux was struggling at this point. "I feel pain all over my body." He could clearly feel that the clothes on his body had become ill-fitting. Snape's expression at this time also changed from gloomy and scary to confused. Then it turned into complete consternation. "Devereux! It's really you!" Snape's eyes widened. He looked in disbelief at the boy who was gradually returning to his original appearance. Chapter 10: Shocking the Potion Genius. "Devereux? It's really you?" Snape was in deep shock. This simply challenged his authority as a potion expert for so many years. This kid actually relied on these trivial materials on his own. Made a polyjuice potion that even Hogwarts graduates might not be able to make. And it just seems that the effect is very good. There is no such thing as a defective medicine. Defects in height and physical appearance. This is simply outrageous. Even if it's myself. At such an age. If you have enough materials on hand, you can still give it a try. But in the materials he left behind, almost all of them are scraps that I have no use for. Give him some training. This one by itself will never produce the same effect as Devereux's just now. But it wasn't time to shock him yet. "Professor Snape, what's the problem?" Then the real Tom appears at the bottom of the stairs. At this time, Snape was still holding his wand and pressing Devereux's chin. "It's okay, Tom, Devereux made a mistake and I'm giving him a little punishment." Snape tapped the boy calmly. "Did you say it was Devereux?" Devereux suddenly felt that all his strength had returned. Bite. New spells added to the inventory. Devereux glanced. Revival spell, introduction/silent. Can. Learned another spell. "That's right, Tom, I accidentally put a material in the wrong place. The professor did it to make me remember it," Devereux said very sincerely. But he felt like Tom didn't believe it. Really? After all, what lesson would cast a curse on the other person? In addition, the room is now as messy as if it had experienced a gang fight. It's really not very credible. But Snape didn't care about that. All explained. Believe it or not. He directly grabbed Devereux and walked into the room. A suspicious Tom was left watching them from the bottom of the stairs. "How on earth did you do that?" Snape grabbed Devereux into the room and immediately cast a soundproofing spell. Then he started questioning Devereux. "Polyjuice potion? Do you think this can be prepared by any beginner? You have neither the necessary skills nor the required materials. The only explanation is whether you did it with the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. What kind of shady deal was it? Not only that, you have also mastered apparition and a series of other advanced spells. Even advanced students may not be able to fully master these spells. Tell me, how did you learn these? What's even more unbelievable is that you cast spells at will outside of Hogwarts. Do you know what a serious violation this is? Don't you want to go to Hogwarts anymore?" Snape asked Devereux a barrage of questions. Devereux was confused for a moment. Don't know which question to answer. After a lot of nonsense. Snape was also confused by him. All he had to do was pull out his wand and use legilimency directly. Fortunately, Devereux calmed down in time. Talk to Snape word for word. "Let's start with the polyjuice potion. I bought the minimum amount of amphora roots, foxglove, jumping bean juice and other ingredients from the herbal store. Then I used red horsehair instead of unicorn tail hair. Well, I know the effect will definitely be different, but I also added." Devereux said. "Tell Snape your initial thoughts." That is, with the help of the potion genius entries. The deduced method of preparing defective polyjuice potion. Snape's expression gradually changed from suspicion to surprise. In the end, he even looked at Devereux in astonishment. "This is exactly the same as my original thinking. Snape was secretly shocked. When he was in school, he also wanted to try making polyjuice potion. What Devereaux said was pretty much what he was thinking at the time. This kid actually has a potion talent comparable to his own? Why didn't you see it before? Feeling stupid and stupid. But think of this. Snape's expression turned questioning again. But it's impossible to make a polyjuice potion with such a good effect using this idea. You just didn't have any flaws at all, and I didn't see any flaws at all. Devereaux knew he would ask. At this time, he also prepared an answer. In fact, when he just got the red entry potion spirit body. You already know how to improve your polyjuice potion recipe. It can successfully cover up the poor results caused by the original formula. So at this point he almost blurted it out. That's right, so I have made further improvements on this idea. I will add amphora roots and foxglove in batches from the 14th day to the 21st day of cooking, because this works. Who is Snape? That's a potion genius certified by the system. Here improvements like Devereaux. After a little thought, you will know that this method is definitely useful. Although it may still not be able to achieve what can be achieved according to the original formula. Flawless effect. But getting close is totally fine. Maybe, we can continue to experiment along this line of thinking. A new polyjuice potion recipe will be available. Snape suddenly lost his composure when he thought of this. Could it be that this kid did it unintentionally? This is going to be big news in the potion world. Suddenly. It seemed like he had thought of something. Snape looked a little relieved again. Yes, he is his child, so how can he be an ordinary person? I guess this guy's talent for potions is probably better than mine. Snape's inner drama is quite sufficient. But Devereaux only saw Snape's expression changing. Sometimes surprised, sometimes questioning. After a while, I felt a little relieved. I have no idea what he is thinking. Your argument is quite valid. Snape nodded stiffly. Approved of Devereaux's ideas. Think again for a moment. Now, write your thoughts down on the parchment. Oh, crap. Forgot. Snape was still instigating Devereaux. He smacked his lips suddenly. As if he remembered something. He turned around and cast a repair spell on the messy house. Immediately, the dust, glass shards, broken tables and chairs all returned to their original positions intact. Then he turned to Devereaux. Where is your luggage? Pack it quickly. Devereaux picked up his staff and waved it. Come here, Al. The spell had just fallen. A dark green shadow flew from the corner of the room into Devereaux's hands. It's all here. Devereaux put Al on his shoulder and said to Snape. Snape showed an expression of disgust almost subconsciously. He seemed to hate the toad very much. Don't know why. Okay, today is the day for you to go to Hogwarts. I will take you to the train station. Wait. You actually used your wand outside the school. Chapter 11 The Boy Who Lived. You can modify your wand yourself. Snape seemed to have heard an extremely ridiculous joke. This joke is too ridiculous. As a result, it's not very funny. Yes, I just finished it according to the teaching materials in Flourishes and Blots bookstore and a little bit of my own whims. Devereaux said, nodding. Snape couldn't believe that Devereaux had said such words so easily. But for reference, he just made a minimalist version of polyjuice potion that he couldn't even make. Snape couldn't help but start to believe it. How long have you been doing this? Snape asked hesitantly. He also knew that if Devereaux lied to him, then Devereaux would basically be fired. It didn't take long, just 2 weeks, I just cast the spell hundreds of times. Snape couldn't help but hold his forehead. If what this guy said is true. The Ministry of Magic didn't come for 2 weeks. That's for sure it hasn't been discovered. But if that's the case, then this kid couldn't be more than a potion genius. Or a supreme genius in staff making. Wait a minute, then tell me in detail how you modified this wand. Damn it! It's too late. Before Devereux could tell Snape about his modification of the wand in detail, Snape cursed secretly. Said it was almost too late. Just ask Devereux to talk to him alone about this matter when he arrives at school later. Then he grabbed Devereux's shoulders. Bang! It was as if Devereux had entered a flush toilet. Arriving in a new place is dizzy. Although he can already use Phantom very skillfully. But it was moved by Snape. Still a bit too much. It just doesn't feel as comfortable as when I cast the spell myself. Turn around. They are in a small alley now. There are no wizards or muggles. Snape thrust a ticket into Devereux's hand. Now, go and take the train inside the station. The platform is platform 9 3/4. The entrance is the stone pillar between platforms 9 and 10. Just rush in without hesitation. Finished the instructions. Snape narrowed his eyes. Also, I don't care where you learned it, you are not allowed to apparate where I can't see it. After saying that, he pushed Devereux out of the alley. Devereux walked toward the station in a daze. Just before the pit stop. Looking back, Snape had disappeared into the alley. To be honest, an 11-year-old mixed-race boy appears in a train station with a toad on his shoulder. Still somewhat weird. It attracted the attention of many Muggle adults. But Devereux paid them no mind. He walked towards platform 9, minding his own business. After a while, we arrived at our destination. We successfully found the stone pillar between the two platforms. But let him hit a stone pillar without any protection. He was still a little worried. To be honest, I'm a little bit hesitant. Just as Devereux hesitated, suddenly another boy who looked about the same age as Devereux was pushing a huge luggage trolley. He appeared on the platform with a worried look on his face. Devereux saw that he had just been reprimanded by a station guard. Green eyes, with eyes. The long hair covers the forehead. Nothing wrong. This is the famous savior. The boy who lived. Harry Potter. Devereux immediately stepped forward. Hey, are you a new student at Hogwarts too? Devereux extended his hand in a friendly manner. Me too, my name is Devereux, Devereux Alexander, what's yours? Harry was startled at first by the sudden appearance of his peers. But I heard that the other party is also a new student at Hogwarts. A relieved smile suddenly appeared. Hello, I'm Harry, Harry Potter, how nice to meet you. With that, Harry took hold of Devereux's outstretched hand. However, looking at Devereux again, I don't know why. At this time Devereux was stunned. Devereux estimates that he will never forget the day he saw the Harry Potter entry. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 11 years old. Spell library, love, ancient magic / effective before 17 years old, currently in effect. Entry, Savior, red, Blessing of Love, gold, Horcrux, gold, Flying Genius, purple, Magical Talent, purple. Savior, red. Born with a very high reputation, you will definitely achieve extraordinary achievements in the decisive battle with your old enemy. But the path you will take in the end depends on your choice. Blessing of Love, gold. The protection brought by deep love. Before you reach adulthood, spend some time with your blood relatives every year, and no one can hurt your life. Horcrux, gold. Accidentally made into a Horcrux by a powerful dark wizard, inheriting this person's talents to a certain extent, including superior talents in black magic and Parseltongue. Flying Broom Genius, purple. A natural flyer with an innate ability to master flying props, mainly broomsticks. Even ordinary people who have trained for many years cannot match the feeling you are born with. Magic Talent, purple. Has magic talent that exceeds that of ordinary wizards, can learn spells faster than ordinary people, and has a certain degree of creativity. Oh, buy it. Except for myself. It was the first time that Devereux saw a person with more than one golden entry on his body. And it's the first time I've seen a red entry. And all of Harry's entries are on purple. Should I be called the savior? It's really not a good idea. Without saying a word, Devereux directly loaded the terms savior, blessing of love, gold, flying broom genius, purple, magic talent, purple, into his plan. Now directly loaded savior, red, blessing of love and magic talent, purple. As for Horcrux, well, he didn't want to do it when he was sleeping. She also exchanged dreams with a bald old man with no nose. Let Harry enjoy this blessing by himself. It is normal to choose to load 2 purple entries. It was also a matter of course that I didn't choose broomstick genius, purple, at the beginning. It doesn't matter if you load it again at school then. However, Devereux also had some ideas when he chose to load Asylum of Love. I also want to give it a try. Can I find my blood relatives through this method? After all, I have this entry. Then you have the magic of love. This way, you can check whether this magic is effective. To determine who is his blood relative. The savior entry was actually something Devereux wanted to see. I am already 11 years old. How come he has such a high reputation? Try it and see how this system will help you solve this problem. Byte. Loading copied entry savior, red. Loading copied entry, love's blessing, gold. Loading copied entry, magical talent, purple. Copy completed. Suddenly. This is the moment the entry copy is completed. Devereux didn't feel the sudden change in his body like when he copied Potion Genius and Genius Rod Maker before. In other words, there is, but it's very small. The difference is. Devereux felt as if he had undergone a mysterious change. The change is indescribable. It was as if I suddenly saw the future of my life. But in an instant, everything was forgotten. Very strange feeling. Devereux? Are you okay? Harry's concerned question suddenly awoke Devereux. Oh, I'm fine. Well, what were we talking about just now? Devereux didn't have time to recall this mysterious feeling. I plan to think about this in the car later. Well, we said we need to go to the station, but I'm not very good at finding it. Well, I actually don't know how to enter platform 9 1/4. Harry was still a little shy when talking about this. He probably didn't want his classmates to know that he, the savior, was actually an idiot who didn't understand anything. Devereux understands. Grinning. Then he took Harry to the stone pillar. Come on, Harry, don't think about anything. Go hit this pillar. Chapter 12 The Wisdom of the Sages. Ah! Bumped into it? Really? This seemed a little strange to Harry. There was obviously some hesitation. Devereux is very confident. Harry, believe me, we are all classmates, how could I lie to you or take advantage of you? Just focus on bumping into me. After hearing his words, Harry seemed to let down his guard again. A blonde 11-year-old boy with a toad on his shoulders. No matter how you look at it, he must be a little wizard, right? Take a deep breath. Follow Devereux's instructions. Rush towards the stone pillar. Bang! It's unexpected. Harry hit the stone pillar directly. He fell on his back. Devereux was also stunned. Ah! No, right? Dobby hasn't come here to cast spells this year. Then when he saw a group of noisy red-haired family walk past. Mom, I need to take the prefect's special carriage, so, said a tall red-haired boy. Oh. Percy, you turned out to be a prefect, how come we didn't know it? One of the twins said in a sinister tone. Mom, can I really not get in the car? A little girl held her mother's hand and begged. No, Ginny, you're too young. The lady shook her head firmly. That's when Devereux realized. Forward. It seems that he counted wrongly. Not this pillar. Devereux quickly stepped forward to help Harry, who looked resentful. Sorry Potter, I seem to have counted the wrong stone pillars. It should be the one over there," he said, and hurriedly helped Harry pack up the luggage scattered on the floor. But at this time, Devereux really felt that it was right to let Harry help him try and make mistakes first. Otherwise, he would not be pushing a luggage trolley like other little wizards. That's going to hit the wall straight up. It would be bad if the appearance is disfigured. After packing my luggage, Devereux led Harry, who looked suspicious, to another stone pillar. It was obvious that Harry no longer trusted de Villot at this time. "Don't worry, it will definitely be right this time." Devereux tried to calm Harry down. "Look, the children of that family are all walking this way." Just as they were talking, a group of red-haired children rushed towards the stone wall. One by one, they passed through the stone pillars smoothly, disappear into the stone wall. Harry saw this. The doubts in my heart finally eased some. "Oh, dear, are you waiting for us? You can go in now. Wait until the youngest boy with some freckles on his face also rushes into the wall." The fat woman in front of them turned around and saw them waiting. "Talk to them kindly." A warm smile spread across his face. "Move sideways to let them enter the station first." Devereux smiled and nodded. "Say it politely." "Thank you, madam. It's our first time to go to Hogwarts and we don't know the way very well." "Haha, we almost hit another pillar just now." "Almost? I really bumped into it," Harry interjected indignantly. There was still a trace of anger on his face. With the help of Mrs. Weasley, Harry took a deep breath. He mustered up the courage to rush towards the stone pillar. "Finally, this time I successfully passed through the stone pillar. Entered platform 9 3/4. Devereux thanked Mrs. Weasley. "Then rush into the stone pillars." Mrs. Weasley looked at Devereux's disappearing figure. Suddenly something came to mind. "Why doesn't this kid bring any luggage?" she muttered. His brows furrowed slightly. "Wow, is this the platform of Wizard Station?" Devereux felt as if he had passed through a shield of water. But the body didn't get wet. Then he came to another space that was completely different from before. Many people here wear traditional wizard robes. Give Devereux the illusion of returning to Diagon Alley. Certainly. Most were still wearing Muggle clothes. After all, parents who come to take their children to school still have to pass by the Muggle station. Follow the relevant laws protecting Muggles. They dress as closely as possible to Muggle life. As Devereux looked left and right, wanted to find where Harry was. "By the way, I was loading the entries on passers-by like crazy." Bite. Discover the wizard's secret realm and trigger the exploration function. Current wizarding secret, London Wizarding Station. Exploration progress, 1.1%. Devereux was stunned. "I really didn't expect that this station can be regarded as a wizard's secret place. But it is true that this place may have been 200 years ago. After the Industrial Revolution, students began to be transported to Hogwarts. The history is quite long." Thinking of this, Devereux suddenly became excited. This station is completely different from Diagon Alley. This place is so big, and there is no nocturne alley to suppress his exploration. That is to say, he may be able to directly increase his exploration level today. Devereux looked around. "I saw a lot of people on the platform. All kinds of people pass through it. Some parents are helping their children pack their luggage. The students are excitedly talking about the upcoming new semester. Some with owls. Some have cats. There are even ones with a toad like Devereux. That's probably Neville. There should be some good entries on it." However, Devereux didn't care about them at all at this time. This entry has plenty of time to load when it arrives at Hogwarts. Far away, a huge red steam train was emitting white smoke, waiting for the arrival of passengers. Devereux had no luggage in his hands either. He immediately started running on the platform. Immediately ran from one side of the platform to the other side. Focus on the system panel. Keep an eye on exploration. He took a step and jumped up suddenly at the speed of exploration. 0%. 1%. 5%. 15%. 30%. Byte. Spell proficiency cards have been issued. 60%. Byte. Entry upgrade card has been issued. 100%. Byte. Get the wisdom of the sages. Boom. Stand on the edge of the platform. Devereaux trembled all over. A huge amount of knowledge was introduced into his mind. Intertwined and integrated with each other. It contains a terrifying amount of information. Even if Devereaux is a wizard, such a huge amount of knowledge is also unbearable. It is estimated that an ordinary 11-year-old wizard could bear it. Your brain will be on fire at that moment. After holding my head and digesting this knowledge for a while, Devereaux slowly stood up straight. Open the system panel and take a look. A new item appears on the panel. Possessing the wisdom of the sages, Zen meditation method of Venerable Buddha. Venerable Buddha's meditation method, continuous practice can improve the intensity and recovery speed of magic power. More importantly, this ancient magic practice method can establish a closer connection between the mind and magic power, allowing you to able to maintain inner peace and strength when facing difficulties and challenges. Chapter 13 The Silent Curse makes its debut. When Devereaux saw this introduction, he couldn't wait to start practicing on the spot. After all, this is a way to increase the strength of his magic power. The previous battle with Snape, he clearly felt that he was a minor. In terms of strength and reserves of magic power, they are all significantly inferior to adult wizards. This makes him a little insecure. And then in the safest school in the UK. But from time to time I have to fight basilisks and tear apart giant dragons. If you play half the battle, you will run out of mana. That's it. But now this meditation method can really solve his problem perfectly. Devereaux immediately walked inside the train. I want to find a quiet place to try the wisdom of this sage. See how it goes. But there are many people in the carriage now. Many carriages are full of people. The environment is very noisy. It simply does not meet the quiet environment required for meditation. Devereaux did this in every car. I can only regret putting this matter aside for now. There is really no rush for this moment. As a result, Devereaux wanted to find a car with fewer people to spend this long journey. Unfortunately, I happened to see two red-haired boys struggling to help another boy move a box. Yes, it's Harry Potter. The ones who helped him were the Weasley twins. Devereaux saw that all three of them seemed to be struggling. Then he came forward. Hey! Wait a minute, this should make it easier, said. Devereaux took out his wand and tapped Harry's luggage. The three people carrying the box suddenly felt that the box was very heavy just now. Suddenly it became several times lighter. Even Harry, the smallest among them, could lift it easily. The three of them worked together. The box was immediately placed on the luggage rack. Oh my God! Is this a levitation spell? That's great! You must be a freshman, but you can actually use spells so skillfully. The Weasley twins looked into Devereaux's eyes with great surprise. The other students nearby also looked shocked when they saw this scene. Although this floating spell is a relatively basic spell, but there are still many people in their first grade who have waited until the final exam. Nor can this spell be completed perfectly. Wait, spell? The twins looked at each other. Exclaim loudly. What you just used was a silent spell. Devereaux smiled modestly. Yes, it's just the simplest spell. After the twins experienced a brief period of speech dysfunction and dancing. Come up immediately. Wow, if we can also learn Merlin's beard, there will be so many things we can do. Yes, I haven't introduced myself yet, I'm Fred, and this is George. If you are willing, can you teach us?" As he spoke, Fred approached Devereaux's ear mysteriously. "It's not in vain. When we get to school, we can tell you a lot of the school's secrets. Although we didn't have time in the tower last year, we basically know all the secrets in the auditorium. Yes, I guarantee you won't find anyone in the school who knows the school so well." As they spoke, the twins exchanged fists with each other. Devereaux rolled his eyes. Said with a smile, "Yes, but you have to take me to see part of it first, and then I'll teach you." For Devereaux, after all, this kind of silent curse or something. In fact, it's just a matter of taking a look. Being able to let these two demon kings teach him about Hogwarts. Maybe you can get treasures like the Marauder's map from them in the future. Why not? Woohoo! The twins raised their arms and shouted. They immediately huddled together and whispered. It seems that he is already planning how to use the silent spell to play a prank later. Devereaux turned to look at Harry, who was a little at a loss at this moment. Apparently they had just talked about some magic spells, silent spells, and the secrets of Hogwarts Castle, which sounded very strange to him. Can't get a word in. Naturally there will be some awkwardness. Devereaux stepped forward and put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Come on, Harry, let's find a place to sit down first. Harry stood there blankly. Devereaux said this. He nodded quickly, indeed the car was about to leave. Then he turned around and planned to walk into the carriage where they were originally sitting. Harry? Could it be that, you are that Harry? Devereaux was heard calling Harry's name. The twins' whispers suddenly stopped. Harry had obviously experienced such scenes many times. He naturally lifted his hair from his forehead, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. The twins were stunned when they saw it. It was also the first time Devereaux saw Harry's scar in real life. This scar is more hideous than what I saw in the movie in my previous life. Devereaux even felt the urge to reach out and touch the scar. But considering Harry's mood, he held back. In fact, Devereaux has always been curious. Why did Avada Kedavra leave a lightning-shaped scar? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the original work. After showing them the scars, the twins ran out of the car yelling. It seems that I can't wait to share this with my family. Devereaux watched the two of them leave. Then he and Harry took their seats in the carriage. Devereaux has just added 2 purple entries on each of them to his entry shopping cart. I plan to check it out at Hogwarts later. The entries on them are Explorer, purple. Prank Inventor, purple. Should be said or not? Both entries work well. In general, has a purple entry. That means this person can be very good in this field. And if it is a blue entry, it has the potential to reach the mid to upper level. The golden entry means that the person is born to be a leader in this field. Those with red entries are basically people with great luck. Basically, it is integrated with some rules in this field to a certain extent. For example, take the entry Magic Potion Spirit Body. Devereaux thought it was too much of a supermodel. Although his knowledge base is still very weak now. But just talking about the level of brewing potions, he might be better than Snape to some extent. Of course, this is just a gut feeling. Devereaux has never really tried it, nor does he dare. But no matter what, the Weasley twins are indeed very talented people. No wonder they can at such a young age be the industry leader in pranks and tricks. Devereaux, you know so many spells. Harry was sitting opposite Devereaux and said somewhat frustrated. Well, I grew up in a Muggle family. I basically don't know any magic. If there is any test when I enter school, I will be doomed. Devereaux listened to Harry. Can't help but smile. I just wanted to say something to encourage Harry. At this time there was a knock on the carriage door. A little boy with red hair and freckles on his face stood outside the door. Can I sit here please? My name is Ron Weasley. Chapter 14, Exam Genius. Neither objected. The next natural experience was Harry showing off his scars. Ron marveled. Then we talked about something about the magical world. Harry's concerns about his magical abilities. Ron's comfort was obviously much more useful than that of Devereux, a top student. Harry felt a little more relieved. By this time Devereux had already checked Ron's entry. Forward. It's exactly the same as in the original work. Ron has a basic entry for magic ability, blue. There are no valuable entries left. As the second male lead in the original work. Plus Harry's advanced vocabulary. Compare the two. It does seem that Ron is a bit shabby. At this time the snack cart was pushed in. Rich man Harry waved his hand. Devereux and Ron, two poor children, followed suit and ate happily. Ron's family is usually poor. I really can't eat these snacks. Devereux is Snape, who is usually very mean. How dare he reveal the slightest thought of eating snacks? If he were to do this, just be prepared to work twice as hard on potions. After Harry accidentally ate a peppery BB's all-flavor bean. When you choke. The door suddenly opened. A girl with shaggy hair walked in. Followed by a crying, round-faced boy. Sorry to bother you, my name is Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. We are looking for his lost toad. Has anyone seen Neville's toad? As soon as she said this, both Harry and Ron turned their attention to Al, who was sleeping on Devereux's shoulder. Neville also looked over. But obviously, Devereux's Al and Neville's toad look very different. Al is much bigger. Devereux spread his hands. Said that this toad is definitely not Neville's one. I was thinking in my heart. Why is Hermione here with Neville? Did you change some events yourself? I immediately checked Hermione's entry. Name, Hermione Granger. Age, 11 years old. Entry, exam-taking expert, purple, magic ability, purple, potion perception, blue. Test-taking expert, purple, very good at reading textbooks, memory is beyond ordinary people, and can handle various exams with ease. OMG. Should be said or not? Hermione's talent is indeed good. At least after arriving at the platform. Devereux saw it. Except for the main character Harry. The entry configuration is the best one. And what Devereux didn't expect was that Hermione actually had an entry on potions. But in retrospect, being able to independently make polyjuice potion in the second grade is indeed impossible without some talent. Naturally, what Devereux covets the most is the entry exam-taking genius. Although Devereux is a magic wizard. But he is just a magic prodigy. Subjects such as history of magic that emphasize the accumulation of knowledge rather than practice. Then Devereux would probably be in the same pain as Harry and the others. With it. It is estimated that life in Hogwarts will be a lot more nourishing in the future. So Devereux added this entry to his shopping cart. Sorry, we probably didn't see it, but... Devereux touched his chin when he came back to his senses. Something suddenly occurred to me. Then asked Hermione. What's that toad's name? I might be able to find it. Really? It's called LeFou. Hermione perked up immediately upon hearing this. Looking at Devereux with bright eyes. I want to see what methods he can use. Devereux nodded. He pulled out his wand and called in a low voice. Here comes LeFou. Fur. Just listen to the sound of wind as a heavy object cuts through the air. Not even a second. A toad flew from a distant carriage into Devereux's hands. Devereux caught it easily. Passed it to Neville. Neville took it very happily. Suddenly sadness turned into joy. Wow! What kind of curse is this? Why haven't I seen it in the book? Hermione immediately came forward. Staring at Devereux's wand in awe. This is the flying spell. It should be a level 4 standard spell, but it is more practical, so I learned it in advance. Devereux smiled casually. Ah! Then I just memorized the elementary level of standard spells, and my progress has been slowed down too much. What should I do when I go to school?" Hermione heard Devereux's words. His face immediately fell. He murmured a little sadly and anxiously. Others were stunned that Devereux was already studying 4th grade material. Neville almost lost his hold on his toad. Almost let it run away again. Harry's expression, which had been comforted by Ron, became even more nervous. Devereux saw their reaction. While marveling that Hermione was indeed a genius in taking exams, she had already memorized the 1st grade textbook. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. While talking, Hermione actually memorized the 1st grade textbook. "I am already far ahead of most of my classmates." But this comfort obviously didn't make Hermione feel better. Still obviously a little anxious. But when she looked up and saw Harry, his eyes lit up. He immediately ran to sit opposite Harry. "Get out your wand." "Hee, although I don't know much, I only have a few basic magics, such as this one." With that said, he waved his wand at the nose pads of Harry's glasses. "Avada eats the big melon." A green light flashed. The famous savior failed to escape the killing curse again. Killed by Death Eater Hermione Granger on September 1, 1991. Beeb. The above is purely Devereux's inner thoughts. Recover as before. Hermione's voice was firm and clear. The tip of her wand released a soft glow. Moment. Harry's glasses were perfectly repaired from the crack on his nosepiece. The 1st grade students suddenly showed expressions of surprise. Neville even cheered. He excitedly raised the towed rifle he had just found above his head. His face was filled with unconcealable joy. I don't know if he was impressed by Hermione's magical skills, or just happy to find a toad. Harry was happy too. He thanked Hermione gratefully. "Thank you, Hermione. That's amazing." Ron seemed a little eager to try. He tightened his grip on his wand. It seems that he also wants to show off his spell. "Hey, I actually know how to do it, but it's just a little bit awkward," he said confidently, although there was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Hermione looked at Devereux with a big smile on her face. His eyes sparkled with pride, as if to say, "Look, I'm not bad at all, am I?" Devereux laughed and applauded her. Not in appreciation. Just then, suddenly, a pale boy with platinum blonde hair walked in with 2 honest boys. There was a hint of arrogance and disdain in this boy's eyes. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the noise they had made just now. He looked around at the students in the carriage. Finally his eyes fell on Harry. Chapter 15 Instant Kill. Draco Malfoy. The number 1 cub species in the original novel. It's not bad at all. Even if he said yes, he really couldn't be said to be a good person. The first fight at Hogwarts. Taking advantage of the fact that there are people at home, I can stir up trouble everywhere. In the early days, they believed in the supremacy of pure blood. Later, he was beaten repeatedly by Voldemort and Harry. The texture of the meat has become chewy and chewy. Only then did some anthropomorphic tendencies finally appear. Let go of the discrimination against Muggle-born wizards. But he was 11 years old. There is no doubt that he is still dead. Oh, it should be true this time. Malfoy looked at Harry with a bright look in his eyes. Clearly very interested in him. The whole train was talking about Harry Potter being here. Then it should be you. Harry felt very uncomfortable with his gaze. Said in a stiff tone. Yes. Devereux said nothing. Of course he knew what would happen next. However, he was also happy to see this guy suffer some losses. He didn't stop them. And what is said in the original work is really correct. Goyle and Crabbe really don't look like normal humans. They are probably the first and second ugliest looking people Devereux has seen since he came to this world. My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, and this is Goyle and Crabbe. Malfoy introduced casually. Hermione looked at him, frowning slightly. Obviously he doesn't feel comfortable with this person's behavior. Neville huddled in the corner, Toad hugging him tightly, trying his best not to draw attention to himself. But Devereaux's eyes almost popped out when he saw LeFou. Ron heard Malfoy's introduction. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Malfoy's expression suddenly darkened. What are you laughing at? Oh, I know. Malfoy looked at Ron. The sullen expression gradually turned into a sneer. I know who you are, red hair and freckles. As he spoke, the smile on his face became more and more unrestrained. As for the Weasley family, my father mentioned that there are too many children in the family to support. Listen. Ron's face turned red. Stared at Malfoy. But the other party obviously didn't come to mock him. So, Potter, have you noticed? There are also gaps between wizarding families. Different people will not help you to reach a new level, but I can help you. Malfoy said and stretched out his hand to Harry. But the result is obvious. Malfoy has already minimized his impression of the savior. Harry ignored Malfoy's outstretched hand. Thank you, but I can tell who is different. Harry's tone was as cold as if he had just taken it out of the refrigerator. Malfoy's expression changed several times again. Devereux watched and almost laughed. But I don't know if it's anemia or something. Malfoy's face was still pale. Potter, to be honest, you haven't appeared in the wizarding world for a long time. Malfoy said quietly. So you may not be able to judge clearly. If I were you, I would be particularly careful. If you continue to associate with some shady people, such as the Weasley family, such as Hagrid. As he spoke, Malfoy glanced at everyone present. Eventually it settled on Hermione. There was an obvious trace of disgust in his eyes. For example, Mudbloods. As soon as he said this, suddenly the three boys present stood up together. Neville threw the rifle directly to his feet. The originally timid expression was now full of anger. Ron's face was almost as red as his hair. Point directly at Malfoy. Take that back. Harry glared at Malfoy as well. Hermione was the only one sitting there helpless at this time. She still can't quite understand why everyone is suddenly so angry. What? You want to fight? Malfoy looked at them with a sneer. There was a provocation in his eyes. Apparently he was confident. Because Goyle and Crabbe standing behind him were huge. He looked stronger than all the boys present combined. Even if it does get into a fight, they are also completely unafraid. However, right now, Malfoy suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. I couldn't help but take a step back. Put your hand on your chest. An inexplicable fear suddenly crawled up his spine. It was as if he was being stared at by some kind of wild beast. He didn't know why he felt this way. But the pressure made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Malfoy looked up in horror. I saw a red light shooting towards him. Expelliarmus. A firm voice sounded. Bang. Malfoy felt dizzy. The whole person hit the wall of the carriage directly. He groaned. I couldn't get up for a long time. Goyle and Crabbe were frightened when they saw this scene. Don't dare to move at all. Hermione screamed. Ron was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Malfoy raised his head with difficulty, looking at this horrific scene in disbelief. It's unimaginable that there are people of the same age who can use such magic. I saw a strange little wizard walking towards me. The man grabbed his collar hard, pulled him up from the ground. Then he held the wand to his chin. Black eyes stared at him, full of threats and anger. Don't ever let me hear you say that word again. The man's voice was low and cold. Understand? Said. He thrust his wand hard into Malfoy's chin. Malfoy groaned in pain. Tearfully, he nodded and promised not to say it again. Very good. The little wizard slowly took his wand away. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly I was thinking about it. How to get revenge on this person. You must report to the professor as soon as you get off the bus. I also want to let my dad know that I want this person to be expelled. However, just at this moment, the man stabbed him sharply in the abdomen. Ouch! Malfoy screamed in pain. The body arched involuntarily. At the same time, the little wizard also poked Goyle and Crabbe in this way. The three of them suddenly felt their bodies floating uncontrollably. The man suddenly waved his wand. The three of them were thrown directly to the floor several carriages away. There was a loud bang sound. The students in the carriage were shocked by this sudden scene. Their eyes widened. Stick your head out. Wanted to see what was going on. What a big noise it made. Do it all. Devereux slammed the carriage door shut. Breathing heavily, he sat back down in his seat. He didn't know why. Why did I hear the word mudblood? Suddenly I couldn't control my emotions. After taking a deep breath to calm down. Look up. He saw the other four people looking at him dumbfounded. Chapter 16. What are the effects of meditation? Devereux, are you okay? Harry spoke first. His face was filled with worry. Several other people also looked at Devereux with concern. Neville was still in shock. Because he had just grabbed Crabbe by the collar. Unexpectedly, Crabbe passed out like mud in the next second. It really startled him. But get along with each other for a short period of time. They all found Devereux to be a steady, helpful person. A student who studies very well. But I didn't expect to do such a thing just now. Devereux had mostly calmed down by now. I'm fine, it's just. But he is still a little confused now. I don't know how to explain my sudden impulse. Suddenly, for some reason, Devereux began to breathe rhythmically. After a while, I feel my mind is clear. The restlessness of the magic power in the body was calmed down. The magic power consumed by the continuous casting of spells just now seems to be gradually recovering. Devereux opened his eyes in disbelief. This happened without him realizing it. Have you practiced Zen meditation? The effect is so good. It's okay, Devereux, if I knew these spells, I would definitely do the same to them. Ron patted Devereux on the shoulder and said. Neville also nodded repeatedly. Yes, this kind of spell is probably also a course for senior students. Devereux, you are much better than them. Thank you, guys. Devereux came away from the surprise of the meditation method. He forced a smile to these people. Although the effect of this meditation method shocked him. I even want to keep trying. But he still thought about why his emotions were suddenly out of control. This seems to be some kind of physiological reaction. The moment he heard the word, the magic power all over his body seemed to be boiling. Hot magic suddenly poured into my mind. Devereux's sanity was instantly shattered. All he wanted to do was beat up that guy. He didn't even think about anything else. Now I just feel a little scared. Fortunately, I don't know much black magic now. I just wanted to throw the Atharva Kedavra in that guy's face. But he was actually on the train heading to school. Treat your classmates like this. I don't know what kind of punishment I will receive. Think of this. Devereux felt very anxious again. Wait a moment, everyone, regardless of the fact that we were actually on the train to Hogwarts, knocking 3 classmates away and throwing them into other carriages. Hermione waved to get everyone's attention. I want to say that I shouldn't have done that just now, because I risked being expelled from the school. Really? That's what happened to first-year Hermione. Before experiencing the troll incident. He is still a stubborn person who takes school rules as his guideline. Ron jumped up immediately. No? Quite. Did you hear what he just called you? That word is equivalent to calling your whole family pigs. Do you understand? Ron was filled with indignation as he spoke. Neville also gave a rare serious nod. Like Paki, a popular British term that discriminates against South Asians. Hermione's expression suddenly changed. It seemed like I understood it all of a sudden. Why was everyone so angry just now? Of course Harry didn't understand this either. He was doing it simply because Malfoy had insulted his friend. No wonder, he just asked me. Hermione lowered her head and muttered something. It should be in front of the Devereux carriage. I've already met Malfoy. Suddenly, she looked up sharply. His face was red and tinged with anger. Like a little lion with fried hair. He looked very angry. He stood up without saying anything. Open the carriage door and get out. Devereux stood up and stopped her. What are you up to? Hermione struggled to push Devereux away. I'm going to teach them a lesson, Devereux, get out of the way. But it was obvious that it was impossible for a girl like her to push Devereux. Calm down, as you can see, I have already taught them a lesson just now, and I will be responsible for the issue of being expelled. I don't want you to be held accountable by the school for this matter. Devereux spoke. I don't know if it was influenced by meditation. The tone was very sincere. He looked at Hermione firmly. It seems to be extremely persuasive. The stubborn Hermione in the original book. At this time, it turned out that he just pushed Devereux a few times. He looked at Devereux and puffed his cheeks. Then he stopped trying to take revenge on Malfoy and the others. Devereux breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. My heart turned a little strange. Is Hermione so easy to talk to? Let's talk about the practice of Zen meditation. Can it enhance my persuasiveness to some extent? Devereux decided he would have to give it a try later. At the same time, he really doesn't want one or two of the big three to be missing because of him. Besides, it actually doesn't matter whether he goes to Hogwarts or not. He is a top talent in wand making, potions, and magic. After that, it was certain that he would become potions master with Snape. Drop out of school or something. Just scare little ones like Harry and Hermione. Devereux can't be restrained. Even if he was expelled just after arriving at Hogwarts. He doesn't care either. It's just a pity that entry upgrade cards and the like can be obtained at Hogwarts. Moreover, there is no source of stable supply of 180 blue entries every year. Now he is comfortable living a simple life. After a while, this dull atmosphere disappeared in the carriage. Although 5 people sitting in a carriage is quite crowded. But there are little snacks from Harry. Devereux and Hermione perform spells from time to time. They had a great time chatting. After all, just like what was said in the original work. A few people who had nothing to do with each other. After experiencing something special together, it's hard not to be a good friend. And beat up an arrogant and discriminatory young man. It should be one of them. Hey, Devereux, do you know what the test will be in the sorting ceremony? Harry asked. There was some concern on his face. Obviously he has little confidence in himself. No more interruptions from Draco Malfoy. The atmosphere in the carriage became much more relaxed. They naturally began to discuss their upcoming life at Hogwarts. Would the sorting ceremony be scary? There was a hint of uneasiness in Ron's voice. I heard it might cause a lot of harm to the body. Neville and Harry heard this. There were worried expressions on their faces. I don't know any magic right now. If I have to fight something, Hermione also looked serious. Apparently she was thinking about this too. Devereux laughed and said nothing. He thought to himself. What's the harm in wearing a hat? Ron, this stupid boy, has been tricked by his brothers. But he didn't say it. Just smile. Comforted. Don't worry, Ron, the sorting hat is just an ordinary magic item and won't hurt you. But obviously, the words of a young wizard who has never been to Hogwarts like them are not very credible. Then, They talked about which college they wanted to go to. Both Ron and Neville expressed their wish to enter Gryffindor House. There's a lot of courage and adventure there. And most of their family went there too. Harry said dejectedly that he might go to Hufflepuff. Hermione was undecided between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Her intelligence makes her a good fit for Ravenclaw. But the bravery deep inside made her yearn for Gryffindor. While chatting, everyone asked Devereux which college he wanted to go to. Me? I will most likely go to Ravenclaw, Devereux said with a smile. Find out the reason. Devereux is actually very interested in Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick is more than just a top dueling champion. Still a teacher of spells. If you can have a good relationship with him, maybe you can even ask him to open a small stove. Teach more advanced spells. Think of this. Devereux's eyes flashed with anticipation. Certainly. Now Devereux could be at risk of being fired. These ideas still seem a bit far away. But he did not share these concerns with anyone else. Instead, continued chatting happily with everyone. During this time, several people put on Hogwarts school uniform robes after being reminded by Hermione. The sky outside gradually darkens. Several people were eating snacks. Chatting lively. Devereux struck up a conversation now and then. Share some of his experiences and interesting stories in Diagon Alley. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were all fascinated by his stories. The carriage was filled with laughter and laughter. Some time passed. Devereux pretended to close his eyes and relax. Start trying the meditation methods you learned before. It was similar to the feeling after attacking Malfoy before. I just feel like my mind suddenly becomes clear. Everything seemed to have calmed down. He could even clearly feel the magic flowing through his body. Follow the guidance of the wisdom of the sages in your mind. Devereux suddenly withdrew his spiritual power from his body. Began to cover the carriage. But there is no difference among the other children. Devereux should be very excited at this point. But unusually calm. Just constantly exploring and circulating. Exercise your mental strength. That's all. To others, it looked like Devereux was actually asleep. Wait until it gets dark. Only a burst of air was heard. The train gradually stopped. Devereux slowly opened his eyes. He knew that he had finally arrived, Hogwarts. Chapter 17. Entering Hogwarts for the first time. The little wizards bustled out of the carriage. A mixture of excitement and nervousness. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Devereux also squeezed out of the train with the crowd. Devereux directly loaded the entries on each little wizard at this time. He even saw a few purple magical talent entries. Add to cart now. Cool. This is the reason why he came to Hogwarts. Night has fallen. The Hogwarts Express stops at a small, remote station. It was pitch black all around. Only the street lamps in the distance gave off a faint light. Etc. Neville suddenly exclaimed. Suddenly I remembered that my luggage was still in the carriage. He turned quickly. I want to go back and get it. Devereux quickly stopped him. Comforted. Don't worry, Neville, the school will help us deliver our luggage to the dormitory. You don't have to worry. Neville hesitated. But I saw that everyone had already got out of the car. He nodded. Follow Devereux. They made their way through the crowd. Came to the platform. Many first-year students have gathered here. Everyone is looking around. Looking for the next step. First-year students, please go this way. A deep and powerful voice came. Everyone looked along the sound. I saw a tall and burly figure standing not far away. He held a bright lamp in his hand. Rubeus Hagrid. Keykeeper and gamekeeper at Hogwarts. Come on, follow me. Hagrid shouted. His voice echoed in the night air. The little wizards followed him one after another. Follow a winding path towards the lake. There are many boats floating on the lake. Each boat is lit with a small lantern. Light up the way ahead. 4 people in one boat. Hagrid commanded. Be careful. There are some little ones in the lake who don't like people disturbing them at this time. Devereux had Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville quickly jump onto a small boat. I boarded another boat with several other classmates. The boat slowly sailed away from the shore, heading towards Hogwarts Castle. The lake surface is sparkling, reflecting the stars in the sky. The whole scene is like a fairyland. Wow, is this Hogwarts? Exclaimed a little girl on the boat with Devereux. Looks very cute. Especially a pair of big eyes. Flutter and flutter. Looks like some South Asian features. Eyes looking at the castle sparkled with curiosity and excitement. The little boy sitting next to Devereux clung to the side of the boat, afraid of falling into the lake. Another boy curiously put his hand into the cold water. The sound of rushing water made him feel extremely comfortable. He smiled excitedly. He seemed to have completely forgotten everything around him. The girl next to me said worriedly, "Zacharias, this is too dangerous. Don't do this." But the boy kept splashing the water with his hands. Talk back. Hey, you are all cowards, what's there to be afraid of? I think you will only be sorted into Hufflepuff. His smile deserves a beating. Taunting everyone in the boat equally. Devereux didn't care at all. It's just a kid's trick to attract attention. Instead, he turned to comfort another boy who looked nervous. My name is Devereux, don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. Someone spoke. The nervous little boy felt relieved a little. Forced a smile. Thank you, my name is Stebbins. Devereux smiled and nodded. But I was murmuring in my heart. This kid seems to have no sense of existence. I don't even remember such a person. Wow! Sudden! The little boy playing in the water screamed, waving his hands wildly. Overturned in the bottom of the boat. He saw a small mermaid curled up on his finger. It has a Thumbelina-like appearance. The lower body is a fish tail. After the little mermaid was discovered, clearly very dissatisfied, he sprayed a jet of water in the little boy's face. The little boy continued to scream. The sound echoed in the night sky, alarming other little wizards around. Devereux has quick eyes and quick hands. He immediately stepped forward and inserted the boy's hand back into the black lake. The mermaid saw this, quickly removed his fingers. Swim back into the bottomless lake. Devereux comforted the frightened children. Said seriously, "This is a Scottish loch monster, a magical creature. When they reach adulthood, they can become as big as humans, and there are many of them here." He had seen this creature in the books he had read before, so know how to deal with them. Devereux continued to explain. These little guys usually don't hurt people, they just like to play pranks. As long as you don't mess with them, they won't attack you. The little boy slowly climbed up from the bottom of the boat. There was still a look of horror on his face, but no more screaming. He rubbed his eyes that were sprayed by water arrows. Somewhat embarrassing. "Thank you, my name is Zachary Smith," the little boy said stiffly. "Devereux Alexander." Devereux responded with a smile. "I was thinking. Oh yo. It turns out to be this guy. The one who kept contradicting Hermione in Order of the Phoenix. Not very good guy. Blacklisted." The other little wizards gradually calmed down. They looked at Devereux curiously, as if he were an expert on everything. "Devereux, you are so knowledgeable." The girl admired. "My name is Padma, where did you learn so much about magical creatures?" The little girl looks very cute. Not bad compared to Hermione. Devereux smiled slightly and replied, "I bought a lot of books in Diagon Alley and brought some from home. I have always been interested in these things," said. Then he started chatting with the children about the knowledge he had learned from the book. After a while, several children were watching his lecture with great admiration. Except for Zacharias. He seemed a little unhappy with Devereux. Even if he did himself a favor. Devereux, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Wait until the boat docks. The little wizards walked past the boathouse. Follow Hagrid up the long cliff stairs. Finally, everyone officially entered Hogwarts Castle, the entrance hall. They looked up. The sight before them took their breath away. Hogwarts Castle stands majestically on the top of the hill. Like a huge, ancient fortress. Guard this mysterious land. The outline of the castle looked particularly clear in the night. Countless towers and spears reach into the sky. Like rows of sharp spears. The outer walls of the castle are made of heavy stones. After hundreds of years of wind and rain erosion. Still as solid as ever. The walls are covered with ivy. There are also a few dim lights hanging in some places. Emits a warm and mysterious glow. Huge windows line the walls. A little light shines from inside. It seemed like countless pairs of eyes were watching these new little wizards. The front door is two heavy oak doors. It is engraved with complex magical runes and patterns. In front of the door, stood an elderly but elegant lady who had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 18 Castle Exploration Plan. They were greeted by Professor McGonagall. She stood solemnly at the door. The moment Devereux saw this lady, his eyes almost popped out of his head. He was too greedy for the entry of this lovely and respectable professor in the original work. He lacks the most talent in transfiguration. He had asked the system before. Why is he obviously a magic wizard? It is very easy to learn all kinds of spells. But why is it so difficult to learn the art of transfiguration? The system's answer directly silenced Devereux. To say that he has a talent for transfiguration is too bad. The magic wizard has a remarkable effect on spell magic. It's because Devereux's own talent is pretty good. Entries cannot solve all problems. Now that he can't learn the art of transformation, it's already the result of the magic prodigy's efforts. If not satisfied, just look for more entries and increase your efforts. What? How can a time traveler like me be so talented? Devereux is somewhat autistic. Compared with Harry, a son of super destiny with golden words all over his body. His own origins really pale in comparison. Maybe that's Ron's level. Even worse, he would have to sit at the same table as Neville. So Devereux is extremely hungry for high-quality entries. But finally Devereux saw the goddess that haunted him. Professor Minerva McGonagall. First-year student, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid said to Professor McGonagall. Apparently he was also a little afraid of this venerable lady. Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me to pick you up when you get here. Professor McGonagall nodded. He looked at the noisy freshman with a serious expression. This majestic old professor has the ability to speak without speaking. The ability to make everyone quiet. Under her gaze. When no one is talking. Professor McGonagall turned around. She opened the door wide. Inside, the stone walls were surrounded by blazing torches. The ceiling is so high that you can barely see the top. On the front is a luxurious marble staircase. Direct access upstairs. Devereux was still somewhat distant from Professor McGonagall at this time. There is no way to view her entries. Anxious, Devereux jumped to his feet. But there is no way. There are too many people. Devereux wanted to pull out his wand at this moment. Shoot out all the little wizards blocking him in front of him. In the end, I had to be like everyone else. They followed Professor McGonagall along the stone floor. Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Bite. Discover the wizard's secret realm and trigger the exploration function. Current wizarding secret, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Exploration progress, 0.01%. Sure enough. Just as Devereux expected. Hogwarts is a secret place for wizards. But what he didn't expect was, this Hogwarts is too big. What does this 0.01% exploration rate mean? In other words, he just walked a long way. It can only be regarded as 1/10,000th part of this magic school? That's outrageous. Just coming up from the cliff stairs, Devereux was shocked by the size of the school. I didn't expect to judge based on the system. The size of this place is probably far beyond my imagination. No wonder the Weasley twins ended their first year. There is no way to fully explore the school. It is really impossible to complete this matter within one school year. Devereux had to be grateful for his wit at this point. Fortunately, before coming to school, the silent spell has been used as bait. Found Fred and George, the two demon kings in Hogwarts who were frightened by the news. Be your own tour guide. Otherwise, relying on himself, it is estimated that he can detect 30% in 7 years, which will be good. However, Devereux still felt that this was not enough at this time. Hogwarts has a rich history. There are probably many places like the Room of Requirement where even the twins have never been found. Just rely on their words. The progress is not expected to be very fast. You still have to rely on yourself. Devereux pondered. If you rely on yourself. As a freshman, he is still subject to many restrictions. It is impossible to go to many places. For example, the Forbidden Forest. Another example is the restricted book area and other places. In the original book, Harry's invisibility cloak is really a good thing. With it, then shouldn't the entire castle be left to one's own devices? But the invisibility cloak is one of the 3 hallows of death. Dumbledore must be keeping a close watch. Anyone who wants to borrow money here is probably under surveillance. Devereux frowned slightly. He didn't want to be targeted by Dumbledore. That would definitely be a constraint everywhere. After all, you have to rely on yourself. Devereux now has 2 options. One is the disillusionment curse that appeared in the original work. Another one is the animagus. However, there is currently no way to figure out where to learn the Phantom Curse de Viro. So now the only choice left is animagus. So said Professor McGonagall's entry. So important. Walked a while. The little wizards were taken into a small stone room. The space is too small. Many young wizards complained. But for Devereux, what a great place this is. He finally came within 3 meters of Professor McGonagall. Check out Professor McGonagall's dashboard immediately. Name, Minerva McGonagall. Age, 55 years old. Spell library, animagus, mastery, various transformation spells, mastery, comma. Entry, shape-shifting monster, gold, magic talent, purple, good teacher, purple. Transfiguration monster, gold. The talent for transformation is at its peak, and he is extremely rigorous and serious. This is the most important talent for transformation. You will eventually achieve something on this path. Magic talent, purple has magic talent that exceeds that of ordinary wizards, can learn spells faster than ordinary people, and has a certain degree of creativity. Good teacher, purple good at imparting knowledge and skills, and can also guide students' moral growth, stimulate their potential, and play a positive influence on students' personal development. It is very likely to become a beloved teacher. Wow! Devereux's eyes widened. He is indeed the future headmaster of Hogwarts. The level of this entry is not inferior to that of Snape. It might even be more useful for Devereux. He is really scratching his head right now. Harry's 2 entries, 1 gold and 1 purple, were previously loaded on the station. It's all in the cooling down stage now. Look at the entry in front of you. But can't load. This was simply more uncomfortable for him than killing Devereux. Devereux, what's wrong with you? Neville beside him asked worriedly. At this time, Harry and his group of 4 had already met Devereux. Are standing together. Have you ever experienced what it feels like to go to the toilet and be pulled out? Devereaux said with an ashen face. Neville shook his head in horror. That's how I feel right now, Devereaux said weakly. Their whispers caused Professor McGonagall to glare at them. Neville stood up straight immediately. Devereaux, on the other hand, had a droopy face and showed no interest. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said after the audience was quiet. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you go to the restaurant to sit down, you must first confirm which college you will enter. What follows is a long list of words about the meaning of sorting. Devereaux didn't listen. Now he just wishes that time would flow faster. Why does the cooling time take so long? Chapter 19 Sorting Ceremony. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will be held in front of all the teachers and students of the school. Professor McGonagall's eyes wandered over all the disheveled little wizards. So I suggest that you tidy up and feel refreshed while waiting. Harry nervously held down his unruly hair with his hand. Devereaux was calm and collected. Although the inability to load entries now makes him a little depressed. But I just used meditation a little bit. I suddenly felt refreshed. Sure enough, the wisdom of this sage is very useful. When it's ready over there, I'll come and pick you up, Professor McGonagall said. Please remain quiet while you wait. With that said, he left the room. As soon as the professor left, the little wizards became restless. They all began to discuss the sorting ceremony for a while. Devereaux, on the other hand, was not worried at all. It's different from these kids who don't know anything. He is a veteran Harry Potter fan who has read 7 original books and 11 movies. He didn't care about trivial matters like sorting into different schools. It would be nice to go to Ravenclaw, where he had always wanted to go. It's okay to go to Gryffindor and hang out with the protagonists. Even if you go to Hufflepuff, you can often get a lot of free snacks from the house elves. And Slytherin was the last place he wanted to go. After all, that was the college where his master Snape was. It somewhat put him in a psychological shadow. And just now on the train, Malfoy, who was definitely Slytherin, had offended a few people. He didn't want to spend the next 7 years with these guys. If the Sorting Hat thinks he's suitable, he could also emulate Harry's behavior in the original novel. Just say it silently. Don't go to Slytherin. Don't go to Slytherin. Don't go to Slytherin. It's probably no problem. The Sorting Hat definitely still follows one's will. Otherwise, how could the timid and despicable Pettigrew enter Gryffindor? So the plan works. Talk about it. Just got off the train. Devereaux saw the Malfoys who had been thrown into other carriages by him before. They were all bruised and swollen. I guess Devereaux's last throw. Let them fall hard. While walking on the street, I was constantly laughed at by other children. Malfoy, who has always been the most arrogant. They all lowered their heads to prevent others from seeing their injuries. Devereaux watched their performance. The mood is so good. Don't know why. It seems that the fear of being kicked out of school is gone. Devereaux took advantage of this moment. Start practicing some meditation. The little wizards next to them had no intention of talking or joking. All very nervous. Hermione muttered something. She was reciting the spell she had learned quickly. Devereaux calmly adjusted his breathing. Meditation can also be practiced while standing. Of course the effect is not as good as sitting down. With the adjustment of breathing rhythm, Devereaux relaxed his whole body. Suddenly I felt as if the world was getting further and further away from me. Hermione's recitation became quieter and quieter. I know I can't hear it at all. At this time, even if there was a ghost, many little wizards would be scared to death. Devereaux couldn't be bothered anymore. Devereaux suddenly entered a meditative state. It was as if he and his own magic were the only ones circulating in the whole world. There was only a grey mist all around. Devereaux felt nothing but a deep sense of calm. Gradually, He felt as if his control over magic had become stronger. The direct reason for Devereux's feeling is the grey mist surrounding his body slowly retreated. Devereux could be seen slipping past him now. A little wizard who wants to avoid the sudden intrusion of a ghost. But it seems that this kind of viewing is a kind of third-perspective viewing. He can even see herself. Not from his eyes. Devereux can't describe what it feels like. It's like getting up in the morning and looking in the mirror. The reflection angle of the mirror suddenly changed completely. Suddenly I found that I looked weirder than before. Devereux tried to keep flowing the magic. I want to try to see if I can push this grey fog away to a greater extent. But gave it a try. Nothing effective. It is estimated that his current magic level is not high enough. So Devereux once again entered into regular practice. After running it twice again. Withdraw from practice. Open your eyes slowly. I only feel that my ears and eyes are clear, and my mood is extremely calm. It was as if nothing that happened would disturb his heartstrings. At this time, the ghosts just finished greeting the new students. All gone through the walls. Oh my God! Devereux, you can't believe what you just missed. Although Neville came from a wizarding family. But it was probably the first time I encountered a ghost. At this time, he was shaking with fear. Devereux smiled. They would see this ghost often after that. It's okay, Neville, I heard that one of our classes was taught to us by a ghost. As soon as these words came out, Neville's face turned even paler. Now, get in single file. Professor McGonagall is back. Speaking to first-year students. Follow me. Follow Professor McGonagall. The little wizards walked into the auditorium in an orderly manner. The auditorium was brightly lit. The 4 long tables represent the 4 houses respectively, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each table is set with exquisite tableware and silver candlesticks. The candle light flickered softly on the smooth tabletop. The senior students are already seated. All eyes turned to these new junior students. Certainly. Most of the attention was drawn to Harry. He was too embarrassed to respond to the stares. The most striking thing is the ceiling of the auditorium. Even Devereux was stunned by this fantastic and wonderful scenery. It is enchanted. Showing a starry night sky. Stars twinkled in the darkness. It was as if the entire universe had been moved into this hall. The moon hangs in the sky, spreading a faint silver glow. Light up every corner. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students down the long red carpet. Go to the front of the auditorium. There, on a high stool was an old hat, the Sorting Hat. Sure enough. The Sorting Hat is patched. Very worn. And extremely dirty. For a moment Devereux was a bit reluctant to put it on his head. Not a moment. The hat began to sing his strange song of the Sorting Hat. A brief introduction to the 4 major colleges. Received applause from the audience. In order for him to be able to assign himself to a satisfactory college in the future, Devereux still gave face like everyone else. Applause. Next is the ironclad Hannah session. Sure enough, I was sorted into Hufflepuff. Devereux ranks somewhere in the middle of the pack. Behind Malfoy. But in front of Harry. One by one, the little wizards went up. Were assigned to their respective colleges. Malfoy seemed to sit down. Then he and the Slytherin prefect began to whisper quietly. Point out Devereux from time to time. He was probably complaining. Finally. Devereux Alexander. This surname is less common in the UK. It attracted some people's attention. Devereux takes a confident stride. He walked up the steps very gracefully and picked up the Sorting Hat. When it's time to put it on your head. The Sorting Hat suddenly screamed sharply. Slytherin. Chapter 20 Bloodline is supreme. Strength is supreme. Slytherin. After the Sorting Hat shouted. Sparse applause came from a long table. Obviously for a little wizard who is not from a pure-blood 28 family. They're not very interested. Devereux was stunned. No. We haven't brought it with us yet. Aren't you going to be confused about the Sorting Hat? We are the unparalleled super geniuses in the magic world. Am I not brave and loyal? Forward. Doesn't seem very loyal. But at least consider the students' opinions. I don't want to sleep in a dungeon for 7 years. Professor McGonagall took off the Sorting Hat. Give Devereux a gentle push on the back. Push Devereux out of his meltdown. Devereux stood up stiffly from the barstool. My legs felt as heavy as lead. He took hesitant steps. Slowly walked towards the Slytherin table. On the Slytherin table. The students looked at him expressionlessly. There was curiosity in their eyes. But mostly apathy. As if waiting for a new person to join. But don't expect too much. Devereux doesn't mind the indifference. It's just that my heart is full of hopelessness about future college life. Hey, hello, welcome to Slytherin, I'm Marcus Flint, the prefect. Devereux was suddenly spoken to. Turn around. I saw a tall boy with strong muscles. He has short dark brown hair and sharp blue eyes. There was a confident and slightly arrogant smile on his face. Hello, my name is Devereux Alexander. Devereux nodded hesitantly. Marcus smiled and lowered his head. It's amazing that you can master the disarming spell before you even enter school, Devereux. Even in Slytherin, your mastery of spells is considered very good. I guess many third-year students would be no match for you in a duel. Surprisingly, Marcus didn't seem to be bothered by what Devereux did on the station. And what are your opinions on him? On the contrary, she was actually quite enthusiastic towards him. It's quite a contrast to other Slytherins. Well, thank you. Actually, I'm not that good. The spells I master are definitely not as good as those of my third-year seniors. Devereux was not knocked unconscious by the other party's praise. Still very humble. By the way, load the other party's blue entry. Don't be modest. If you want to gain respect in Slytherin, modesty is not a good quality, especially, you know. Marcus said cryptically. Devereux knew it right away. The other party must be talking about blood family matters. Really? From the attitude of these Slytherins just now. You can tell. They should also know about Devereux using Expelliarmus to defeat Malfoy. But he didn't pay much attention to him. Some people may even do it because of Malfoy. And deliberately left out. Under such circumstances, Devereux wants to avoid being picked on by people from all walks of life in the future. You have to show your abilities. Devereux glanced sharply at every Slytherin. Most of them have cold eyes. Only Marcus is relatively friendly. Of course there was Malfoy who hated him. Do nobles have sophistication in their relationships? Haha, it seems that before further learning the art of transfiguration, we need to solve the problem of interpersonal relationships. Devereux's eyes flashed coldly. Then what should I do? Can duels happen within Slytherin? Devereux asked Marcus eagerly. As a result, Marcus was confused by this problem. Duel? What duel? Devereux was stunned. Forward. Those fanfics from past lives and so on. Isn't it written that Slytherin has some sort of duel between prefects of each grade? We Slytherins definitely don't see a person's value in a duel. What era is this? The war has ended a long time ago. Devereux wanted to hold his forehead at this moment. It seemed that his fighting nature had been exposed just now. Fanfiction is harmful to people. Marcus said with a weird look on his face. What I said about not being humble is to encourage you to work hard to achieve results in your studies. You have a good foundation in spells. If you work hard in this area, if you can reach the top of your grade in total, then Slytherin will also give you rewards. Award. Award? Devereux's ears perked up when he heard this. Excuse me, what does this so-called reward refer to? Devereaux pressed on. You can let freshmen go to places they can't go, right here in Hogwarts. Marcus smiled mysteriously. A place you can't go to? Then Devereaux must go. This is a major event related to the progress of his exploration. Devereaux was immediately motivated. Okay, Prefect, then this year's number 1 in the grade will be mine. Devereaux assured, patting his chest. Phew. Hear him say this. Malfoy, who was sitting across from him, laughed out loud. Even many Slytherins laughed. Oh, Alexander the Frenchman wants to be first in grade? This is really possible, if he can recognize all the English letters. Malfoy said in an extremely exaggerated tone. His 2 followers followed him in laughter. Many Slytherins also laughed. Even though they may not find the joke funny. A bunch of people who follow the trend. Devereaux glanced over at the smirking men. He was secretly blacklisted in his heart. Of course Devereaux didn't mind the joke at all. He didn't feel like he was French. So this kind of vulgar joke can't hurt him at all. Seeing Devereaux's expression unchanged, Malfoy's laughter gradually faltered. His eyes became more and more evil. By the way, Devereaux, your surname should be French, why don't you go to school at Beauxbatons? Marcus didn't smile either. To change the subject. Pretending to be casual, he asked Devereaux other questions. Well, actually it was my mother who entrusted me to. Woohoo! We have Potter. Crackling. Before Devereaux could reveal that he was Snape's potions apprentice. Suddenly a burst of cheers sounded from another long table. It was accompanied by a loud slamming of the table and a stomping of feet. Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. Devereaux stopped mentioning the matter. Marcus didn't seem very interested in this matter. So they went on to talk about other things. For example, the structure of Hogwarts is what Devereaux is most concerned about. At this time, the last remaining member, Blaise Shabani, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, picked up the sorting hat and left. At this time, the one who is the most powerful in the original. He was also the most unfathomably arrogant and stood up with a smile. Albus Dumbledore. He said, spreading his arms. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words. That is, idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw. Thank you everyone. He sat down again. Everyone clapped and cheered. Including Slytherin students. It can be seen that they still respect the powerful wizards. Next up is the back-to-school dinner that Devereaux is looking forward to. He dared to say that this was definitely the best dinner he had ever had. If Snape hadn't pulled him away midway. Chapter 21 The Shock of the Half-Blood Prince. Overall, Devereaux was very satisfied with the banquet. But it's not perfect. There are 3 points in this. The first point is that other students except Marcus don't pay much attention to me. It was probably Malfoy who guided me. There was a tendency to isolate Devereaux. Of course, Devereaux didn't care. He is only interested in the castle, or in other words, the entry upgrade card. He completely ignored the tricks played by these underage brats. The second point is that Bloody Barrow sat directly diagonally across from Devereaux. Forehead. A man covered in blood sits across from you. It will affect people's appetite to some extent. Devereaux didn't touch red food all night. But it was Malfoy who had more opinions than him. He barely ate a bite. Devereaux looked at him with a gloomy expression. My appetite is getting better. The third point is that Snape suddenly appeared and interrupted his feast. Alexander, follow me. Devereaux hadn't waited until the last dessert was served. A familiar and deep voice sounded. Devereaux's hair stood up at the sound. It's not good to scream secretly. Turning back stiffly. Then he saw Professor Snape, who was wearing a black cloak and his eyes were as sharp as snakes. I have to solve your problem." When Devereux heard this, he immediately frowned. "Put down the pudding that you have been craving for a long time." He stood up and followed Snape. Draco Malfoy's eyes lit up, whispering excitedly to Goyle next to him, pointing at Devereux. Crabbe said a little silly. "This guy was sent away by the teacher. Ha ha ha, I thought my dad was going to take action. Now that Professor Snape knows, he has a good relationship with my dad and he's been very kind to me. Alexander will definitely be expelled." Draco's tone was filled with schadenfreude. "Yes, you said that if you want to be first in grade, you will be expelled now that school starts," Goyle echoed. The three of them laughed more and more proudly. Marcus looked at their leaving figures with some concern. Probably not, but Professor Snape actually came to call him in person. "Sigh. I guess the situation is not good," he whispered. As a result, all Slytherins thought that Devereux was about to be expelled. Dumbledore, who was in the classroom seat, looked in the direction of Slytherin. The clear blue eyes narrowed slightly. Devereux followed Professor Snape through the dark corridors. "I have mixed feelings." He had no idea where Professor Snape was taking him. "But I felt a little uneasy. The main thing is the fear of being fired. After that, it will be difficult to contact the professors at the school." Snape's footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Devereux followed. "I silently prayed that everything would be resolved smoothly." Snap! Snape placed a huge piece of parchment on the table. "First write down your simplified recipe for Polyjuice Potion and the corresponding configuration ideas here." After Snape took Devereux into his office. After using the wand to get Devereux a chair. Then he sat down on his seat. He stared straight at Devereux. This made Devereux relieved. It's not just about him hurting people on the train. "Sit down, take Snape's quill and write." Although the idea this time was after he obtained the magic potion Spirit Body. Just thought of it. It has not been tested experimentally. But Devereux had a gut feeling. It's okay to do this. In line with the trust in the red entry. Devereux just wrote it down. Snape said not a word during the process. The only sound in this office is the rustling of quills writing. Less than a quarter of an hour. Devereux wrote it all out. The speed was so fast that Snape raised his eyebrows slightly. Somewhat surprised. He originally thought that Devereux was a child. It only takes less than half an hour to write such a complicated thing. It's probably impossible to figure it out. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Devereux was certainly fast. These things come to Hogwarts. I have long known it by heart. Snape took the parchment and began to read. To be honest, even now, he still has doubts about Devereux's words. He still thought Devereux might be the dark wizard from Nocturne Alley. What deal was made? Not only taught him spells. He also taught him various methods of brewing potions. But now, he doesn't think so anymore. Snape sat upright at this time, picked up the quill and began to reason seriously according to Devereux's ideas. Completely immerse yourself in the world of potions. At this point Devereux was finally able to take a good look at Snape's office. As soon as I walked in the door, Devereux felt the temperature plummet. It feels like the place where Slytherin stays is one level lower than other places. There were several dim oil lamps hanging on the surrounding walls. Emit a faint light. There is a large desk in the center of the office. The desk is piled with various books, parchment paper and bottles and jars. Bottles of different colored liquids shone strangely under the light. Some of the liquid is still slowly swirling. As if there is life. There is a thick black book on the corner of the desk. It had some illegible words written on it in silver ink. Behind the desk is a high-backed chair. The chairs were covered with soft black velvet cushions. Professor Snape sat there. His black robe looked even darker in the dim light. The face is shrouded in shadow. Only a pair of sharp thinking eyes shone in the darkness. Behind him, there is a wooden door. The paint peeling off the bronze plate on the door has words vaguely engraved on it. Storage room. Devereaux's eyes lit up. This is a great place. In the original book, the protagonist group relied on stealing herbs from Snape's storage room several times. Only then were we able to overcome the difficulties. I guess I might be a regular visitor here, hee. After half an hour, Devereux began to yawn. Snape put down the parchment in surprise. At this time, the parchment was already filled with various annotations. It's so dense that it's hard to see the original content. Impossible. Devereux raised an eyebrow. Is this old bat still doubting himself? This is definitely not something that the Nocturne Alley gang can make. Devereux nodded with satisfaction. That is indeed impossible. Snape sighed. Leaning back in his chair, he held his forehead and looked at Devereux. That look was like looking at a monster. Why? What why? Devereux was a little confused by Snape's abrupt question. Why didn't you do this when you were an apprentice? Put forward your suggestions for improvement or something like that. Snape's language at this time was much kinder than before. His facial expressions relaxed. But there was still some shock and confusion. He was now so shocked by Devereux that he couldn't put on the airs he had before. This guy's idea is a huge discovery that can change the way of making this kind of magic potion. It may even have a big impact on the entire science of potions. Definitely a unique potion genius in history. But before, he remained in obscurity for so many years under his own hands? It was really puzzling to Snape. Well, you won't let me. Devereux said the answer he had been preparing for a long time. He knew it would leave Snape speechless. What? You, hiss. Snape subconsciously wanted to refute. But when he opened his mouth, he thought back to his previous attitude towards Devereux. I suddenly felt that what this guy said seemed to make sense. I really didn't let him express any opinions. See his expression. The corners of Devereux's lips curled up slightly. Can choke this old bat. It is really tied with cleaning up Malfoy as Devereux's two favorite entertainment activities at the moment. Chapter 22 in Slytherin, modesty is not a good quality. I don't know if I saw Devereux's pride. Or just want to torment Devereux. Snape immediately put away his shocked expression. The original gloominess was restored. Okay, then from now on, come here every Friday afternoon. There will be a task for you. Snape ordered in a deep voice. Devereux listened. His face fell again. No. One more afternoon a week to be alone with this old bat? That's a real sin. But Snape was a professor and head of Slytherin. Devereux had no choice but to obey. It seemed that it was specifically designed to prevent Devereux from feeling comfortable. Snape talked about another thing. Also, let's talk about the spell. Devereux pouted. What is supposed to come is finally coming. Snape should be here to hold him accountable for what he did on the train. Although in the original book, Harry and his party also cast a curse on Malfoy on the train. But Devereux is not sure he will be treated like a savior. Professor, it was Malfoy who insulted my friend first, so I took action. So Devereux argued as hard as possible. What Malfoy? It was beyond Devereux's expectations. Snape seemed to have never heard of this matter at all. Frowning slightly. It's about that time I used a spell to attack Malfoy on the train. Professor, you don't know. Snape waved his hand impatiently. Things like that aren't important. I'm asking you why you know so many advanced spells, and even mastered apparition. This is an extremely dangerous spell. Devereux blurted out. So Professor, I won't be expelled for casting a spell on a classmate. Snape snorted. Point your finger towards the parchment on the table. With this thing here, as long as you don't kill someone, I won't let you be expelled. Devereux was stunned. He also didn't expect that this polyjuice potion would have such a great effect. How could Snape protect him to this extent? At this time, what Marcus had just said to him at the Slytherin table echoed in Devereux's ears again. Modesty is not a good quality in Slytherin. Seeing Snape's attitude, then Devereux felt too relieved. It's not just about firing him. Devereux became very relaxed. I just chatted with Marcus, plus Snape's attitude towards me. Let him know. You must not hide your abilities. Hidden clumsiness. Package yourself like a kid. A new student doesn't understand anything. That is totally not possible. He's just a super genius. Why? It's because in schools, there are many places where there are only good enough people. For example, being able to get first place in grade or something like that. Or a place where only people with outstanding performance in other aspects can go. And, as long as you are good enough, then the school leaders will take some actions against him. Turn a blind eye. Just like the original Voldemort. So in order to be able to explore Hogwarts in all directions without blind spots. Also in order to be able to get more care and privileges in school in the future, I have to show my sword to these old men in the school. Anyway, I have an entry for a time traveler. Not afraid of legilimency. So what are you worried about? Let them see what absolute genius means. Think of this. Devereux sat relaxed in his chair. It was like returning home. Snape's frown deepened. Devereux relaxed his body and sat up straight. Professor. The reason why I know so many spells is not because I have any deal with the Dark Wizard, nor because I have done other illegal things. It's because, he said to Snape with firm and serious eyes. Actually, I'm a genius. I can learn all the spells instantly. For example, if I watch someone else do apparition once, I roughly know how to do it. After watching it a few times, I can use it skillfully, and the same goes for other spells. Devereux finished. There was a long silence. Snape crossed his arms. Cover half your face. Plus black hair cover. Devereux didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe you're suppressing a laugh? Or maybe he was thinking about the credibility of Devereux's statement. Of course Devereux thinks the former is more likely. You can learn it yourself just by watching others cast spells. Snape repeated the words. I haven't experienced any training or any systematic guidance, and it's only been a month since I got my own wand. There was no emotion in his deep voice. With just a few glances, you can master spells that even senior students cannot master. Devereux nodded repeatedly as he listened to the other person's story. Indicates that it is indeed the case. Snap. Snape slammed his hands on the desk. The books on the shaking table shook. Do you think I'm a fool? The dark figure suddenly stood up. Lean forward. Pressing on Devereux. Snape's eyes were fixed on Devereux's. There seemed to be anger about to burst out in his eyes. The two were now very close. Devereux could smell Snape's shampoo. Forehead. Well, it should be the smell of grease. Devereux completely understood Snape's behavior. After all, he and Snape had lived together for a year. Same with potions. There was really no sign that he was a peerless spell genius before. Then Snape didn't believe him so much. It is indeed understandable. But it is true that he knows all kinds of high-level magic. In addition to the previous matters of brewing polyjuice potion and modifying the wand. It must have shocked Snape quite a bit. Now here comes another wizard in magic. He should have some resistance, right? And he didn't tell a single lie. So he wasn't afraid of Snape testing him later. Devereux just wanted to say something more. But Snape ignored him. Walked out of the office directly. Devereux was also warned not to leave. No entry into the storage room or anything like that. So now he was alone in Snape's office. To be honest, he was really itchy now. I want to go to the storage room and get a good perspective. But I always felt that Snape might be back in the next second. Devereux struggled in his heart countless times. Just like in the previous life when my parents were away. It feels like I want to secretly play with my mobile phone. Finally, after countless internal struggles, Devereux is going to give it a try. Jump off the chair. Devereux came to the storeroom door. First try to see if you can open the door manually. But the doorknob wouldn't turn at all. Devereux immediately pulled out his wand. Open the Elijah cave. He was now very proficient in the lock-picking spell. And Snape's storage room has not yet been visited by Hermione, Dobby and others. Apparently security measures were not in place. It was easily opened by Devereux's spell. Devereux's lips curled up. It's time to open the door and take a good look at this holy place of potion ingredients. What are you doing? Suddenly it was like a basin of ice water in the middle of winter. Devereux was shivering from the cold. Turn around. Snape was looking at Devereux with a sullen expression. Come with me. Strange thing is, Snape didn't pursue it. Instead, he said sullenly, use actual combat to test whether you are the so-called genius. Devereux smiled. He already had itchy hands. And he had no intention of convincing Snape with words. Xin Ran followed Snape out of the office. Chapter 22 Savior. Are you sure? Sci-fi. In a hidden corridor of Hogwarts, Dumbledore and Snape stood in the moonlight. At this time, all the freshmen had returned to the lounge and were getting ready to sleep. Professors are also getting ready to take a break. It's hard to completely confirm. I have lived with him for a long time. Although there were some strange changes a year ago, no matter what method I use, I can't see the problem. He is still the same person. But just this month, he suddenly seemed like a different person. I don't mean personality or anything like that. There was no change, but he suddenly became a genius, just like. Snape's expression was solemn at this time. Rarely, the wording is confusing. Just like his father, right? Dumbledore's calm blue eyes stared at the moon outside the window. Yes, so, I was wondering if there was something wrong over there that made him suddenly change like this. Snape looked very anxious now. His hands clenched unconsciously. This is difficult to observe, sci-fi. As for the Savior, we can only protect him as much as possible. Dumbledore was still looking at the moon in the sky. Responded to Snape without changing his tone. Savior? Do we still need a savior now? The incident 7 years ago has fulfilled the prophecy. We no longer need a savior. Snape suddenly became emotional. He said with rare gritted teeth. There was a little sadness on his face. As if recalling something painful. I'm sorry, Silforth, for not telling you right away. You hadn't come back yet. This morning, Sybil made another prophecy, just before the train departed. Dumbledore finally turned back to Snape. There was endless sadness in his blue eyes. It also reflected Snape's face as pale as paper. Go through the long corridor. Professor Snape pushed open the heavy wooden door. A cold wind blew in my face. Devereux couldn't help but shudder. This is a classroom. There is a large and open space. There are several tall bookshelves lined up around it. It is filled with various spell books and magic props. There are several dummies placed in the center of the classroom. They were wearing shabby robes. The face is blurry. It was as if he had been hit by countless spells. But what caught Devereux's attention the most was in the classroom at this time. There was actually a Hogwarts teacher already standing there. Headmaster Dumbledore. Devereux was suddenly at a loss. Professor Snape didn't care about that. Go to the podium. Turn around. The sharp eyes looked even colder in the dim light. Now, let's see if your so-called genius is worthy of the name. He said coldly. I cast the spell, and you watch. When you learn it, say, let me see if you can really do this. The headmaster and Headmaster Flitwick are very interested in your talent, so you'd better do what you say you'll do. Only then did Devereux realize that Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, was also there. Forward. I really didn't notice it just now. After all, the Dean of the Ying Yuan is really a man as tall as his waist. Devereux nodded slightly. He looked uneasily at Dumbledore and Flitwick beside him. This is the big boss in the magic world. Although I had previously made up my mind to be popular in school. He also expected Dumbledore's attention. But I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Dumbledore felt his look. Smiled slightly. As if to encourage him. Devereux took a deep breath. Pulling the wand from his waist. Walked to the middle of the classroom. Nodding to Snape. Signal that you are ready. Snape nodded imperceptibly. A wave of the magic wand in his hand. Squeak. Quack. Suddenly the family members in the classroom seemed to come alive. They all pupated on the ground. Each one becomes plump and plump. The scarred cloth skin was resutured. In the end, every figure is like new. He stood in the classroom like a real person. You can even move around. Devereux looked at this magical scene. Gradually I became excited. Shooting a fixed target is definitely not as exciting as shooting a moving target. Professor Snape said nothing. Then he raised his wand. Aim at a dummy. Collapse. As the spell falls. A red light shot from the tip of the wand. Hit the dummy. The latter immediately fell to the ground. Not moving anymore. Devereux immediately raised his hand. Indicate that you have learned it. So fast. Dumbledore and Flitwick looked at each other. They all saw that the other party was a little surprised. Snape stared directly at Devereux. His eyes were a little confused. A mixture of emotions. Devereux memorized the pronunciation and movements of the spell in his mind. In fact, he learned this trick early in the Leaky Cauldron. Just never used it on Snape. However, the difference is actually not big. It's the difference between watching it once and watching it twice. Okay, now, it's your turn. Professor Snape said coldly. Devereux raised his wand. Take a deep breath. Aim at the other dummy. Collapse. He spoke the spell clearly. The tip of the wand glowed red. Bang. Hit the dummy. The dummy fell down. Bang. 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 Flitwick and Dumbledore couldn't help but applaud. Especially Flitwick. His face was full of appreciation. Obviously, Devereux is very surprised that a freshman can do this to such an extent. Professor Snape's expression did not change. Then, he began to cast more complex spells. From simple life spells to more complex hexes. Devereux watched intently. Every time Professor Snape finished casting the spell, he imitated them immediately. Encountered an unseen spell. He just watched it a few more times. Comes with a wand that fits you perfectly. Basically there are no mistakes. Every time he successfully casts a spell. Principal Dumbledore and Dean Flitwick were both generous with their applause and cheers. To the end. Professor Flitwick even wanted to shake Devereux's hand. And Devereux expressed his deep regret that he could not come to Ravenclaw. Devereux regrets this too. At this moment Devereux opened the Dean's panel. Name, Phileas Flitwick. Age, 56 years old. Spell library, silent spell, unmatched, banishing spell, mastery, comma. Entry, magic genius, gold, duelist, purple, fairy bloodline, purple. Magic genius, gold. The speed of learning magic is much faster than that of ordinary people. He is extremely creative and is destined to become a magic master. Duelist, purple. Has a strong sense of battle and is almost invincible in a one-on-one duel. Fairy bloodline, purple. As a hybrid between a wizard and a fairy, you have unique physical characteristics and magical talents, and are uniquely talented in protecting and forging magic. Can be good. Devereaux immediately added these items from Professor Flitwick to his shopping cart. It's time for charms class. Just load them all. Come to your senses. Devereaux smiled and said that the 4 major colleges are all very good. I like it very much. But Snape's expression became increasingly gloomy. Devereaux thought he might have seen him and Professor Flitwick getting too close. They will take away this piece of cake from themselves. In an instant, Devereaux felt extremely smart about his decision to show off his strength at full power. Snape couldn't be nicer to himself after that. Bang! 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 You did very well, Devereaux. Devereaux Dumbledore approached. He said while clapping his hands. What a rare magic genius! The last time I met a student as outstanding as you was more than 20 years ago. Dumbledore looked at him with a smile. Devereaux spent a year in Snape's repressive education. Such a compliment! His affection for Dumbledore immediately doubled. Thank you, Principal, for the compliment. I am indeed a genius. Devereaux said without hesitation. Haha, when you say that, I think you are indeed more of a Slytherin. Flitwick said with a smile. Dumbledore had a smile on his face when he heard this. Yes, modesty is not a virtue for Slytherin. Decades ago, a student about your age also said this to me. Dumbledore looked up, as if remembering. At this time, he had come within 3 meters of Devereaux. Devereaux quickly opened Dumbledore's panel. Name, Albus Dumbledore. Age, 109 years old. Spell library, Legilimency, no one can match it. Transformation curse, no one can match it. Loyalty curse, no one can match it. Entry, power, red. Magical spirit, red. Mentor of the great being, gold. Shape-shifting monster, gold. Holder of the elder wand, gold. Alchemy genius, gold. Redeemer, gold. Purple. Language expert, purple. Magical creature affinity, purple. Chapter 23 Horrible entry. Wealth, red. You have the potential to explore everything. You can dominate the world and benefit all living beings. Everything is your choice. Magic spirit, red. You have the talent to cast any magic. As long as you look at any magic, you can know its casting method and effect. As long as any magic is cast by you, the effect will be doubled. Mentor of great beings, gold. You will personally guide the great beings in the digital magic world to take different paths, and play an extremely important role. Transfiguration monster, gold. The talent for transformation is at its peak, and he is extremely rigorous and serious. This is the most important talent for transformation. You will eventually achieve something on this path. The holder of the Elder Wand, gold. The holder of the strongest wand will never lose in any duel. Alchemy genius, gold. He has extremely high talent in alchemy, and can even see into the secrets under the laws of alchemy. He is bound to become a master of alchemy. Atoner, purple. Carrying sins, living to pay for his sins every moment, with extraordinary will, which strengthens some of his spell effects to a certain extent. Language expert, purple. Has an extraordinary talent for learning various languages, including cross-racial languages. Magical animal affinity, purple. Born with a strong affinity, making magical animals willing to get close to you. This. Devereaux looked at this panel and was speechless. He knew that Dumbledore should have many powerful entries. There will definitely be golden entries. There might even be red entries. But he really didn't expect that Dumbledore's advanced term would have so many ellipses. He is the only one with the golden entry. That's almost as many golden entries as Devereaux has seen so far. Not to mention, this is a red entry I have seen elsewhere. He actually has 2 of them. There are so many purple entries that I can't even count them. He truly is the greatest headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. So powerful. Devereaux said nothing. Directly load and copy the magic spirit body, red. He has never copied this kind of red entry with added examples before. Devereaux was extremely excited. Magic potion spirits have had this effect before. Then this magical spirit is not allowed to take off. Byte. Loading copy is in cooling down state. Cooling time, 29 days, 26 hours, and 27 minutes. The imagined physical evolution did not come. It turns out that the entry copy is still cooling down. Devereaux wants to cry but has no tears. How so? He actually wanted to copy Harry's useless savior entry. As a result, the Dumbledore entry that is so close at hand cannot be copied. Devereaux's mood quickly dropped. Dumbledore is still reminiscing about something. Didn't see Devereaux's strange behavior. Oh, as I get older, I just like to look back on the past. Let's talk about you, Devereaux. As he spoke, Dumbledore pulled out a roll of parchment from his sleeve. You know, Devereaux, the contents of this piece of paper alone will prevent you from having to take potions classes for 7 years at Hogwarts. As he spoke, Dumbledore glanced at Snape. But he was so sullen that he didn't notice at all. Yes, including the display just now, I am convinced that you don't have to come to my magic class. Of course, I still hope you will come. Flitwick echoed loudly. So Devereux, I think that the ordinary courses of the same grade may not be enough for you, so. Dumbledore suddenly looked serious. I think you don't need to go to the charms and potions classes that have been assigned to you in the class schedule. Ah. Hear the news. Devereux was shocked. No need to go to class? No need for a potions class. Wow. That's great. The joy was immediately palpable. The disappointment of not being able to copy the red entry was immediately overtaken by this good news. Devereux nearly jumped. However, Dumbledore's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. But that doesn't mean you really don't have to go to class. Dumbledore continued. Rather, you can choose not to take the courses currently assigned to you, but to take the upper year courses. After all, we are a school at Hogwarts. Dumbledore explained kindly. Devereux nodded slightly. Although I felt a little disappointed that I still had to attend Snape's class. But he realized it would actually be better for him. After all, he is a super genius in potions and spells. Taking classes with lower grade classmates does not help you improve very much. Learn advanced things directly with senior classmates. It is indeed the best choice at the moment. However, this brings up a new problem. Professor, which grade level should I take? Devereux as a freshman. It is not clear at all what the difficulty and progress of the courses are at each grade level. Don't worry about this. The two professors will show you their lesson plans, and then you can make a decision. The time will be set next week. After you get familiar with campus life, you can decide which grade course you want to take. Dumbledore said to Devereux pleasantly. Professor Flitwick next to him also nodded repeatedly. He added. When you come to class tomorrow, I will give you the lesson plan I prepared this year. Professor Snape remained silent. He just looked at Devereux coldly. Devereux immediately felt reassured. After all, there is a week's buffer. Pretty good too. He bowed and thanked the two professors. Thank you, Professor. Well, Devereux, do you have any other questions? Dumbledore accepted Devereux's thanks with a smile. Asked patiently. Devereux looked down and thought. I found that I really had a question that I didn't understand. Professor, I'm not asking this because I don't like Slytherin. Devereux looked at Snape guiltily. Stack in armor first. It's just that I don't quite understand why the Sorting Hat sorted me into Slytherin. And it didn't take my opinion into consideration. Ask this question. The three professors all fell silent in unison. Dumbledore smiled. Blue eyes looked at the defeated dummies. How should I put it? Maybe the Sorting Hat thinks that you are a born Slytherin. Okay, Devereux, how about letting Professor Snape take you back to the lounge? I took the train and took the test today. You should be tired. Go and have a rest. Devereux didn't wait to ask. Dumbledore still said in his calm tone. It was impossible to hear any mood swings on his part. The decision was made to end today's testing. Professor Snape walked to the door. Turning back to Devereux. Follow me. Then walked out the door. Although I was a little confused by the principal's answer. But Devereux hurriedly said goodbye to the two professors. Then he chased after him. I did not continue to dwell on this issue. When the door closes, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick looked at each other. It's very similar, even beyond. This talent can be said to be unprecedented. Professor Flitwick lowered his hand to say goodbye to Devereux. I looked at the back of this magic genius with both nostalgia and shock. Yes, it's hard to imagine that such a genius will come back again, and in two fields. Dumbledore unfolded the parchment in his hand. The eyes flashed. His father is just a magic wizard. Devereux is actually so talented in the field of potions. Maybe we don't need to worry too much about him. Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Snape walked quickly. Devereux couldn't catch up as he followed behind. But just around the corner, he slammed into Snape's thigh. Devereux rubbed his sore nose with his hand. Snape suddenly stopped for some reason. I saw the professor's dark eyes staring at Devereux. He suddenly broke into a cold sweat. No way. Could it be what I said to Professor Flitwick just now? Made Snape hold a grudge? Do you want to clean yourself up now? Devereux had his hand on his wand. Chapter 24 Permission to Return Late. Hello, Professor Snape. At this time, a voice came from behind Devereux. It's Fletcher, the caretaker of Hogwarts. He was carrying an oil lamp. Probably on patrol. Check to see if there are any students who stay up late at night. Now he was looking at Devereux suspiciously. Professor, is there a little wizard who is causing you trouble, running around and not sleeping well? Apparently he felt that Devereux had been caught by Snape after returning home late. Snape looked up at him. Shake his head slightly. He's here to help me. Fletcher obviously trusted Snape very much. After all, Snape really didn't seem like someone who would shield students. I guess they have cooperated to catch students many times. Take the lantern and leave. Wait a moment. Snape suddenly turned around and called to him. Fool Kai stopped in surprise. What's the matter, Professor? This student, Devereux Alexander, will often help me in the future, so he will come home late sometimes at school in the evening. As you can see, there is no need to embarrass him. Professor, this. Fool Kai looked a little embarrassed. This is certainly not in line with his usual style. Snape said nothing. Just stare at him. Fletcher felt the gaze. Swallowing slowly. Well, okay, but try not to go past 11. He agreed with difficulty. 11:30. Snape said in a low voice. Okay, Professor, I'll go on inspection first. Fletcher immediately agreed. Then he quickly left in a panic. Permission to return late? The corners of Devereux's mouth immediately turned up. This is good stuff. In the original book, Harry was punished many times for coming home late. Devereux is a man determined to visit every corner of Hogwarts. How could it be possible not to come home late? This privilege given by Snape is really timely. It seems that working for Snape is not in vain. Watch Falchi run away. Snape glanced back at Devereux again. Devereux felt that the other party must have something to say to him. But he couldn't guess what Snape was hiding from him. After all, he doesn't know legilimency either. Can't read Snape's mind. Snape said nothing in the end. He took Devereux to the entrance of the lounge. Tell him the password. He left by himself. Devereux breathed a sigh of relief. No surprises today. That is to say, countless valuable spells of various types were harvested. Also loaded a red entry from Harry. Although it has no effect. Let's study it in bed later. Devereux thought so. Then he got into the passage of the lounge. At this time in Snape's office. Snape sat in his large chair. His eyes were fixed on the parchment spread out on the desk. His fingers drummed anxiously on the armrest. He murmured in his mouth. Forget it, give him a year and don't tell him so early, right, that's it. The entrance to the Slytherin common room is behind a stone wall in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle. After Devereux read out the password. Entered into rest smoothly. To be honest. He sees where he wants to be for the next 7 years. I couldn't help but feel a little crazy. The Slytherin house common room is a long, narrow dungeon. A round, glowing green lamp is tied to a chain. Hang from the ceiling. Carved chairs are placed here for students to rest. There are also some skulls as decoration. Part of the dungeon extends to the bottom of the lake. Hence the green tint in the room. The walls and ceilings here are made of rough stone. A fire burned beneath a beautifully carved mantelpiece. Despite this, the common room still looked dark and cold. Seriously. Devereux feels that in comparison, living at Snape's house wasn't so unacceptable anymore. At least I can see the sun. This is like a ship sinking at the bottom of the sea. Would anyone really like this kind of place? Devereux felt like he was going to have gout. Well, there is nothing to complain about now. You can only hypnotize yourself, just like Dumbledore said. He must be a born Slytherin. Devereux walked across the lounge. On the way, we even saw giant squid swimming at the bottom of the lake from the window. There are also some strange creatures whose appearance is unclear. Although Devereux didn't like the feeling at the bottom of the lake. But the sound of water waves hitting the shore from time to time outside the window is quite relaxing. Devereux dragged his tired body. Slowly walk up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. What a wonderful day. He did too many things. First, he took Polyjuice Potion and headed to Nocturne Alley in the early hours of the morning. He almost got into a fight with the Dark Wizard inside. Afterwards, the Potion Genius entry was successfully upgraded. Then there was the fierce battle with Snape in the Leaky Cauldron. This was Devereux's first time fighting an adult wizard. Almost ran out of magic power. It also made Devereux notice the importance of magic. After finally being clever and defeated by the professor. The homemade potion recipe first shocked Snape's face. But this PSY is not finished pretending yet. I packed my bags and ran to the station immediately to go to school. Met the famous savior at the station. The third gold entry and the first red entry are loaded. He also became the savior, Fog. Then he met several of the Weasley children. I also explored the entire 9 3/4 station and obtained the wisdom of the first sage. I have to say, this venerable's meditation method is so useful. It helps me a lot. I haven't been practicing for long. Devereux felt that his magic power had increased a lot. If it hadn't been for this meditation method to continue functioning just now. Continuously help Devereux restore his magic power between spells. It is estimated that he will not last until the end of the test. By the way, Devereux remembered this. I still have an entry upgrade card that is useless. But Devereux is in no rush. He now wants to load Professor McGonagall's entry on the transformed monster. Upgrade it. Let yourself become an absolute genius in the 3 fields of potions, magic, and transformation. And after exploring the station, get to know Harry, Ron, Hermione, and others. By beating up Malfoy, developed good friendships with them. It is estimated that there will be a chance to follow the main plot in the future. Later, he came to Hogwarts and experienced a relatively unsuccessful sorting. Eat a big meal. Finally he was called away by Snape. Show off your skills in potions. Shocking Snape again. Finally, he revealed that he was a genius. Dumbledore and Flitwick were shocked again. The effect is remarkable. I got the privilege of being able to take senior classes and come home late. It's really a fruitful harvest after all. Devereaux opened the bedroom door with difficulty. Find your bed in the dark. Although he wanted to use fluorescent flashes to illuminate himself. But he was too tired. He threw himself directly on the bed that someone had made for him. Even the previous thought of practicing some meditation before going to bed was forgotten. Now he just wants to look forward to his future life in the magic school. Entering Dreamland. Chapter 25, Early in the morning, I got the entry. Host, Devereaux Alexander. Age, 11 years old. Identity, first-year student at Hogwarts, Potions Apprentice. Spell Library, Floating Spell, Mastery/Silent and Sound. Carry entries, Time Traveler, only, Magic Prodigy, only, Potion Spirit, red, Savior, red, Genius Staff Maker, gold. Entry Database, Unique, 2, red, 2, gold, 3, purple, 6, blue, 70, green, 881, white, 9372. Pet, Al, Magic Toad. Props, Entry Upgrade Card X1, Spell Proficiency Card X1, Magic Wand, Rosewood. The Wisdom of the Sages, the Meditation Method of Venerable Buddha Jaya. Number of Magical Secret Realm Explorations, 3. Devereaux was eating leisurely in the cafeteria of Hogwarts. By the way, tidy up your properties panel. Now Devereaux asked the system. Finally figured out some things. Unexpectedly, the entry for this magic spirit was actually a magic entry. My own magic wizard entry is its absolute superior entry. All spellcasting entries. They are all subordinate terms to it. Similar items will be automatically merged when loaded. So Devereaux does not need to regret that he was not able to copy this entry before. Or rather, everything in his current body is already as good as it can be for casting spells. Forward. But Devereaux always felt that the name Magic Spirit was a bit stronger. But that's not the point. The point is that the cooldown time for this red entry is a full month. Damn it. Then Dumbledore's other red entry was placed there neatly. Devereaux couldn't even get it for a month. What a torture. However, fortunately, the copy time of Devereaux's purple entry has been refreshed at this time. Then his first target is Hermione's examination genius, purple. Although yesterday I had confirmed that I had received a lot of privileges from Dumbledore. But, after all, you still have to take the exam according to the procedure. That is for the reward of being first in grade at the end of the semester. Also to make my campus life more comfortable in the future. This entry must also be obtained. So now Devereaux wakes up early on purpose. Just to wait here for Hermione to show up. But right now, an unexpected guest has arrived. What? He's still here like this? It was Malfoy and his two lackeys. Originally they walked into the cafeteria talking and laughing. Looking for a nice place to sit. As a result, I saw Devereaux sitting in a corner of the cafeteria eating as if he was a ghost. Isn't it possible? Then he didn't come home all night last night. Yes, you were called away by the dean, but you were not expelled. The three people over there were whispering. Devereaux laughed at their performance. To be honest, these three children are really slow. He went back to the dormitory last night. Although there is no light on. But the noise caused is not small, right? None of the three of them realized it. Forget Goyle and Crabbe. They certainly don't look very smart. Malfoy, you look thick-browed. Has your IQ also been downgraded? Devereaux ate his breakfast. He also took out some toad-specific feed he bought in Diagon Alley from his arms and fed it to Al. Yesterday, he went to the auditorium to participate in the sorting ceremony and later demonstrated his spell-learning ability to Snape and others. Al was not taken by Devereaux. But just like other luggage, the staff at Hogwarts helped me move into the dormitory. Of course, since Al is so small, he can only take it. The reason why I didn't take it. I also thought about it for a while. There are children all around. And Al's appearance is indeed unflattering. Just left it on the train. Now it's time to reward yourself. Malfoy and the others looked at him as if he were a ghost. Devereux was impatient. But even Malfoy came to the cafeteria. This time the target, Hermione, hasn't come yet? Devereux frowned slightly. I looked at my watch. This time is quite close to the start of class. Devereux finished his breakfast with a few shovels. Decided not to wait. Let's talk about it after class is over. Follow the original route. Devereux is not lost like Harry Ron in the original novel. Maybe it has something to do with his entry on Magical Prodigy. He can feel it. The emotion of being present on the stairs. So try to take the stairs where the mood is milder. In this way, we arrived at the classroom smoothly. It was also Devereux's first class at the school. Transfiguration class. Devereux walked into the classroom. It's not even 9 o'clock. The sun is rising. The scenery outside the window now became vivid. The leaves sway gently in the breeze. Sunlight dances among the leaves. I saw a tabby brown cat lying on the podium table. Devereux could tell right away. This is definitely Professor McGonagall's animal form. Ah! I really want to Emmy. But he restrained himself. After all, he is the dean. Give me some face. At this time Devereux also discovered. Hermione is already here. Apparently long before Devereux thought he'd wake up early. Hermione had already gotten up. Finished breakfast. Come to the classroom and wait for class. Devereux is worthy of being a good student, a genius who takes exams. At this time, Hermione's face was full of energy. She sat by the window. The sun shines on her face through the gaps in the curtains. It gave her a golden glow. She looked at the Transfiguration textbook carefully. It seems that I am previewing, well, or reviewing the above content. It's Hermione after all. Maybe the whole book has been memorized. Most of the students around were sleepy-eyed, as if they had not yet fully recovered from the exhaustion from last night. There is a huge contrast with her. That's when Devereux looked at her. Hermione stretched. Look away from the book. She happened to see Devereux looking at her. Then he smiled and waved to Devereux. The early morning sun shines through the window. Sprinkled on her hair. The golden light complemented her vibrant smile. Devereux felt warm in his heart. I felt an unprecedented sense of intimacy. Good morning, Devereux. Hermione's voice was clear and sweet. Devereux's spirits, which were a little sluggish from waking up early, were cheered up. There's no class yet. Devereux then approached Hermione's position. I didn't expect you to go to Gryffindor. I thought you would definitely go to Ravenclaw. Devereux naturally chatted with Hermione about the sorting. Yes, the sorting hat was still very confused at that time. Speaking of you, I thought you would definitely go to Ravenclaw, after all, you were so sure at first. I didn't expect it to be Slytherin. Hermione said with a look of regret. You said you should respect students' opinions. If you respect them, why would you go to Slytherin? At this time, Devereux had come within 3 meters of Hermione. Bite. The entry is loading. Devereux smiled. I happened to ask the principal yesterday about this question. As soon as these words came out, Hermione's eyes immediately widened. Did you talk to the principal yesterday? What did the principal say? Devereux stepped back and leaned against the wall. The entry has been copied. Okay. The entry is in hand. Devereux suddenly felt that his brain was working better. The books I memorized in my previous life to cope with my senior year in high school seemed to be fresh in my mind again. But hearing Hermione's question, Devereux replied with a wry smile. He said I was a born Slytherin. Hermione couldn't help twirling her hair around her fingertips after hearing this. "Ah! I think you are very different from those Slytherins." Apparently Hermione had grown tired of Malfoy's insults. "And I have a deep prejudice against this college." But Devereux had to give Hermione a thumbs up for this judgment. He felt so too. Chapter 26 The First Lesson of School, The Core Essence of Transfiguration. Devereux looked down at his watch. Course starts at a distance. There isn't much time left. There are already many classmates in the classroom. The environment started to get noisy. Devereux waved to Hermione to go to the Slytherin table. Then he turned and left. Devereux's appearance at this time obviously exceeded the expectations of the first-year Slytherin students. Everyone looked at Devereux with big eyes and small eyes. It was probably because I saw him not even finishing his meal yesterday. Then he was taken away by Snape. It felt like his expulsion was a certainty. But he is actually standing here alive today. Whispers about Devereux also began to spread among students. What's going on? He was not fired. I thought I would never see him today. Yes, is it some other punishment? Solitary confinement or something like that? I can't figure it out. But Devereux didn't care at all about the children's criticism of him. Not interested in them at all. Even the entries on his body. The harvest was completed yesterday. It has been collected into the lexicon database. Feel free to find a seat near the front and sit down. Although he has not yet loaded the transformation-related entries from others. But I also want to give it a try. Is this talent of mine really useless? I just don't believe in evil today. So Devereux was extra serious. I vow to prove my ability. Of course Devereux was sitting in the front row. It was also to be able to observe Professor McGonagall performing his most profound transformation technique for a while. The whole process of animagus. Try to see if you can do it with just the entry for magical wizards. Then he understood the details thoroughly. Pity. He didn't succeed. The school bell rings. He didn't take the tiger-striped cat that was lying on the podium. He immediately jumped off the stage. His body was seen twisting and turning rapidly. When Devereux couldn't even see the slightest detail. A dignified and serious lady in a black and green robe stood in front of the podium. Vice President of Hogwarts, head of Gryffindor House, and officially registered animagus. Professor Minerva McGonagall. Devereux was dumbfounded. This process is not magic. Or rather, the process isn't all magic. Magic is only a very small part of it. Devereux vouched for his status as a wizard of magic. Professor McGonagall just used a lot of magic power. But to accomplish such a huge difference in transformation, with Devereux's only knowledge of transfiguration, this is absolutely impossible. Unless the caster has transformed his body. Devereux recalled the fragmentary record of the animagus in the original novel. I vaguely remember. In this process, a very complex potion needs to be taken. The requirements are very demanding. And then in certain circumstances and conditions, take the potion. So, that is to say animagus. In fact, it is a product of the cross-fusion of transfiguration and potion science. That's why it has such an effect. Devereux's eyes lit up at the thought. He's not good at transfiguration. But as a potion spirit, he is a professional when it comes to innovation in potions. Several potion ingredients that may bring corresponding effects immediately came to mind. Keep arranging and combining them. Try to see if you can deduce the potion formula on the spot. Boom. 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 The sound of knocking on the wooden table suddenly brought Devereux out of his thoughts. Devereux looked up as if he was waking up from a dream. He saw Professor McGonagall staring at him with an angry expression. Mr. Alexander, can you tell me what you are thinking? Devereux immediately sat upright. It's really scary when a cat's hair explodes. Professor, I'm wondering whether the animagus is a product of multiple disciplines. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. It seems that he did not expect to hear content about animagus from the mouths of first-year students. My observation shows that when you transform, you use very little magic power, which is not required for such a complex transformation, so I guess that the advanced human body transformation should not only be the effect of the transformation technique itself. Professor McGonagall put away her angry expression and looked at Devereux in surprise. It's not just the obscure term animagus. What's more important is that Devereux can actually see her magic power consumption. This is truly unprecedented. In this way, Professor McGonagall became somewhat interested in Devereux's thinking. Well, that's true. So what are your thoughts on the realization of human body transformation? Devereux breathed a sigh of relief. Continued. My current idea is to combine transfiguration with potions. In potions, the idea of brewing compound soup potion is based on the transformation principle of the disguise magus, which is rare in the magic world. So maybe this idea you can continue to deepen the animagus, but this time you need to let the potion completely change the body structure of the user, rather than having a temporary effect like the polyjuice potion. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. There was a rare smile on his face. Your idea is very similar to the mainstream view in the academic world. General human body transformation is indeed deeply integrated with potions. However, animagus is a very dangerous magic that can be achieved only through potions and transformation. The effect of turning people into animals cannot avoid other problems that will arise in the process. You will understand this later when you reach 6th grade. Listen carefully. You still have a lot to learn in school. Don't think about becoming fat in one sitting. Finished. Professor McGonagall turned and returned to the podium. Devereux nodded his thanks. The professor probably didn't punish him because he was a first-time offender and the things he was thinking about were slightly related to the class. But the other little wizards were confused. What are they talking about? Yes, what is an animagus? Have you ever heard of it? I heard from the professor that it seems to be content for 6th grade. No, I'm in the wrong classroom? Is this still a 1st grade transfiguration class? What 1st grade? This is definitely not a question that should be discussed in 1st grade. Oh my god, in the 1st class here, the professor has already talked with other students about 6th grade content? What else are you learning? Even Slytherin, who had been criticizing Devereux just now, began to doubt Devereux's identity. Is he the illegitimate son of a pure-blood family? It's possible. Otherwise, how would you know so much? And I beat the horse. I haven't been expelled or anything. Yes, then we will have to. Malfoy was so angry when he heard this. See Devereux steal the show. But it was even more uncomfortable than being scolded. Obviously, these little wizards are inexperienced. Got caught for the first time. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell you will learn at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, standing on the podium, said. Anyone who wants to be naughty or distracted in my class will be asked to go out and will never be allowed to come in again. I have warned you. As he spoke, he glanced at Devereux intentionally or unintentionally. Devereux shrugged helplessly. The following is the official course. Professor McGonagall turned her desk into a pig and back again. Many changes have been made in succession. Suddenly, all the little wizards in the room were very interested in this course. Probably more excited than just seeing Professor McGonagall transform from cat to human. Maybe they think it's not good to turn into an animal? But all in all, everyone's interest was immediately aroused. Devereux watched it with great interest. Should be said or not. He is worthy of being a teacher with a good teacher entry. Professor McGonagall is also good at mobilizing the atmosphere. Then Professor McGonagall began to talk about various precautions. Transfiguration is an extremely complex spell, and correspondingly, it is extremely dangerous. Why do you say that? Professor McGonagall waved her wand. Countless powders of various colors are sprayed from the tip of the wand. They instantly condensed into a picture similar to a 3D stereoscopic projection. I saw the powder constantly turning into various twisted human bodies. A body that merges human and animal. Even a completely collapsed mass of flesh and blood. The disgusting scene made the young wizards present turn pale. Devereux looked thoughtfully. Is this the result of incorrectly casting transfiguration? It seems that the risk is indeed not low. If you take action rashly, I'm afraid I'm going to turn myself into some kind of monster. Learning about animagus requires long-term planning. These are all tragedies caused by using transfiguration and forgetting the greatest principle of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall emphasized to the students extremely seriously. And the biggest principle is to be cautious. They all rashly used deformation on themselves or others when they were not fully prepared, which ultimately led to tragic endings. The legendary Anubis, who protected Egypt, was an extremely powerful magic master who could even bring people back to life. However, such a powerful wizard could not change his head because of his reckless use of human body transformation. The jackal came back and lost half his sanity. There are too many such examples: the Sphinx who is half man and half lion, the Minotaur with a bull head and a human body, the Centaurus who became a half man and half horse in order to gain the energy of a horse, etc. So I hope you will always remain cautious and focused in the process of learning the art of transformation. Devereux listened. Nod slightly. When I saw the entry on the shape-shifting monster before, he was still wondering. Why is the most important quality of a shapeshifter master is prudence? Now I understand. Because you are not careful, you probably haven't become a master yet. He went directly to meet the god of death. The little wizards who were eager to try just now. Suddenly everyone felt a little depressed. It seems that he is extremely afraid of such a result. After doing the ideological work, then it enters the scope of theory. Same as described in the original work. These are the notes on transfiguration. It's so bitter and obscure. Even now he has the entry of examination genius. It's still a bit difficult to deal with. Of course, he must be much better than the kid in the same first grade sitting next to him. Devereux looked back and could see Malfoy biting his quill as he was tortured by the content of the course. I can feel a little better. And after the boring theory, finally it was time for the practical part that Devereux was extremely looking forward to. He wants to really try to see what his transformation talent is. Chapter 27: The Second Principle of Transformation. Microscopic World. When the operation officially begins, Professor McGonagall asked them to turn a match into a needle. Devereux was shocked by his terrifying talent. He replaces Seamus, officially the demolition mage of Hogwarts. He desperately wanted to use magic to change the structure of the match. But due to too much magic being injected at the same time, directly causing the match in his hand to turn into a fireball, running around the classroom. The fireball even set Ron's hair on fire. The students let out exclamations one after another. Professor McGonagall has a quick eye and quick hands. A wave of the wand. The fireball was turned into a deflated balloon. Fell to the ground. Only then did people in the classroom breathe a sigh of relief. Malfoy even looked gloating. He was delighted to find Devereux's weaknesses. The French are not good at everything. He purposely used Devereux to hear. But Professor McGonagall said in a voice that could not be heard. Devereux ignored him. Mr. Alexander, can you please reiterate the first and second principles of transfiguration? Professor McGonagall finished cleaning up the mess caused by the fireball. Walked up to Devereux and asked. It seemed that he was a little surprised that such a phenomenon would occur among students. The first principle is to be cautious. The second principle is to only change the structure, not the essence. Professor. Devereux answered honestly. Well, very good, then tell me, did you abide by the second principle just now? Professor McGonagall's question went straight to the core error of Devereux's operation just now. Devereux frowned slightly and carefully reviewed his specific operations. He did try to change the structure of the match just now. But it may be that his magic power was enhanced by the meditation method. He is already much higher than the ordinary little wizard. So follow exactly what Professor McGonagall taught in class. There is no doubt that it will lead to overinvestment in magic power, thus changing the nature of matches. Of course, his current ability is not enough to completely change the essence of a thing. It can only be said that the match has entered an unstable state. Only then did the fireballs run all over the classroom just now. Professor, I think it may be that I released too much magic power, which directly changed the essence of the object, or made its essence enter a restless state, and that's why the fireball appeared. Devereux expressed his thoughts. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. There was some appreciation in his eyes. A good seedling indeed. The logic of thinking about the problem is quite clear. That's right, so transfiguration is a discipline that pays attention to precision. You must first learn how to accurately control the magic power you use. This is the first step to do a good job in transfiguration. With that said, Professor McGonagall handed a new match to Devereux. Devereux took it. First put the matches on the table. Brew it carefully. Let's test how much magic power is needed to deform this match-sized deformation. At this time, Professor McGonagall suddenly gave instructions. What I said in class is that you need to concentrate, because the magic power of students at this stage is very limited, and some may not even be able to maintain a complete floating spell, but you, Devereux, are very different. Professor McGonagall was still very serious when she spoke. Originally, this is something students start to learn in the 2nd grade, how to control their own magic power, so today I will just give you some simple guidance. Pay attention to Alexander. The magic power required for transformation depends on the things you transform and what you want to change. Only by understanding the size and structural complexity of things can you truly grasp the key to magic in transformation. Devereux was deeply inspired. Thank you, Professor. After Devereux thanked him, immediately start looking at matches and needles. Even hold it in your hand to feel and figure it out. But I always feel like I'm missing the point. It seemed like I had fallen into some kind of bottleneck. There is no way to calm down and understand the matter of transformation. There were also children nearby chatting and discussing the reasons for the deformation. At this time, Devereux remembered that he still had a meditation method that was useless. Previously on the train and outside the auditorium. Indeed used. I feel calm inside. Noise from the outside world no longer affects me. Maybe you can try it in class and see if it has any effect? Devereux immediately began to adjust his breathing according to the key points of meditation. Half close your eyes. Begin to enter a state of meditation. With every deep breath, he felt the noise around him fade away. It was as if the whole world had gone silent. His thoughts gradually became clearer. Magic power slowly flows through the body. It seems to resonate with the surrounding things. Soon, Devereux successfully entered the same feeling he had felt outside the auditorium before. Everything around was covered by a hazy mist. Only within a 1-meter radius of Devereux could it be clearly felt. This is the increase in visual range brought about by his previous increase in magic power. But this time, Devereux isn't trying to clear this layer of fog. On the contrary, he gradually restrained his perception and magic power. Slowly focus on the matches in your hand. The surrounding mist also gradually covered Devereux's body. To the end, all Devereux could feel was the match in his hand. But it's not small enough. Devereux continues to narrow the scope of perceptual convergence. Gradually, even most of the matches were shrouded in mist. At this time, the grain and texture of the match stood out clearly in Devereux's mind. But that's not enough. Devereux continued to narrow the scope of his perceptions. Those fine structures you just saw, At this time everything became extremely grand. Devereux compresses his perceptions to the extreme. It was as if he wanted to integrate his consciousness with this match. Now, the match in his eyes has been stretched to infinite length and width. It's as vast as a new continent. But that's not enough. Devereux continues to narrow his perception. He knows. Everything at this point is not the lowest level structure yet. Not what he is looking for. But he knows. Soon. Soon. Boom. Just heard a loud noise. Devereux felt as if he was suddenly sucked into a strange space. He looked around. There is no fog. There are no professors. There are no other students either. He doesn't even have eyes. There is only an intuitive perception. Devereux knows. He finally came to the underlying structure of things. He can't see it. But it can be felt. There is a strange link here. It is the underlying connection between existence and existence. Devereux voraciously studied the underlying connections. Memorized their structure. With a better understanding of the structure, Devereux had an incredibly clear idea of how much magic would be needed to change it. He began to try to use magic to change them. Soon, he conducted his first successful experiment. He seemed to actually change part of the wood into iron. This time there was no instability of the previous nature. Certainly. It's all feelings. Nothing to actually see. He couldn't be sure. Right now. Suddenly, an invisible chill wrapped around Devereux's soul like a ghost. It was an indescribably weird feeling. It seemed like he was being targeted. There was a throbbing feeling in my heart of being watched. Very strange. Very strange. In this endlessly shrinking world. How can I feel like I'm being spied on? The feeling is actually getting stronger. Devereux's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Each beat was more violent than the one before. Almost breaking through the confines of the chest. In just 10 seconds. His heart was beating wildly. It seemed that the body could no longer bear the pressure. Too bad. It seems that some unknown force is eroding him. Devereux immediately stopped the meditation. Use all your strength to escape from this microscopic space. Boom. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The blinding light nearly blinded him. When he regained his sight again, he has returned to his seat in the Transfiguration classroom. My whole body was dripping with cold sweat. There is lingering fear in my heart. Warn. It is detected that the host enters the microscopic world. Chapter 28, Indescribable Existence. Microstructure Deformation Technique. Warn. It is detected that the host enters the microscopic world. Host, please act with caution, the microscopic world involves indescribable existences. Devereux sat on the chair in a cold sweat. At this time, the students around him were all enthusiastically trying to transform. No one paid any attention to Devereux's strange behavior. Microcosm? Indescribable existence. Devereux is now very confused. Boom. 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 The remnants of the terrifying experience just now were still there. The heart is still beating rapidly. Devereux took a deep breath. Try to calm your heartbeat. After a while, Devereux finally calmed down. You can think about what just happened for a moment. He just entered the microscopic world. This is a great improvement in perception brought about by meditation. And as the magic power and perception gradually converge, I was able to enter a space where I could see the essential connection between things. This is the so-called microworld of the system. And in this world, there is an existence of indescribable terror. Devereux had seen this description twice before in descriptions of the system. Once is this time. Another time was when the system was first bound. On the traveler entry obtained by Devereux, it is written that Devereux is a person who has received the blessing of a great being. So that is to say, in this world, Except for so-called magic. There is something else out there. Except for the dark wizards headed by Voldemort. Is there a more powerful, terrifying existence? Devereaux now recalls his previous operations of rashly entering the microscopic world. They were all a little scared. Just now I almost couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, he ran out immediately. Think of this. Devereaux planned to do this before he understood the details of the microscopic world. I won't continue exploring that place for the time being. A determined Devereaux. Only then did he focus on the classroom again. The class is now coming to an end. Hermione was the only student present. Turn the match into half a needle. Professor McGonagall was very satisfied. 5 points for Gryffindor. Devereaux looked at the match in his hand. Even if we just performed complex operations in the microscopic world. But look at it from a macro perspective. This is still just an ordinary match. Nothing has changed in appearance. Devereaux thought for a moment. Every detail I had previously perceived in the microscopic world was replayed in my mind. The arrangement and combination of each atom. He gently picked up the match. Close your eyes. Concentrate. Moment. The match turned into a slender needle in a strange wave. Bite. New spells added to the inventory. Please check it on the panel. Hear the system beep. Devereaux didn't stop moving. Instead, his eyes became more focused. The iron needle changed again in his hand. Became that familiar match again. Devereaux's eyes flashed with disbelief. Because he actually cast transfiguration without the help of a wand. Not just himself. The surrounding students were also shocked by this scene. They remember that Devereaux could only turn matches into fireballs. And now? How could he transform so freely? Well done, Alexander. Being able to deform an object and then restore it to its original state shows that you have mastered the principle of caution. Wait, you didn't use a wand. There was obvious surprise in Professor McGonagall's voice. It's amazing. It's the first time in my teaching career that I've seen first-year students cast spells without a wand. Well, it's incredible. You can cast spells without a wand. A very good performance. 20 points for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall said approvingly. Devereaux thus received his first bonus point at Hogwarts. He first opened his spell library to check. It was discovered that there is indeed one more spell. Microstructure Transformation Technique. Skilled/wandless objects that have mastered the microstructure can be transformed into arbitrary properties and forms. Arbitrary properties and morphological transformations? Devereaux's pupils shrank. Pick up the matches again. A thought came to my mind. The match turned into a smaller quill. Professor McGonagall was standing by at this time. She lamented that today she probably saw the first such a talented student she had ever taught in her life. Finally, in shock, Devereaux continuously transforms the matches into different objects. Professor McGonagall gave Devereaux another 30 points. That was Devereaux's first class at school. So I added 50 points to my college. Professor McGonagall also called Devereaux the most talented student he had ever encountered. He also welcomes Devereaux to come to him after class to ask questions. Devereaux was very useful. Did the system see it? Transformation masters all recognize their own talent for transformation. That is to say, the system doesn't know the ropes and feels that one has no talent. Of course I think so. Devereaux is still looking forward to loading and copying the entry of the transformed monster. How powerful will the transformation talent be? But at this time, Devereaux suddenly thought of a question. Now he has mastered the microstructure of the match in his hand. So you can make any changes to it. What if it were other matches? Can you still do this by yourself? Devereaux thought about this. Then he took out another match from the matchbox. Pick it up and hold it in your hand. A thought came to my mind. Bang! Another fireball leaps through the air. Devereux becomes the demolition mage again. He could only wait for Professor McGonagall to come over with a dark face and deduct 10 points from him. If you don't believe anything, it means he is not good at learning. Really. Devereux's transformation curse works so smoothly just now. No one believed that he didn't do it on purpose this time. The result was a very punishing punishment. It seems that he can't deal with anything other than the match in his hand. Use this microstructure deformation technique. Because he did not observe their specific microstructure. So Devereux paraphrased the first one. This will lead to unstable properties of the deformed target. It turns into something very destructive like a fireball. Devereux drew his wand. Very successfully turned a match into a needle. This time, I referred to the microstructure deformation technique and what Professor McGonagall taught in class. That is to say, at present, Devereux is still in addition to entering the microscopic world. There is no quick way to master transfiguration. You still have to wait for the entry copy to be refreshed. Devereux thought of something. Now that he can explore the microscopic world, then he must not be the only one in the entire magic world who can do it. That's the point about the horrors of the microscopic world. I wonder if Professor McGonagall doesn't understand this situation? Devereux decided to discuss this issue with Professor McGonagall alone after class. Soon. Transfiguration class is over. Devereux went with the group to Professor Flitwick's charms class. Although he no longer needs to listen. But with the idea of experiencing life. And Flitwick will give him the current progress of each grade in a while. Devereux still had to get to know the situation. There are so many things. Chapter 29 The first day of school. The school's obstruction. The 5th graders will extensively review what they have learned before. The other little wizards were listening to Flitwick explaining the main content of the charms class. Devereux was reading a pamphlet leisurely. What is written above is a very brief introduction to the course content that Professor Flitwick has prepared for the 7 grades of the school. That suits me quite well. Devereux finalized the grade level he would join. Turn around and look around. Everyone is listening carefully. Devereux also wanted to calm down and listen. But although Professor Flitwick speaks more humorously, but the content Devereux has largely mastered. After all, he is a combination of magic prodigy and exam-taking genius. Plus Devereux's mental union as an adult. The content of this class is indeed too simple. So Devereux planned to use this time to practice meditation. Boost your magic power. Then, in this spell course, which lasted a total of 2 hours, Devereux entered a deep state of meditation. Run the magic within your body through cycles. Completed 10 weekly runs. As your meditation practice deepens, Devereux found the grey mist surrounding him growing. It has now been pushed to 5 meters away. Keep developing at this rate. It won't take long. He can extend this fog to the entire classroom. Devereux noticed. As long as the object appears within the area covered by his fog, his ability to perceive these objects will be greatly enhanced. Even if it is a slight sound or a subtle fluctuation of magic power, he can even detect it. That is, if the range is large enough later. Then he can even cover the entire Hogwarts with his own perception. Then it is equivalent to him being a walking marauder's map. And this heightened sense of perception also helps with learning and imitating other people's magic. In general, Devereux carries the magic wizard entry. Watch someone else cast a spell. You can copy it again. But want to recreate the same effect exactly. That's something Devereux still can't do now. But if Jean Devereux is in a meditative state, within the range of perception, then his magic wizard entry will be strengthened. Just like the previous meditation method's bonus to the transfiguration technique. It is worthy of the wisdom of the sages. After combining with the entry, it can be said that the effect far exceeds that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This spell lesson passed quickly. Professor Flitwick did not require everyone to actually practice the levitation charm. In the original book, this actual spell training should only begin in late October. There's still some time left. Devereaux told Professor Flitwick about his decision to follow the 5th-year class. The professor was delighted with Devereaux's choice. He said that he also felt that the 5th grade course was most suitable for Devereaux. After all, it is the biggest year. Devereaux thought. The content is indeed not small, and it feels almost the same as the high school entrance examination in mathematics, physics, and chemistry in my previous life. But with the help of 2 major terms, magic wizard and exam-taking genius. Devereaux isn't worried at all. After saying goodbye to the professor, went to have lunch. In the Hogwarts curriculum system, the teaching arrangements for the field of potions are quite hierarchical. During 1st to 3rd grade, the students' main focus will be on the study of herbal medicine. Learn about various magical plants and their properties, and learn how to handle them properly. To the 4th grade and above, the focus of the course shifted to more complex potions. Students will learn how to prepare various potions, understand the ingredients, effects, and potential risks of medications. Therefore, first-year students like Devereaux, there are 2 herbology classes every week. Potions, on the other hand, only has 1 class on Friday. Herbalism is taught by Professor Sprout. Name, Pomona Sprout. Age, 58 years old. Spell library. Entry, Herbal Talent, purple, Magic Talent, purple, Cultivator, purple. Herbal Talent, gold achievements in herbalism, born with strong ability to identify and perceive various magical plants, may have good achievements in herbalism. Magic Talent, purple has magic talent that exceeds that of ordinary wizards, can learn spells faster than ordinary people, and has a certain degree of creativity. Cultivation, purple a wizard who is good at cultivating magic plants. The magic plants under your care will become more prosperous. The professor's entry does not have a golden entry like Snape, Flitwick, and McGonagall. But obviously, she is also a teacher who is extremely loved by her students. Devereaux judged that her achievements within the discipline may not be as advanced as those of several other deans. But he is definitely a good teacher. She is an extremely kind and optimistic person. Treat every student with patience and care. The classroom atmosphere is always relaxed and happy. Devereaux also makes no secret of his talent in this area. During the question-answering session, Devereaux scored 20 points for his academy. Of course, Devereaux also considers his own performance. In the lower grades, the importance of herbalism cannot be ignored. If he wants to be number 1 in his grade, then achieving excellent results in herbalism is an indispensable part. Although the original work does not explicitly mention the concept of daily performance. But Devereaux thinks, now that you have the opportunity to improve your overall evaluation through classroom performance, why not seize this opportunity? So we should try our best to do this well. After class, Devereaux declined Harry's invitation to go to the cafeteria for dinner. He went alone to the office location that Professor McGonagall told him in the morning. He wants to do it for his previous discoveries in the microscopic world. Ask Professor McGonagall some questions. But this journey seems not to be smooth. He walked up a seemingly normal flight of stairs. Unexpectedly, the stairs suddenly started to move. It led him into a narrow secret passage. The inner wall of the secret passage is rough and uneven. There was dust and a musty smell all around. Looking at this secret passage that I have never been to before, Devereaux's interest immediately rose. Exploring Hogwarts was one of his goals anyway. Let's take a walk this time. Maybe I discovered a secret passage that didn't appear in the original work. Devereaux groped his way. Use the wand to light the source. Move quickly. The secret passage seemed to keep winding. Devereaux followed the secret passage. Want to see where it leads? Gradually a glimmer of white light appeared in front of my eyes. It should be the exit. Devereaux immediately ran over. opened a small door and walked out. Familiar stone wall. A familiar dark environment. This is the entrance to the Slytherin common room. No. What is going on? Devereux looked puzzled. Could it be that the seniors and sisters from before were trying not to be late for class? Did you make a secret passage in front of the door? Devereux turned his head in confusion. But I didn't expect that the small door that was behind me just now disappeared. Devereux frowned. I feel like there's something fishy about this. It was as if he was deliberately prevented from going to Professor McGonagall. Just don't want him to ask questions about the microscopic world? Could this castle still have its own consciousness? Forward. It seems there is. A certain toad tried to get into the principal's office but failed. But you have to ask questions yourself. What is stopping yourself from doing? But Devereux wasn't about to give up. After all, this is a major direction for you to become stronger. If only we could solve problems related to the microscopic world. There is no doubt about that. Devereux's strength will take another big step forward. So it's impossible to give up. After some tossing. Avoid all kinds of stairs. Secret passage. Even after the armor got in the way. Devereux finally relied on the environmental awareness of Zen meditation. Found a way out of the secret passage. Arriving at the door of the office of Professor McGonagall, whom I had longed for. This is a small study room located next to the corridor on the second floor. Chapter 30 Studying Transfiguration at Hogwarts. Devereux took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and knocked on the door. Please come in. Professor McGonagall's voice came from behind the door. Devereux pushed open the door. Entered Professor McGonagall's office. The office is filled with the atmosphere of books. The bookshelf is neatly arranged with various books related to transfiguration. In the fireplace in the center of the room. The fire burned brightly, radiating warmth. As expected of the British, they still have to burn the fireplace in the summer. Devereux thought to himself. The highest temperature in summer in this part of the UK is only in the 20s. The average summer temperature is no more than 20 degrees. During the year he lived in England. I feel this cool climate almost every day. Sometimes I even feel that my body is going to suffer from rheumatism due to the humid climate. Therefore, Professor McGonagall was seen using the fireplace to keep warm in early September. No wonder. Professor McGonagall sat behind a large desk. He is reading a document carefully with his head down. She looked up. "See Devereux," said with a smile. "Mr. Alexander, you are here. Do you have any questions to ask me?" Devereux nodded his thanks. I started talking about my confusion straight to the point. Of course, Devereux would not ask a particularly direct question. Still have to be tactful. "Professor McGonagall, I encountered a problem in class." Devereux considered it. "Do you remember when I cast a wandless spell in class and turned a match into a needle?" Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. "That's an incredible achievement, even in a senior year. Is there anything wrong with that?" "Professor, the problem is that I can only do this with this match. I can't transition the same way to another object, even another match. The reason is that the transformation technique I use is not the general transformation technique you teach in class, but what I learned through my own observation." Devereux said a lot in one breath. "Stop and catch your breath." Professor McGonagall heard this. "Put down the document in your hand." His eyes became serious. With a wave of the magic wand in his hand, a teacup flew over, landing steadily in front of Devereux. The professor's wand tapped the table twice in succession. Moment. The teacup was already filled with hot tea with white mist floating in it. "Let's have some tea first, Alexander. What do you mean by the transfiguration you observed?" Devereux picked up the hot tea. After blowing gently. "Take a sip. Lukewarm is just right." "Professor, I can observe the microstructure of things. And the transformation technique I observed myself is based on the observed microstructure of things, combined with the transformation spell. Compared with the transformation taught in the classroom, this kind of transformation is more convenient and can be used without a magic wand, but it is limited to things whose microstructure has been observed. At the same time, the microstructure of each thing is independent, so there is no situation where things of the same type can be deformed after observing one thing. Devereux stated his thoughts in one breath. As he spoke, he also took out the match. Continue to show various transformations to Professor McGonagall. It's simply not the level a first-year student should have. Then he took a sip of hot tea. There is a lot of sugar in this tea. It can even be regarded as a little sweet water. Professor McGonagall was shocked. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. Deep thinking followed. She seemed to be running through the history of transfiguration in her mind. An attempt was made to integrate Devereux's findings with the known body of knowledge. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. It seemed to penetrate every word of Devereux, trying to find a flaw in it. But Devereux didn't move. Just tasting tea seriously. This idea seems to be really feasible. Her hands involuntarily clenched the edge of the table. His glasses slid down the bridge of his nose. But she didn't right herself immediately. Instead, he stared at Devereux. He seemed to be confirming whether everything he said was true. Professor McGonagall finally calmed down. He lowered his head and sighed. With trembling hands, he gently adjusted his glasses. Looking back at Devereux. Alexander, your discovery may really be a new field of deformation. Some people in the academic community have proposed the hypothesis of microstructure deformation before, but most of them have not been studied in depth, and there are no specific deformation results. The biggest limitation is. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes slightly. Observing microstructures, Alexander, can you please tell me how you observed these microstructures? Devereux was prepared for this question. Teacher, this is my talent. Devereux's face didn't turn red, and his heart stopped beating as he started talking. I have had extraordinary sensory abilities since I was a child. You should also know that I am Professor Snape's potion apprentice. Since I was a child, I have been able to identify various potions through simple breath. Devereux's words flowed as smoothly as water. Every word seems authentic and believable. As I grow older, my ability gradually increases. About a month ago, my ability made a qualitative leap. I can clearly feel the enhancement of my ability. In the Transfiguration class, after your guidance and following the principle that transfiguration only changes the structure, not the essence, I wanted to explore the lowest structure of things, and that's how I made this discovery. Devereux finished. There was no trace of panic on his face. As if everything he said was a matter of course. Talent. Professor McGonagall listened. His brows furrowed slightly. She clearly had reservations about claims of such a gift. But Devereux had his own methods. That's shaking people. Professor, if you have any doubts, you can ask Professor Snape about my talent. I believe you will get the answer you want. Devereux said to Professor McGonagall confidently. Snape had witnessed him improve Polyjuice Potion. I'll probably do this endorsement for myself too. Professor McGonagall nodded doubtfully. Then he smiled again. If this is true, Alexander, then we need to explore this issue further. Maybe we can study this new transfiguration together. Devereux smiled politely and nodded in response. Thank you, Professor, for your trust. I am very willing to explore with you. Professor McGonagall lowered her head and thought for a moment. Said after a moment. I remember that the latest major progress in microstructure research was announced 7 years ago. At that time, I searched for all the relevant information. Maybe relying on your talent, we can make breakthrough progress in this field. Said. Professor McGonagall waved her wand. The teacup on the table disappeared. Now, you go back and rest first. We will continue to discuss this issue after class on Thursday. Devereux looked down at his watch. It's really getting late. I just wasted too much time turning left and right in the secret passage. Devereux quickly raised his hand, indicating that he still had a question. Professor McGonagall stopped and nodded slightly. Professor, I would like to ask, do you know about the so-called indescribable existence? Chapter 31, Obstacles in Microstructure Research? Clues to the existence of horror. Devereux asked, raising his hand. Professor, do you know about the so-called indescribable existence? Actually. Devereux asked the question, not really expecting to get a definite answer. What he was more concerned about was Professor McGonagall's reaction to this issue. In particular, her views on the field of microstructural deformation. It seems that there is really no research on this microstructure in the world. It seems that the entire wizarding world's research on microstructure is in a rather backward state. The latest research results turned out to be 7 years ago. This is for a science. It's really an incredible stagnation. As for the reason why research is so delayed, Devereux judged, it should be the same as what Professor McGonagall said. It is due to the lack of effective observation methods. This prevents people from exploring this area in depth. Then it is impossible for them to be able to perceive that indescribable terrifying existence. So Devereux is currently the only wizard in the world who can explore microscopic structures. Then Devereux had an idea in his mind. You can try it yourself first to see if you can summarize a microstructure table that everyone can master. He then confirms the microstructure corresponding to each thing. Maybe we can achieve wandless transformation. Finally achieving the goal of transfiguration without a wand. This is a big business opportunity. Of course, the premise is that threats in the microscopic world can be solved. Although Devereux has no special desire for money. But one thing is for sure. In the future, he will definitely explore wizarding secrets all over the world. After all, the wisdom of an ancestor is so powerful. How could Devereux not keep exploring? So money is very necessary. Moreover, if he really makes some achievements in the academic research of transfiguration in the future, well, that's for sure. There will be many opportunities to go to other schools for exchanges. You can even become a teacher. Then you become a teacher. Wouldn't it be appropriate to explore the school? It also facilitates his access to outstanding talents from all over the world. In other words, it is convenient to load copied entries. Devereux had already made a plan in his mind. Just need a magic potion to transform and bloom more. Find a way for yourself. Who knows? Devereux asked just symbolically. But Professor McGonagall's expression instantly became serious. She looked around quickly, as if afraid that someone was eavesdropping. Then, Professor McGonagall stood up and walked to the door. Carefully opened the door crack. I looked around. After confirming that no one is there. Then he closed the door and turned to face Devereux. Asked in a very serious tone. Alexander, why do you ask this question? Devereux was quite surprised by Professor McGonagall's performance. I don't quite understand why the other party's attitude has changed so much. He didn't directly say that he sensed a threat in the microscopic world. Instead, he chose a vaguer reason. Professor, I'm just curious. I saw related descriptions in some newspapers before, so I wanted to ask you. Devereux tried to keep his voice steady. Professor McGonagall heard this. His brows furrowed even more tightly. Newspaper? Which newspaper? Devereux panicked for a moment. To be honest, he doesn't read newspapers much at all. The source of all kinds of information about the wizarding world is basically in the pub. Listen to the boasts and farts of wizards from all walks of life. Basically, I don't know what kind of newspaper there is in the magical world. He only remembers the prophet who appeared in the original work. Besides. The Quibbler. Professor. I asked you this question after watching The Quibbler. Devereux blurted out in desperation. At the same time, he silently apologized to Luna, whom he had never met. Although I don't know him yet. I thought the Daily Prophet was too official. After all, it is directly under the Ministry of Magic. There is a high probability that indescribable words and events will not be reported. And the Quibbler really fits this positioning. In the original work, this newspaper is all about conspiracy theories. Then Devereux poured this unspeakable dirty water on him. I don't think anyone else would be suspicious. Professor McGonagall heard the name the Quibbler. His brows relaxed a little. But still talked to Devereux seriously. Alexander, this information is all fabricated. Don't believe the content of some tabloids, and take classes at school seriously. Do you understand? Devereux nodded repeatedly. Okay, go back quickly, there's a curfew. Professor McGonagall turned sideways and opened the door. Devereux bolted out. Professor McGonagall looked at Devereux's back as he walked away. He murmured in his mouth. Indescribable, Tindaros. Devereux walked quickly along the dim corridor. Turned several aisles in a row. Her majestic figure gradually faded out of sight. Devereux's shoulders relaxed involuntarily. The tense mood also eased a lot. He didn't know why just now. He just didn't tell Professor McGonagall about the terrifying feeling in the microscopic world. He also felt that Professor McGonagall might not allow him to continue researching this aspect. After all, academic exploration sometimes touches taboo territory. These areas are often not suitable for all scholars to explore. And Professor McGonagall's performance seems to be. It's not like he doesn't know anything. Could it be that they actually knew about the existence of terror? But I didn't know that there was such a thing in the microscopic world. Thinking of this, Devereux narrowed his eyes slightly. It's a pity that Devereux currently has no ideas to continue looking for clues in this area. Wrong. Have. In this conversation, Devereux accidentally caught a clue. The newspaper The Quibbler that Professor McGonagall mentioned seems to be the key to studying those elusive beings. Judging from the expression on Professor McGonagall's face, The Quibbler likely involves many unknown secrets and strange lore. Therefore, check out this newspaper's past coverage. Maybe it can provide him with some valuable information. You can even contact Lovegood directly. That is Luna's father. See if he knows anything. Too bad Luna isn't in school right now. Devereux thought for a moment. Decided to subscribe to The Quibbler tomorrow. Then try to get in touch with Lovegood. But not tonight. Devereux now has permission to stay late. Naturally, it is impossible to go back to sleep honestly. Definitely want to explore this school. Devereux smiled softly. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly. He felt an indescribable excitement welling up inside him. He turned around and ran into the deep corridor. Only the faint light fading away behind him was left. Chapter 32 Ravenclaw's Diadem. Voldemort's remaining soul. Wear me and you will gain endless wisdom. Bang! Devereux slammed a plaster statue shut. Silent and silent, said. He also pointed at the plaster statue and cast a silent spell. Make it quiet. Devereux leaned against the pile of debris beside him, feeling a little exhausted. His face turned pale and he was breathing heavily. Damn it! I almost fell into the trap of this Horcrux. Devereux managed to stand upright. Adjust your breathing according to the principles of meditation. There was a chill in my head. Help him calm down. At this time, he was in the room of requirement. This night he ran through several secret passages mentioned in the original work, as well as some classrooms and towers that have not been visited before. Walk, walk. We arrived on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. It just so happens to be the location of the room of requirement. Devereux thought about exploring the Room of Requirement tonight. In connection with the original work, Voldemort once made Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux and placed it here. Devereux wanted to see what kind of treasure this relic left by one of the legendary 4 founders would be. Then they came to the room where requests were answered. That room is specially used for hiding things. What I didn't expect was that it was so big. After searching for almost half the night, I still couldn't find the so-called plaster statue. As a result, Devereux was about to give up. Suddenly I remembered. He is a wizard. Then Devereux waved his magic wand. The plaster statue is coming. But the direction of this spell is too unclear. All at once the whole room of plaster statues descended upon Devereux. Devereux quickly lay down. Dodge various stone statues flying towards him. Suddenly, his intuition, gifted by magical wizards, told him. One of them has extraordinary power. Devereux has quick eyes and quick hands. A levitating spell caught it. So driven by curiosity, Devereux opened the plaster statue. The above happened next. If I hadn't practiced meditation before, Devereux may have worn the crown. Then it is estimated that the end will not be much better than that of Ginny in the original book. Devereux approached the plaster statue again. But this time he was very cautious. Didn't open it rashly. Although Devereux cast a silent spell on it at this time. But the whole plaster statue was still shaking. The pacing is extremely disturbing. Devereux frowned. He felt that the reaction of this Horcrux was indeed a bit strange. In the original work, like any golden cup, the notebook must be touched. Over time, it slowly erodes the wearer's health. This crown almost took Devereux directly. It doesn't look like a Horcrux at all. And it's like a living soul in it. Although he also knows Horcruxes basically have some living attributes. It will constantly tempt the holder. Such is the case with the locket. Needless to say, Harry is a living person himself. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Devereux knew that he could not face this potentially dangerous Horcrux directly. Then, an ingenious idea came to his mind. Devereux decided to contact the Horcruxes indirectly, to reduce the risk of direct contact. In front of the plaster statue, Devereux slowly sat down cross-legged. His eyes were firm and focused. He closed his eyes. Start adjusting your breathing and heartbeat. Try to get your body into optimal condition. With every deep breath, Devereux felt his spirit calm down. All surrounding sounds seemed distant and indistinct. A thick fog gradually formed around Devereux. This time, Devereux once again began to converge his magic power and perception. But it's not about entering the microscopic world, but to see through the plaster statue. Go and observe the crown. With the convergence of perception, the fog gradually covered Devereux. The only thing left in Devereux's perception was the slightly trembling plaster statue. Devereux focused. His perception and magic intertwined into thin, shimmering blue lines. These thin lines slowly and carefully extend into the cracks of the plaster statue. As the perception deepens, Devereux felt as if he had entered a completely dark space. Suddenly, Devereux only felt that everywhere he looked was filled with green light. Hello! At this moment, Devereux saw a figure in black robes. The man looked pale, like a skeleton, but it has an indescribable charm. The figure smiled at Devereux and said. The voice was gentle but with a hint of chill. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Devereux reacted quickly. Pull yourself out of your meditative state immediately. His eyes suddenly opened. I saw that one corner of the plaster statue in front of me was slightly cracked. I saw a faint green light coming from it. But the weird vibrations had stopped. But Devereux had no intention of paying attention to this at this time. At this time, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Name, Tom Riddle's soul fragment. Age, 20 years old, eternal. Spell Library, Atharvaki Davra, no one can match it. Soul Seizing Curse, no one can match it. Cruciatus Curse, no one can match it. Entry, Wilderness of Knowledge, Unique, Horcrux, Gold, Dark Lord, Gold/Incomplete, Born Heartless, Purple, Decay, Purple. The Wilderness of Knowledge, only the knowledge in the world is you, and you are the knowledge itself. Horcrux, Gold. You are a Horcrux made deliberately by a powerful dark wizard through murder. You have inherited part of the knowledge and power of the original owner, and have the ability to corrupt the hearts of others. Dark Lord, Gold/Incomplete. You will eventually become the devil that makes the world tremble. You are extremely charming and have unparalleled talents in black magic. You will have countless fans. However, because of an extremely powerful magic, your fate was struck. Unfortunately, the future is not clear. Born to be ruthless, Purple. Your tragic life experience and bad education prevent you from having ordinary human emotions and being unable to empathize with others. Decay, Purple. You were originally shining and had lofty ambitions, but the endless imprisonment has worn down your body, exhausted your spirit, and made you gradually become decayed. This Horcrux actually has a panel. And there is even a unique entry. The Wilderness of Knowledge, only. Hiss. Devereaux frowned. At present, he has not loaded and copied any unique entries. I don't know what the effect will be if I copy it. Devereaux calmed down. Never mind that. He immediately stood up and waved his wand. Repaired as good as new. The cracks in the plaster statue that revealed green light were instantly restored. Waited 3 seconds. Nothing strange appeared. Devereaux felt relieved. Start looking at the panel of this Horcrux carefully. Chapter 32, Unique Entry. The Way of Existence Changes. As expected of Voldemort. At the age of 20, he has already learned the 3 unforgivable curses to a level that no one can match. Devereaux looked at the Horcrux panel in front of him in amazement. I couldn't help but marvel. He had only seen spells that no one could match in Snape before. Occlumency. He is also the most powerful master of occlumency named in the original text. And this fragment of Voldemort's soul actually mastered 3 such superb spells. This undoubtedly shows how powerful Voldemort's true form is. Devereaux looked away from the spell library. Continue browsing below. Devereaux carefully looked at each entry on the Horcrux. The Horcrux entry has nothing to say. The main difference with Harry is that Harry was accidentally created by Voldemort. So the impact on Harry is relatively small. And just by looking at the one in front of me, I knew it was not a good thing. It's so disgusting. And when I saw the entry for Dark Lord, his brows furrowed slightly. Incomplete? Is every Horcrux part of the Dark Lord's entry? If only the imperfections were golden entries. All the entries together. At least it has to be read. Devereaux nodded slightly. After all, Voldemort was a powerful wizard who could face off against Dumbledore. Then it makes sense to have a red entry. Now I can't even imagine that Voldemort has a complete soul. What kind of charisma and magic that would have. The remaining 2 purple entries are also easier to understand. Born to be ruthless is the background of Voldemort. Grew up in an orphanage. Later went to Hogwarts. Being treated incorrectly by Dumbledore. There may also be the influence of bloodline. Our ancestors have always had inbreeding and so on. Various factors add up. Eventually leading to him becoming an adult. He still maintains his antisocial personality. The entry decay should simply refer to the fact that the crown has been left in the room of requirement for too long. Do the math. It should be about 50 years ago, right? I don't know if Voldemort's Horcrux is conscious. Wouldn't it be boring to go crazy after so many years of being alone? Devereaux thought secretly. And next? Devereaux's eyes became more serious. The Wilderness of Knowledge. This is the first unique level entry he has encountered on someone other than himself. although a Horcrux should not be considered a person. The origin of the entry should not be some kind of dark magic done by Voldemort. It should be the inherent effect of Ravenclaw's diadem. Think of Ravenclaw itself advocating wisdom. Could it be that this so-called Wild of Knowledge was originally an entry for Ravenclaw, but was later entrusted to the diadem? Thinking of this, Devereux felt that this should be more reliable. After all, he is the founder of the Academy. It's not surprising that there is a unique entry. But this description is very unspecific. Very abstract. What does your knowledge itself mean? Devereux currently has no idea what the effect of this entry is. Because it has many differences from Devereux's own unique entry. The magic prodigy owned by Devereux can be said to be at the top of the list of magical talents. It's even considered a rule. Devereux has never encountered a spell that he couldn't learn at first sight. It's just a matter of proficiency. The entry traveler is brought about by his special identity. Or it was brought by the great being who blessed him. Then this wilderness of knowledge. At the very least, it involves some regular things. I guess the effect won't be bad. Devereux frowned. System, is there no further explanation for this entry? Devereux asked the system in his mind. Answer the host. There is no other extended content. But unique level entries basically follow a basic logic. The simpler, the more complex. This. Devereux feels like his system is becoming more and more Riddler-like. What does it mean to be simpler and more complex? Devereux held his chin and began to think. Does it mean that the description is simpler? Is the actual effect more complicated? Devereux shook his head. No, no. It can't be that simple. 2 entries of my own. The descriptions are not short either. But even now, Devereux didn't fully understand the full function of these 2 entries. But for now, this wilderness of knowledge was encountered by Devereux. The only level entry with the most concise text description. Then it should be in line with this so-called definition of simpler and more complex. I guess his effect will be stronger than the 2 he currently has, or, weird? Will it give me all the knowledge in the world? Devereux flirted a little. Of course, that would count as Devereux being a magic prodigy. It may also be because I cannot absorb so much knowledge. And die of brainstorming. After much deliberation at the end, Devereux decided to load it up and give it a try. Just an entry. What are the dangers? It's not like a Horcrux. Directly becoming a part of another person. So Devereux started loading this entry. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded. Devereux's face contorted. Warn. The host's copying of the current entry will cause fundamental changes in the way the host exists. Please choose the host carefully. Does the host still want to continue loading entries? Devereux was immediately dumbfounded. This is the first time he has been warned by the system for copying entries. A fundamental change in the way of existence? It sounds like you're turning yourself into something else. In any case, he becomes something other than a human being. Like a crown. Think of this. Devereux immediately gave up the idea of loading entries. This is too dangerous. It seems that not all entries can be loaded randomly. Such as this Horcrux. If it is loaded, you may become an object and lose your humanity. Devereux stood up. He dusted himself off. Today's experience in the room of requirement also reminded him. When coming into contact with dangerous magic items later, it is better to use indirect methods as much as possible. Just as Devereux was about to cast a levitating spell, when he hid the plaster statue deep in the room again, a voice broke the silence. Hello, little wizard. Devereux jerked his wand out. Take a quick look around. After entering the room of requirement, he immediately checked to see if anyone was around. Only after making sure it was absolutely safe did we start looking for Horcruxes. Then why are there other sounds now? Little guy, I'm here. Devereux looked down sharply. I saw that the plaster statue was opening its eyes that glowed green. Say hello to him. It seems that Slytherin has another talented wizard. Chapter 33 Ravenclaw's Token. Voldemort. Dim wall lamps swayed in the deep room, reflecting the mottled shadows. It makes the already gloomy environment even more mysterious. The eyes of the plaster statue glowed unnaturally in the darkness, like two shining gems. It seemed particularly abrupt in this quiet night. Devereux looked at the plaster statue extremely nervously. Exclaimed, "Voldemort? Haha, no one has called me that for a long time. I thought I was going to drown in this endless knowledge." The plaster statue smiled at Devereux. The smile looked a little distorted in the dim light. It seems like the passage of time has left traces on it. But because his plaster statue has no arms. As a result, the scene at this time was very, funny. A half-human-sized plaster statue lay on the ground. Try your best to tilt your head in a direction where Devereux can see. If it weren't for midnight, Devereux might even find this scene a bit laughable. But now his whole body was tense. The wand was pointed straight at the speaking plaster statue. Be ready to cast a hex on it at any time. He was 100% sure. The one controlling the plaster statue at this time is Voldemort's Horcrux. I just saw it on the panel. He masters the 3 unforgivable curses that no one can match. Even if Voldemort doesn't use the death curse, Devereux gets one of those blows. Then you can bear it. So at this moment he stared at the plaster statue. Always be prepared to defend yourself against its attacks. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous. Look, I'm just a little statue. He was talking about the plaster statue with green eyes, or it could be Voldemort's Horcrux. Gurgling, he rolled over to a pile of debris. Lean yourself against it. This way I finally don't have to hold my neck to talk to Devereux. Haha, I just want to ask you some questions. After all, I've been here for too long. The young Voldemort even twisted his neck, like a person who has slept for a long time. It seemed like he finally woke up. Devereux tried his best to stay rational at this time. Adjust your breathing. Try to use meditation to calm your mood. Oh. The theory of pure truth? I thought it had been lost a long time ago. Voldemort looked at Devereux with interest. Suddenly Devereux broke into a cold sweat. Voldemort is referring to the meditation method he is currently using. The other party's knowledge reserve is really terrifying. What on earth do you want to do? Devereux decided he couldn't let the other side take the lead. You must first understand the other party's intentions. There are no Horcruxes coming to life in the original novel. He can only improvise now. Well, actually I just want to know what's going on outside. What's going on with me in the future, Voldemort? This younger version of Voldemort seemed very friendly at the moment. It doesn't look like he can perform magic without his hands. But considering that the other party failed in the end, the news that he was killed by Harry's countercurse may drive the other person crazy. Devereux decided to put it mildly. You failed and all the Death Eaters were captured. Forward. It seems a bit direct. But Voldemort was extremely calm after hearing this. There were no waves. Really? Little guy, if that's the case, I might have to see it for myself. Said. The eyes of the plaster statue were filled with green light. Let me see what happened. Devereux saw something was wrong. Wave your magic wand immediately. Shattered to pieces. A laser beam was fired at the plaster statue. Bang! After a loud noise, the plaster statue shattered in response. Dusty debris was scattered everywhere. But all that was broken was the plaster statue. I saw the Ravenclaw's crown rising slowly, trembling slightly in mid-air. Like a living thing. I can't see your thoughts. Can anyone help me? Interesting boy, forget it, I don't have much power anymore, but I can make this place so that only you can come in. Come and have fun when you have time, and tell me about the outside world. Things said. The crown floated lightly to the head of another statue. In an instant, the statue's eyes also emitted strange green light, blinking at the stunned Devereux. Moment. Devereux felt a strong sense of dizziness. The surrounding scene rotates rapidly. When he found his feet again, he found himself standing outside the door of the Slytherin common room, holding a note and a light blue silk scarf in his hand. Devereux unfolded the note. The handwriting on it is delicate and neat. Hey, little guy, if you have time, you can come to my place again with your silk scarf and tell me, an old man, stories about the outside world. Devereux quickly lit the note on fire with his wand. Flames engulfed the paper, leaving a wisp of smoke. Devereux tossed the wreckage behind him. He didn't want to see the Dark Lord again. But all kinds of doubts are always there. Isn't Voldemort's entry inherently ruthless? But the exchange just now made him feel that the other person seemed more like a lonely person who was eager to listen. Is there a problem with the description of the entry? Devereux couldn't help but wonder. Is this all an elaborate trap? Trying to lure him into a trap? And why, when we first met, he is just an ordinary Horcrux that can confuse people. After using meditation method to indirectly perceive, it becomes something that can be communicated with, and it even feels similar to the ghost in school. Could it be that his own magic power inadvertently activated some of its consciousness? And why was he not angry at all and had no other reaction when he heard that he had failed? What does it mean that seeing is not necessarily believing? Devereux's mind is about to be overwhelmed by all this complicated information. I am puzzled. Devereux decided. Tell Dumbledore this information immediately. Let the professors figure it out. Thinking. Devereux picked up the light blue silk scarf. Want to burn it too? But I didn't expect it the moment I picked it up. Bite. Get props. Devereux was stunned. This thing is actually a prop for system certification? Previously, only system rewards and magic wands could be recognized as props by the system. This seemingly ordinary silk scarf is actually a prop? Devereux lowered his wand. Look around. Make sure Falch isn't around. It's almost 2 o'clock in the evening. He didn't want to be locked up. Then he spoke the code to the stone wall. Wait for the secret passage to appear. Devereux returned to the Slytherin common room. There was no one in the lounge at this time. There was only the sound of a match burning in the fireplace, and the sound of lake waves lapping at the shore that kept coming from outside the window. Devereux felt a little at ease. But the coldness inside made Devereux shiver. Then he sat down on the ringed chair nearest the fireplace. Only then did Devereux begin to check out his latest props. Props, Ravenclaw's token. Ravenclaw's token. This is Ravenclaw's exclusive token. It will only be given to special people, and its purpose is unknown. Once the token is given, both parties will establish an unbreakable oath, and the recipient cannot betray it. In every sense. Chapter 34, A Spell Learned Instantly. Preparation to face Voldemort. Devereux? Devereux? Wake up! Why are you sleeping here? A burst of voices came. Feel your body being pushed. Devereux opened his eyes with difficulty. He saw a tall and burly boy standing in front of him with a concerned look on his face. Slytherin's prefect, Marcus. Sorry, Marcus, I studied too late yesterday. What time is it now? Devereux wiped his face. He stood up from the sofa with a tired face. At 8:30, if you leave for the cafeteria now, you should still be able to have breakfast before class. Marcus felt relieved when he saw that Devereux was getting up. You'd better get more rest. You don't get to the top of the grade by enduring it. If you catch a cold, your grades won't improve. Marcus as a senior. A heartfelt admonishment to Devereux. Then he also left the lounge and went to class. There was no one in the lounge at this time. Class is approaching. Basically everyone went to the cafeteria. Devereux felt weak at this time. What he did yesterday was much more exciting than studying in a textbook. Ravenclaw's token. Devereux recalled the message he saw before falling asleep yesterday. There is already a guess in my mind. That is, Voldemort's Horcrux is most likely due to staying too long with the relics of the founder of the academy. And it was influenced to a certain extent by the founder of the college. At the same time, you can also use the magic of the founder to a certain extent. Thinking of it, Devereux touched the silk scarf on his chest. A mantra and a passage came to mind. Spell library, illusion curse, proficient. Little guy, in order to make it easier for you to come here, this spell will be given to you for free. If you want to learn anything in the future, you can come to me. I know them all. But there is a piece of advice. Wisdom cannot be given, it can only come from you. Practice. Devereux picked up his wand. He hesitated for a moment. Then he waved it over his head. Suddenly. It's like opening an egg on top of your head. A thick, clear liquid flowed all over Devereux's body. Look at the full-length mirror hanging in the lounge. It can be said that if you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. But after a long period of observation, you can still feel a slight sense of dissonance. But Devereux still uses this spell at night anyway. It shouldn't have much impact. You can actually instill magic spells into your brain. Is this the effect of the wilderness of knowledge? Everything can be taught. Devereux frowned as he considered the question. To be honest, even Dumbledore didn't think that the other party knew everything. But this young version of Voldemort had previously been able to see the origin of his meditation method at a glance. This really makes Devereux believe it. This guy is a real guy. Taking into account all the circumstances and his attitude at the same time. Is this Voldemort still an enemy? It's hard to say. And you can get free spell teaching. Devereux decided not to tell Dumbledore about this yet. And I won't visit him for a short time. Build up some strength first. Although he cannot be read, if he is cast a death curse, he will not be able to read his mind. The result will not be any different from others. Was he protected by the magic of love like Harry was? Etc. He had indeed copied Harry's entry on love and blessing before. Devereux immediately opened his dictionary. Blessing of love, /close. Well. If you can find your blood relatives. So basically I feel confident to face this Voldemort. Devereux thought for a moment. I feel that I must still have some blood relatives. After all, his parents are from different countries. It's impossible for them all to die, right? And to find. The only clue you can find is, Snape. Devereux couldn't help but want to hold his forehead. Damn it. How come this guy has mastered this important information? Devereux paced in front of the fireplace. In short, the current idea is to get clues about his blood relatives from Snape. Then go find this blood relative. Then activate the blessing of love. Finally, you can return to Hogwarts to pick out Voldemort's wool. Plan passes. After figuring this out, Devereux turned his attention to other aspects. That operation yesterday. The current castle exploration level has increased rapidly. Current wizarding secret, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Exploration progress, 9.81%. However, this progress still made Devereux feel a bit toothache. What a waste of effort. He had accumulated less than 10%. Compared with the previous Diagon Alley, it was extremely full. Not to mention compared to the station. Now, the loading CD of purple entries has ended. Think about who to load. There is currently no purple entry that is in urgent need. Just copy whatever you come across in class. Think of this. Devereux braced himself. Go to the bathroom in the lounge. I plan to wash up first. Go to class again. I stopped eating breakfast. After simple tidying up, Devereux stepped on the bell and walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Although I have only been here for 2 days. But Devereux has already figured out the main terrain on the castle side. Naturally, this is to prepare for further exploration of the castle later. So Devereux has no record of being late even once. And Harry and Ron have already had it twice. But this time, for the first time, Devereux regretted coming to class on time. The smell in Quirrell's class was absolutely terrible. The whole classroom has a lingering smell of garlic. Devereux felt like he was suffocating here. He had a premonition. This class would become his most hated class besides potions. Devereux wanted to find a position as far back as possible. Because the smell is obviously smaller there. But it's a pity that he came too late and there was no place left. I could only sit in the first row with tears in my eyes. Quirrell walked into the classroom with 2 books. Start teaching in a soft voice. Hello everyone, I am the professor who teaches you Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirinus Quirrell. You can just call me Professor Quirrell. Now take out. Devereux immediately observed his panel. Name, Quirinus Quirrell. Age, 33 years old. Spell library, curse to stop, mastery, expulsion curse, mastery. Entry, magical talent, purple, exam genius, purple, chameleon, green. Magic talent, purple has magic talent that exceeds that of ordinary wizards, can learn spells faster than ordinary people, and has a certain degree of creativity. Test-taking expert, purple very good at reading textbooks, memory is beyond ordinary people, and can handle various exams with ease. Chameleon, green cowardly, greedy, and weak-willed. He can easily be influenced by people stronger than him. Chapter 35 Descendants of Slytherin? I should say nothing about being a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Quirrell's magic reserves are still quite sufficient. Devereux's eyes lit up when he saw the universal solution to the curse. If only Quirrell could teach this spell in class. It's not impossible to endure this garlic-smelling classroom. Of course. They are still in 1st grade. Most people can't even use the simplest levitating spell well. The mantra will certainly not be included in the syllabus. But not necessarily in the upper grades. The corners of Devereux's lips curled up slightly. There's no way this Defense Against the Dark Arts would follow these little guys. This subject. Devereux also has to apply to go with the upperclassmen. Although according to the original work, Quirrell's class skills were not very good. But at least we should do a magic demonstration in class, right? Otherwise, those students who are preparing for O.W.L or N.E.W.T will have to fight with him. The little wizard is not careless when it comes to his future. Thinking. A second panel suddenly appeared in front of me. Name, Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Age, 65 years old. Spell library, Atharvaki Davra, no one can match it. Soul-seizing curse, no one can match it. Cruciatus curse, no one can match it. Entry, Dark Lord, red/incomplete, descendant of Slytherin, red, immortal body, gold, mind controller, purple, broken body, purple, born ruthless, purple. Dark Lord, red/incomplete. You will eventually become the devil that makes the world tremble. You are extremely charming and have unparalleled talents in black magic. You will have countless fans. However, because of an extremely powerful magic, your fate was struck. Broken, an indescribable shadow shrouds you, and you will eventually be destroyed in the future. Descendant of Slytherin, red. You are one of the best wizards in history. A descendant of Slytherin, you have inherited many of his abilities, and most importantly, inherited his absolute desire for honor. When the more honors you have, the stronger you become. On the contrary, the more people despise you, the smaller you become. Immortal body, Gold is one of the most evil black magic creations in the world and the maker of Horcruxes. You have an immortal body. Even if your body is completely annihilated, you still exist. But remember, the price you paid. Born to be ruthless, Purple, your tragic life experience and bad education prevent you from having ordinary human emotions and being unable to empathize with others. Mind Controller, Purple, growing up in an environment of intrigue and deception since childhood, you have the ability to see through the inner desires of others, which can help you assemble an army. But with the endless black magic experiments, your heart has been eroded, and accordingly the perception ability is also getting weaker. Broken Body, Purple, even if you have an immortal body, you were hit by almost the most powerful black magic in the world. Your body does not exist, and your spirit is severely damaged. At this time, if you are not attached to other living creatures, you will be powerless. Survive. Oh my god. This should be the panel of Voldemort possessing Quirrell at this time. Should be said or not. Voldemort was in a bit of a miserable situation at this time. Devereaux couldn't help but reveal a gloating smirk. But then he restrained himself. Because he found that there were many differences between this description of Voldemort and the previous Horcrux in the Room of Requirement. First of all, the entry for Voldemort's Dark Lord in front of me is red. Although it is also in an incomplete state. But looking at the description, it may just correspond to the different experiences of these two souls. The one who was placed in the Room of Requirement. Although it has been placed, they have all begun to decay. But there weren't as many subsequent encounters. And it also merged with Ravenclaw's diadem. Gained considerable knowledge. So the description is that I don't know where to go in the future. And this Voldemort had to rely on Quirrell to live. The description is shrouded in an indescribable shadow. This. Devereaux saw the word ineffable. The pupils shrank suddenly. He only used this word when he systematically described Devereaux in the microscopic world. What's going on? Could it be that Voldemort also visited the microscopic world? And then there was an attack? And at least that's after making Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux. Devereaux secretly took this information to heart. It seems that there will be a new way to understand this indescribable existence. Black magic. Read on. Devereaux is very greedy for this descendant of Slytherin entry. This should be the biggest difference between the soul fragments on the Horcrux and Voldemort's body. This effect is so cool. And it's very much in line with Devereaux's future plans. Devereaux originally intended to create through various inventions. Make a name for yourself in the wizarding world. After that, he went to teach in various magic schools in Europe. Then explore all their schools. Obtain the entry upgrade card and the wisdom of the sages. If possible, other continents can accept it. So if you combine this entry, then Devereaux's idea is simply even more powerful. And if this entry is loaded, then Devereaux should be able to have Parseltongue. It's simply an enhanced version of the Horcrux entry without side effects. Before Devereaux entered Hogwarts, I have always been thinking about learning snake language. After all, Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is considered part of Hogwarts. It will also be counted towards exploration. Now it's perfectly solved. It's decided. The next copied red entry is you. Add it to your shopping cart. Subsequent entries. Was all Devereaux could say. Lao Fu. You are so miserable. Just play black magic and disfigure yourself. He can actually destroy his own IQ. Devereaux was really eye-opening. But Devereaux has no intention of reporting Quirrell now. After all, we have to wait until the red entry is loaded and copied to cool down. Loaded all his entries. And learn the magic spell too. After squeezing out the use value. Then decide what to do with him. After finalizing the next action plan, Devereaux started listening to the lecture in a good mood. Even the smell of garlic in the air became fragrant. Devereaux also worked hard to answer questions in class. Compete with Hermione to get 10 extra points for your college. After class, Devereaux expressed to Quirrell his intention to take classes with senior students, and said he could take the test. Quirrell piped up and smiled in agreement, and asked Devereaux to come alone with him after class on Thursday afternoon to do this. Devereaux readily agreed. Next comes the herbal medicine class. Devereaux received his usual 10 points from Professor Sprowney. Then it's lunch break. The first class I arrived in the afternoon was the History of Magic class. Oh my gosh! This was simply the most painful class Devereaux had taken since arriving at this school. I didn't sleep well yesterday. The way Professor Binns lectured made Devereaux wonder if he had cast a spell on his voice. How else could it be so hypnotic? So Devereaux mentioned that it was the first time he slept in class. Then he was caught in action by Professor McGonagall, who was patrolling the hall. For the first time, there will be a penalty of 10 points. Fortunately, during the break, Hermione brought him a special coffee. Devereaux was able to survive the second half of the class. Otherwise, he would almost fall asleep standing there. This coffee is just too bitter. There is really no sugar at all. When Devereaux took his first sip, his tongue was numb with pain. Is there gentian in this? Devereaux tasted it and could tell that some herbs must have been put into it. Yes, I read in the Daily Prophet that it can be used like this. Many wizards are so refreshing. Hermione heard Devereaux recognize her processed coffee. I was immediately excited to share my thoughts with him. But the recipe they gave should contain sugar, right? Devereaux couldn't believe that these British guys could drink such outrageous drinks. But Hermione heard this. His expression was very serious. Devereaux, eating sugar is bad for your teeth, especially at our age. As expected of a dentist's kid. So Devereaux was under Hermione's enthusiasm. I could only drink this cup of extremely bitter coffee with tears in my eyes. The next 2 days, Devereaux both attend classes in the morning, help the college get points, wandering around at night, spend time exploring Hogwarts. Time passes unconsciously. It's Thursday. Take flying lessons in the afternoon. A course that Devereaux is very much looking forward to. Chapter 36 New Entry. Pureblood Wizards watching the Premier League? Devereaux followed the large army to the outside of the castle, holding in their hands the brooms distributed to them by the teacher. Devereaux could feel a strange sensation on the broom in his hand. The first time I went to Ollivander's wand shop with Devereaux. Those mountains of wands feel similar. Devereaux even had the feeling that he could simply communicate with the other person. It is estimated that the entry of genius staff maker is at work. These broomsticks are not magic wands though. But Devereaux could feel it. They also seem to be selective about their riders. Devereaux even had the urge to modify him at this time, because he had previously loaded the entry for Prank Inventor from the twins. Prank Inventor, Purple has an extraordinary talent for making fun of people, has an amazing understanding of magic used to play tricks on people, and is quite creative. In the original book, the Weasley twins were not able to make such a big business with just one trick shop. The real money comes from the practical magic props they provide to the Ministry of Magic. There are even items for combat. For example, the invisibility cloak can make the whole body invisible without covering the whole body. This is an innovative magic prop that even the gifted student Hermione has to admire. It's also based on this point. Devereaux loaded the entry. The resulting side effect is whatever I see now. There is an urge to modify it. Devereaux struggled to suppress the urge. This is school property. If Devereaux breaks it, he will have to pay for it. He has no way of making a living now. No messing around. He also loaded another entry for the Weasley twins explorers. Explorer, Purple very adventurous, has strong adaptability to complex environments, and has a certain talent in cartography. This entry was also of great help to him in exploring Hogwarts. In the past 2 days, although he had been led by the twins to explore some of the tunnels of the castle. But it is estimated that the two of them will not be able to explore all the secret passages in the school. That's when, after they dropped out of school in 6th grade, Devereux still has to explore on his own. So I copied this entry as a precaution. Devereux also plans to create his own magical map of Hogwarts. It does not require the ability to display everyone's movements in real time like the Marauder's map. But at the very least it helps him record the structure of the castle that he has explored. Devereux thought. Everyone walked to the open space outside the castle. Then continue walking towards the Forbidden Forest. Their class location is on the lawn over there. At this time, Devereux saw Neville holding a broom in one hand. In one hand he held a red glowing ball. Looking at it with a frown. There seems to be something on his mind. Devereux knew it right away. That round ball that keeps glowing red is the memory ball. The light shining now meant that Neville had forgotten something. He was probably thinking hard about what he had forgotten. Devereux rolled his eyes. Walk up and talk to Neville. Neville, can I borrow your wand? I forgot mine in the lounge. Neville looked away from the memory ball. He looked at Devereux with some confusion. Devereux, didn't Mrs. Hooch just say that no one is allowed to use wands in this class, and anyone who casts a spell on a broom cannot attend this class? Devereux grinned. It's okay, I'm not casting a spell on the broom, but just in case someone wants to mess around. Look at Devereux's confident look. Neville didn't ask any more questions. He handed the wand directly to him. Devereux's reputation in Gryffindor is much better now than in Slytherin. On the one hand, he helped this young lions from the beginning. They beat up their most annoying classmate together. And he is very gentle. There are no Slytherins who are as arrogant as other pure-blood families. And he is also very enthusiastic about helping his classmates. Many people even wanted to do practical assignments with Devereux in herbalism classes. Because you always get good results this way. Simply top-notch thighs. It's too late to call the boss and ask for help. How could you hate him? Except for Malfoy and a few of his followers, the current Slytherin staff is also there. They all have a great change in their opinion of Devereux. After all, so many academy points are not earned for nothing. Slytherin still respects the strong. Devereux did so well. Sooner or later, the future prefect and even student council president will be his. That also follows Malfoy's words of isolating Devereux. Wouldn't it be making yourself unhappy? So Devereux's current situation is much better than when he first came to Hogwarts. There are also peers who can talk to him. Everyone was walking. Finally we arrived at the class location. Devereux's copy of the purple entry has not been used today. I just wanted to try out my ability to control the broomstick first. If it really doesn't work, just steal Harry's entries directly and use them. And until now, Malfoy was still bragging about his flying experience without sparing any effort. Complaining loudly that the first years were not eligible to play on the house Quidditch team. He also told many long, boastful stories these days. It always ended with him narrowly escaping a Muggle helicopter. Devereux was doing homework in the common room. You can always hear him yelling. It made his ears feel calloused. However, he discovered something that shocked him in the past 2 days. One of his second-year Slytherin seniors is actually a Manchester United fan. Devereux never expected that a person from a wizarding family would watch the Premier League. In fact, most wizards think so too. They felt like there was only one ball in the field. And no one is allowed to fly. There's nothing exciting about this kind of competition. And this boy's name is Adrian Bursted. There is also a distant cousin who is in the same class as Devereux, named Millicent Bursted. Devereux was even more shocked when he found out. The other party turned out to be a child of the Berthold family, one of the 28 pure-blood families. But Adrian told him that their family was far from the real Berthold family. It's almost like a distant relative. He grew up in Manchester. Many neighborhood kids go to Manchester United's youth training camp. He was going too. But I had no choice but to give up because I wanted to go to Hogwarts. He was still struggling for a long time. Adrian also vowed that Manchester United can win the league championship next year. That's all. Adrian became one of the few people in Slytherin that Devereux could talk to. Mrs. Binns asked all the little wizards to stand in rows with a serious expression. They are about to start class. Devereux suddenly bumped into someone at this time. Malfoy touched his forehead in pain. Look up. Devereux looked at him with a wicked smile. Sorry, I didn't see you just now. Chapter 37, Communication with Magic Props. First encounter with the centaur. If you ask me, this is much more dangerous than football. Adrian looked at the broom lying on the ground uneasily. Obviously he is not as interested in flying as other children born into wizarding families. Neville had a similar reaction to him. His eyes were like staring through a broom. I have to say, it is true, but who made us wizards? Devereux responded in a relaxed tone. To be honest, he had little interest in flying. They can all teleport. Who still uses this kind of transportation? Speaking of which, why do you still bring Toad to this class? Adrian asked suspiciously, looking at Al on Devereux's shoulder. Oh, this guy has been indoors for a long time. I'm afraid he's become a specimen, so I have to take him out for a walk. At this time, Mrs. Huochi walked in front of them. Okay, what are you all waiting for? She snapped. Everyone stand next to a broomstick. Quick, quick, hurry up. Devereux turned and took Al off his shoulders. Place it in an open space far away. Then he immediately stood in front of his broom. Forward. The broom looked as old as if it had been used for 20 years. Some branches poked out in all directions. Stretch out your right hand and place it on top of the broom handle. Mrs. Hooch shouted in front of the students. Then say, get up. Stand up. Everyone shouted. Devereux, too. But his broom only trembled slightly. After that there was no reaction at all. This caused Malfoy to laugh. Oh, maybe the French are more suitable for flying carpets. After all, they are old stubborns who cannot keep up with the times. Perhaps the French are not born with the gene for riding broomsticks, so they should just stay on the ground and don't embarrass Hogwarts. Devereux frowned slightly. But he didn't care at all about Malfoy's taunts. Because he doesn't feel that he is French. Just curious about the reaction to this broom. He felt like he was bargaining with this broom. After obtaining the entry of Genius Staff Maker, Devereux discovered that he seemed to be able to communicate with some more spiritual magic props. But most of the time this communication is weak. In other words, there are relatively few living attributes in magic props. So Devereux didn't have much communication. One of the most intense exchanges was when picking out a wand for the first time. But he hadn't gotten the entry yet. Got it later. But the wand in his hand was too obedient to his words. It almost became a part of his body. Therefore, Devereux has never had a place to use his ability in this area. Today is the first time I have used it. Devereux felt like the broom was expressing his fear. It seems to be that it is afraid of heights. That's why he didn't want Devereux to ride on it. Devereux's mouth twitched slightly. Is this broomstick actually afraid of heights? It's so outrageous, I can't imagine what previous students did to it. So Devereux began to calm the broom. Good or bad? The broom finally obeyed and ran into his hand. At this point most people are ready. Mrs. Huochi also began to teach everyone how to fly into the sky. At this moment, Devereux knew that Neville was about to fall off his broomstick. But he has no way to take care of him at the same time. Because he felt that his broom was very anxious. As he held the handle, it felt like it was shaking like crazy. Devereux could only hold on to him as tightly as possible. and kept saying words of comfort to the broom. Devereux didn't know if it could understand it either. But he can only do so much. He wanted to hold the wand in his hand now. Add some sense of security to yourself. Release your right hand slightly. Who knows at this time? Mrs. Hooch said. Hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and drop straight back to the ground. Listen to my whistle. 3, 2. Neville soared into the sky. There was an exclamation of surprise. Come back, kid! Shouted Mrs. Hooch. But Neville went straight up. Keep moving forward. Devereux had no hands on the broom at this point. Hear everyone shouting. This broom looks like a frightened horse. I saw it shaking violently. Rush forward violently. He ran straight towards the forbidden forest. And keep flying at ultra-low altitude. While passing through the grass. A green wave of grass separated directly to both sides. At this moment, Devereux felt like he was sitting on a speeding sports car with a brake failure. He could hit a big tree in the forbidden forest at any time and break his neck and die. Devereux bursts into the forbidden forest. Lean against the body. He dodged 2 huge trees with difficulty. He suddenly pulled the wand out of his waist. Wingardim Leviosa. A force directly lifted Devereux off the broom. Then the broom he was riding hit straight into a tree. If Devereux hadn't cast the spell in time just now. A future academic star in the wizarding world. The potion's genius Devereux was about to die here. Devereux waved his wand lightly. Finally landed slowly. Devereux looked around. At this time, he was in a dark bush. There was not a single living thing around. No threats have been detected for the time being. Devereux walked up. I want to try to see if I can pull this broom out of the tree. But obviously, this broom is really scary. Almost the whole root was submerged into the trunk of the tree. Devereux worked hard. He couldn't be pulled out either. Just when Devereux wanted to give up. Ta! 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 Footsteps that didn't sound like humans sounded behind him. Devereux immediately became alert and turned around. The wand is in front of you. Always be prepared to cast spells for defense. As a result, a creature he had never seen before appeared before him. This creature has the same upper body as a human. Amazingly blue eyes and platinum blonde hair. Sparkling. His lower body is the pale golden body of a silver-maned horse. Strong and elegant. Centaur. Need help? To be honest. If you don't look at the lower body of this centaur. He is simply the most handsome person, creature that Devereux has seen since he came to this world. Devereux looked a little stunned. Hear the other person's inquiry. He then turned around and showed the other party the tree trunk pierced by the broomstick. My broom is stuck. The horseman said nothing. Just come forward. He pulled hard with his thick arms. The broom was pulled out. Then he turned around and handed it to Devereux. It's dangerous here, leave now. Saying this, the handsome centaur quickly ran into the depths of the forbidden forest. Ta! 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 Listen to the sound of horse hooves in the distance. Devereux looked down at the broom. There was an obvious big crack on it. I guess I can't fly anymore. Devereux tried to use repair spells continuously to see if his condition could be improved to some extent. But it's a pity. It has completely cracked. It is indeed very dangerous in this forbidden forest. Devereux immediately let go and ran in the direction he came from. Fortunately, he didn't go in too deep. He ran out after a while. Soon I returned to the teaching place from the beginning. By this time Neville had fallen off the broom. Mrs. Hooch was about to take him to the school doctor's office. After seeing the situation with Devereux's broom. I also want to take Devereux with me. Devereux declined politely. After showing his complete physical condition. Mrs. Hooch no longer insisted. After leaving a warning for everyone not to fly around. He left with Neville, who was still sobbing. Then. Next is the repertoire. Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter. 2 dragons playing with pearls. Chapter 38 Astrological Race. 2 dragons playing with pearls? A good show is on. Name, Firenze, Horseman. Age, 31 years old. Spell library, divination, mastery, healing spell, mastery, comma. Entry, astrological race, purple, destiny changer, purple, close to nature, blue. Astrological race, gold. The horse people have spent centuries revealing the secrets behind planetary movements, and passed them down among the race, bringing them awe of fate. You have inherited all of this perfectly. Destiny changer, purple. Born into a race that is extremely obsessed with destiny, it gives you the idea of rebellion. You have the courage to fight against your own destiny, which means that you and the destiny of the race will eventually part ways. Close to nature, blue. Born in nature and raised in nature, you have rich experience and magic in living in dense forests. At the same time, this also allows you to focus your attention on interpreting natural phenomena. When Harry and Malfoy were fighting in the sky for Neville's memory ball, the students around me were shouting. Devereux lay leisurely on the ground thinking about what he had just experienced in the Forbidden Forest. Just now Firenze appeared. Devereux guessed his identity. It is the centaur who served as the divination professor in the 5th year of the original work. Devereux felt that the other party was really handsome. No wonder when I was in school later. He also fascinated a large number of girls. However, Devereux did not load the other party's entry. Although the entry astrological race seems to be full of gold, it can enhance Devereux's talent in divination. But after experiencing the loading warning in the wilderness of knowledge, Devereux became wary of loading entries that copied other races. In case the load is finished, he becomes an upper body person. What to do with the lower body of the horse? That's it. Therefore, Devereux exercised great restraint and did not load the other party's entries. But look at the description on the entry. This so-called astrology should still belong to the category of knowledge. Since it is knowledge that can be learned. Devereux is now a magic wizard plus examination genius. As long as Firenze is willing to teach, there is nothing that Devereux can't learn. So Devereux decided secretly. After that, Trelawney, a hard-working old man, must give Firenze a place. Not to mention kicking her out of school. Then you have to give half of the class time to Firenze. Devereux didn't want to learn some weird divination method that would spell his own death. Think so? The battle in the sky has also entered a fierce stage. You don't have Crabbe or Goyle here to protect you, Malfoy. Harry shouted. His body shape is extremely smooth. As if he was born knowing how to fly in the sky. Several quick side collisions made Malfoy very embarrassed. The way he looked at Harry looked a little panicked. Here, see if you can catch it. Malfoy yelled. Throw the glass ball high into the air. Then quickly land towards the ground. When everyone's eyes were attracted to Harry who was chasing the memory ball, Devereux's lips curled up. The hands under the robe were slightly open. Malfoy suddenly felt as if something was pulling on his body. I had to hold on to the broom with all my strength. A sharp scream came from the mouth. Help! Then everyone saw Malfoy holding the broom in midair and crying bitterly. I have to say it's still very funny. Devereux raised his fingers sharply. Malfoy flew 30 feet above the ground with his broom. At this point he couldn't even scream. His face was pale with fright. Trembling all over, he hugged his broom tightly. At this time, Harry had successfully caught the memory ball in his hand. But no one pays attention to this anymore. I saw Malfoy in the sky hitting the ground at an extremely fast speed. This height. He will definitely die. Malfoy looked at the approaching ground. He thought desperately in his mind. I just felt a stream of heat gushing out from the two streams. But as it gets closer to the ground, a sudden resistance arose. Malfoy gradually stopped half a meter above the ground. He fell to the ground trembling all over. I'm glad I survived the disaster. As a result, Devereux stepped forward. Oh, you are so scared, or the Malfoy family is not born with the gene to ride a broom, so you should just stay on the ground. Devereux looked at him with a smirk. Malfoy looked at Devereux blankly. That iconic smirk. It gave him an intuitive guess. You did it. You want to kill me? Malfoy got up from the ground frantically, pointing at Devereux angrily. But everyone only paid attention to his trousers. What? I just care about you. Devereux stood there with a smile unchanged. Malfoy. Potter. In all my years at Hogwarts, never. Professor McGonagall's roar came from not far away. A roar extinguished most of Malfoy's anger. Professor McGonagall was speechless with surprise. The lenses of her spectacles flashed with anger. How dare you, Potter, you will break your neck, Malfoy, you will die. Professor. He framed me. He cast a spell on me. Malfoy pointed at Devereux and complained to Professor McGonagall again. Impossible, who heard me reciting the spell? Devereux was confident. Turn to those around you. Everyone was stunned at this time. It's true that no one heard Devereux casting a curse just now. And Devereux's reputation has improved a lot recently. And Malfoy is a really famous little bully. Looking for trouble everywhere. No one will stand up for him. All the people around him were silent. Professor McGonagall's face turned darker. Malfoy. Ignoring classroom rules, doing dangerous things privately, and slandering classmates. Malfoy pointed angrily at Devereux. He bumped into me before. That's when. He cast a spell on me. He can do silent spells. Devereux raised an eyebrow. Somewhat unexpected. This Malfoy was able to notice these details. You really have some brains. But it's a pity. Professor, this is my wand. You can cast a pre-flashback spell on it to confirm whether the situation is true. Devereux was prepared for this. He took out the only wand from his waist and handed it to Professor McGonagall. At the same time, Devereux also searched all his pockets. It means that he doesn't have a second wand with him. So Professor McGonagall took Devereux's wand. The heat between Malfoy's legs had completely dissipated. The slightest chill stimulated his brain. Reason gradually returns. At this time he was already a little shaken. He wasn't really sure if Devereux had actually cast a spell on him. That's if Devereux hadn't done anything. So what should I do? What will be the punishment? Chapter 39 Flashback Curse. I want to tell my dad. Then. Professor McGonagall used the flashback spell to analyze Devereux's spell usage throughout the day. She waved her wand lightly. Say the mantra. Pre-flashback curse. A faint blue light suddenly filled the air. It was like a mist covering Devereux's body. The blue light rotates slowly. Transparent images are formed. Each image recorded a spell Devereux had used today. The first image shows Devereux in his dormitory. He waved his wand lightly. Say, Al is coming. Subsequently, his toad popped out from the corner under the bed. Jumped into his hands. Professor McGonagall nodded. This spell is apparently used to summon his own toad. In the second image. Just now. Devereux stood at the edge of the forbidden forest. The broomstick suddenly lost control. Hit a big tree. He raised his wand hastily. Shouted loudly. Wingardium Leviosa. I saw him being lifted up by a force. Then it stopped firmly on the ground. It's this spell. He must have used this spell to make me fly. Malfoy pointed at the shadow and shouted. His eyes looked eagerly at the last illusion. The last one he was eager to see was Devereux's spell on him. But the final image shows Devereux trying to repair the broomstick. He squatted under the tree, touching the stuck broom with his hand. There are words in his mouth. Recover as before. However, the broom didn't respond. There is still a huge crack. Devereaux stood quietly. Watch as these images unfold one by one. I felt extremely calm and even a little bored. After Professor McGonagall watched all the images. Gently lower the wand. His eyes turned to Devereux. Devereux. Professor McGonagall's voice was calm and serious. These spells are for use in emergencies, and I can tell you don't abuse them. Devereux nodded. He smiled at the professor. Yes, Professor. I just wanted to keep myself and Toad safe. It seems that classmate Alexander's spell is not illegal. Professor McGonagall's words have obviously concluded this incident. Therein lies unquestionable authority. Malfoy heard this. His face instantly turned pale. Although he started blaming Devereux. I had a bad feeling. But that's how it goes. Still far beyond his own control. Professor McGonagall turned around. He gave Malfoy a cold look. That look seemed to be able to freeze people's hearts. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's voice was cold. What you just did was extremely irresponsible. Not only did you accuse a classmate without reason, you also tried to destroy the harmonious atmosphere of the class. Malfoy tried to argue. But Professor McGonagall interrupted. I will not tolerate this kind of behavior. For this, I will deduct 50 points from Slytherin. I hope you can remember and learn to respect your classmates. As soon as this statement came out, the entire grassland suddenly fell into deathly silence. Except for Malfoy's followers, the Slytherin students all looked at Malfoy. His eyes were full of anger and accusation. Malfoy's face turned even darker. He lowered his head. He didn't dare to look directly into Professor McGonagall's eyes. At this moment, Devereux suddenly took a step forward very gracefully. Put your hand out and say. Malfoy, why don't we shake hands and make peace? When Professor McGonagall saw this scene, there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The Slytherins next to them also looked at each other. This is the style. Well, Alexander, you are so generous, you are actually willing to forgive Malfoy. Let me tell you. Alexander will be the one who will achieve success in the future. He will not rely on his family, but on his own strength and demeanor. Yes. He can actually do the flying charm. This should be a spell that only senior students learn. We don't even know how to use the levitation charm. The Slytherins had completely turned to Devereux. I couldn't help but want to speak for Devereux. They were completely captivated by Devereux's ability and charisma. Just 1 week. Devereux relied on his own ability and style and the support of a certain young man. He vaguely feels like the leader of Slytherin's first year. And Malfoy, who was supposed to occupy this position, now became a clown in everyone's eyes. Malfoy was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect Devereux to make such a move. He looked at Devereux's outstretched hand. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face. But the eyes around me. That irresistible atmosphere. Final. He held out his hand anyway. Prepare to shake hands with Devereux. At the moment when their hands were about to hold each other, Devereux suddenly made a move that no one expected. He gave Malfoy a hug. This move stunned everyone present. Even Malfoy looked stunned. Devereux hugged Malfoy tightly. Okay, you almost saw it through. Said in his ear with an imperceptible voice. Malfoy's pupils shrank suddenly. But do you think I'm not adequately prepared? Finished. Devereux let go of Malfoy. Take a step back. Look at him with a smile. At this moment, Malfoy felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The whole person stood there blankly. The arm came up and pointed at Devereux. But I couldn't speak for a long time. You. Malfoy's voice trembled. But in the end, I still couldn't say the complete words. Devereux looked at Malfoy's appearance. A sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth, smiling at him like a poisonous snake. There was deep fear in Malfoy's eyes. He realized he couldn't fight this man. "I'll tell my dad. I'll get you fired," Malfoy once again cried out in front of everyone. The voice was full of anger and desperation. His face turned red with excitement. His eyes were filled with tears. "Make your hands into fists." The whole person seemed extremely excited. The corners of Devereux's mouth twitched slightly. I was secretly amused. The number 1 monster in Hogwarts finally used his final trump card. But Devereux was backed by Professor Snape's promise at this time. Still a super genius stamped by Dumbledore. "I am not afraid of any threat from the school director at all." He looked at Malfoy with unusual calmness. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Malfoy, you always seem to like to solve problems this way. Finish this sentence." Devereux twisted his neck slightly. "Makes a slight noise." The smile disappeared from his lips. Staring at Malfoy with cold eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through his soul. "Then you'd better get your dad ready. I'm not that easy to deal with." Malfoy heard Devereux's words. His body trembled involuntarily. Chapter 40. Am I a genius again? Professor McGonagall has been observing all this quietly. Dissatisfaction showed in her eyes. When Malfoy threatens his classmates again, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Said sternly, "Draco Malfoy, this is the second time you have lost your temper in class." Professor McGonagall's voice was stern and decisive. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk. Glancing at Malfoy, said, "Because you threatened your classmates, I will deduct 20 points from Slytherin again. And no matter who it is absolutely impossible to frame my students." The Slytherin students looked at each other. He looked at Professor McGonagall in disbelief. Today's accident directly contributed to all Slytherin's bonus points this week. Still owe a lot of points. But although this thing happened between Devereux and Malfoy, but everyone knows who the culprit is. It's Malfoy. Everyone's dissatisfaction with him was simply beyond concealment. He no longer cared about his father's identity as a school director. They all glared at him. Malfoy's face became even more ugly. He lowered his head. He didn't dare to look directly into Professor McGonagall's eyes. Professor McGonagall continued. "Malfoy, come to the office with me. Potter, come with me." Malfoy looked up. He gave Devereux a vicious look. Devereux smiled. Waved goodbye to him. Finally Malfoy managed to stand up. Follow Professor McGonagall towards the door. But Harry, who had always been outside the storm, realized that he still had matters of his own. He followed the two of them with an uneasy expression on his face. Devereux stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Gave him an encouraging look. Harry forced a smile. The others stayed there waiting for Mrs. Huochi to come back and continue the class. The remaining students in the field exploded. They all started to attack Malfoy. Then something magical happened. Slytherin and Gryffindor are surprisingly unified in hating Malfoy. Slytherin and Gryffindor were madly complaining about how much Malfoy loved to brag. Loved to show off oneself and so on. Gryffindor shares the same hatred. He told all about Malfoy's glorious deeds such as bullying Neville and insulting his classmates. Suddenly under Malfoy's outstanding contribution, the two houses of Congress, the Lion and the Snake, actually reached the greatest reconciliation of the century. Many people even started to become friends. Lavender, Parvati, and a girl named Millicent Burst, that is, Adrian's sister, had a great conversation. Mahasi chatted with a lanky boy about Quidditch. Devereux remembers his name as Theodore Knott. Anyway, people in both houses are very happy today. Except Malfoy. Soon, Mrs. Huochi came back. Listen to Hermione tell her what happened just now when Harry and Malfoy were taken away by Professor McGonagall. He immediately became furious. But both the instigators were taken away. She could only rage with impotence. In the end, I had to start arranging classes again. This time Devereaux got a new broom. Very easy to talk to. The previous one felt like I had social phobia. It trembles when Devereaux talks. This one's mood is very stable. As soon as Devereaux shouted "Get up!" it immediately found its way into Devereaux's hands. Adrian next to him was shocked. Devereaux just couldn't figure out the broom after working on it for a long time. How come you can be on call all of a sudden? Has Devereaux suddenly become a flying genius? That's right. That's it. Devereaux had just taken advantage of Harry before he was taken away by Professor McGonagall. Loaded the entry for his flying broom genius. Now he is a true flying genius. At this time, many students tried to get the flying broom in their hands for the second time but failed. Under the guidance of Mrs. Hooch, most of them finally get to ride on the broom. At this time, Devereaux could hardly hold it in any longer. He felt as if he was born to soar in the sky. This is completely different from the feeling half an hour ago. Under the order of Mrs. Hooch. Force. The whistle blows. Devereaux kicked his legs. With a crisp whistle, Devereaux felt as if he was being pulled skyward by an invisible force. Then he rose steadily into the air. Up in the air. Devereaux's moves are nearly flawless. Every turn is spot on. Every rise is swift and powerful. Every drop is smooth and smooth. He is like a vigorous eagle. Fly freely in the air. It seems to be one with the broomstick. Has Harry felt like this before? It feels so good. I have to say. Some things are truly gifted. Devereaux felt that even if Harry were to ride the broom he started with, you can still ride well. Just like he is now. The students watched Devereaux fly freely in the air. I couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamation. They talked about it one after another. I just said that Devereaux must be an expert in flying. His previous accident was entirely due to the failure of the broom. Yes, yes, look at the dive. He is even more handsome than Charlie. Oh my God, he must be our college's Quidditch captain in the future. Over the lawn next to the Forbidden Forest, Devereaux's figure drew graceful arcs in the sunlight. He dived, climbed, and circled, and every movement seemed to be done with ease. The wind howled past my ears. Blow on face. Brings a feeling of coolness and freedom. Devereaux's heart was filled with pride and joy. He seemed to really feel the joy of flying at this moment. Oh my God, this is so addictive. If Mrs. Hooch hadn't forced him to land in the end, it's not certain that Devereaux will continue to fly for hours at a time. Devereaux landed smoothly on the ground. The eyes of the surrounding students were full of envy and admiration. They gathered around him one after another. Asked Devereaux for tips on flying. But Devereaux is very humble. Thank you everyone. I'm still learning. I really don't have much experience. The main thing is confidence and concentration, and establishing a tacit understanding with the broom. However, the enthusiasm of students from both colleges is still very high. Devereaux was a little troubled by this. Finally, at Mrs. Hooch's whistle, this course is finally over. After class, Devereaux looked at his watch. It wasn't long before the appointment with Professor Quirrell. I planned to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in his office first. Talk about taking upper division courses. At this time, Hermione suddenly stopped him. Devereaux. Are you okay? Come to your senses. Hermione looked at Devereaux with concern. You just rushed into the Forbidden Forest alone. Were you injured? Hearing Hermione's concern, Devereaux laughed. Some exaggerated stretching of limbs. Also jumped. Prove that you have no problem at all. Look. I'm fine. You saw the flashback to curse just now. I used the curse to save myself. But Hermione still shook her head seriously. No, 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 Devereux, my mother said that there are many injuries that are invisible to the naked eye. This is true for the teeth and the same for the body. You'd better go to the hospital with me for a checkup. Devereux wanted to laugh a little. I was about to refuse. But suddenly his eyes rolled. It seemed like I remembered something. Then he nodded to Hermione. Okay, let's go then. We can also see Neville by the way. See, Devereux agrees. Hermione immediately had a smile on her face. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Devereux seemed happy to listen to her opinion. She turned and stepped forward. The pace is light and cheerful. Devereux also smiled slightly. Then he turned around and picked up Al and put him on his shoulder. Then he and Hermione went to the school doctor's office. Chapter 41, School Doctor's Office, Experience Entries. Come to the school doctor's office. Devereux and Hermione pushed open the door. The smell of disinfectant rushed towards me. The interior lighting is soft. The air is filled with a faint herbal fragrance. It's reassuring. The school nurse, Madame Poppy Pomfrey, was busy organizing the medicine cabinet. And Neville was lying on the bed. His complexion has recovered a lot. No longer as pale as before. At this time, Neville's injuries were almost healed by the doctors. Ron was still with him. Saw Hermione and Devereux coming. He sat up straight immediately. There was a hint of excitement on his face. You are finally here. Ron said happily. He glanced at Devereux. A smile flashed in his eyes. Malfoy was so embarrassed in class just now. He peed his pants. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Devereux. I found that he also had a look of laughter on his face. SHH. Madame Pomfrey looked at the four of them sternly. Patients need a good rest. If you make any more noise, I will ask you to leave. Several people nodded quickly. Like a chicken pecking at rice. Madame Pomfrey turned around again. Organize the medicine cabinet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They have just come to school not long ago. But Madame Pomfrey's severity has already been heard. Devereux stepped forward. Asked with concern. Neville, how are you feeling now? Neville raised his hands excitedly. Said quietly. Nothing's wrong at all. Look, Madame Pomfrey helped me recover in just a minute. Devereux's eyes lit up after hearing this. Turning towards Madame Pomfrey. Her panel appeared in front of Devereux. Name, Poppy Pomfrey. Age, 51 years old. Spell library, bone setting spell, mastery, resurrection spell, mastery, comma. Entry, superb medical skills, purple, magical ability, purple. Exquisite medical skills, purple, very good at using healing spells, and has rich experience in medical decoctions and herbal medicines. He is an extremely outstanding person in life. Magic talent, purple has magic talent that exceeds that of ordinary wizards, can learn spells faster than ordinary people, and has a certain degree of creativity. Devereux looked very satisfied and nodded. This exquisite medical skills entry should be different from the talent entries I have seen before. It is an experience-based entry. In other words, if Devereux is copied once loaded, then he has Madame Pomfrey's long experience in practicing medicine. Devereux has been observing a lot of people lately. Summed up an experience. That is, if a wizard realizes the full potential that his entry brings him, then his entry will be converted into an entry with his execution experience. On the contrary, it's still the original talent entry. This is the first time Devereux has seen a purple experience entry. This was something that Dumbledore had never seen before. Of course, it may be that Dumbledore's talent is simply too high. As a result, no matter how hard he tried, he could not fully realize his talents. so Devereaux immediately added this entry to his shopping basket. At this time Ron was whispering from the side. He continued to talk endlessly about what happened in the class just now. You don't know, Malfoy was so frightened that his face turned green and he thought he was going to fall to death. Devereaux smiled. Said. Malfoy has a long memory now. Neville listened. He also laughed. But then he asked again. Devereaux, how did you do that? You flew so well just now, can you teach me? Devereaux smiled. His answer was the same as on the lawn. It's actually very simple, it's confidence and concentration, and establishing a tacit understanding with the broom. When you hold the broom, treat it like an old friend and let it feel your trust. Neville listened with great interest. He nodded and said. I understand, I'll try it next time too. Devereaux was thinking in his heart. Neville had better not go to heaven again. Even if he is standing with 2 feet on the ground. Endless troubles will come to you. The other thing is to stay calm and don't lose control because of nervousness. Ron interjected from the side. Malfoy flew so badly because he was too nervous. Devereaux raised his hand and looked at his watch again. It's not long before the time agreed with Quirrell. Then he stood up and spoke to Madame Pomfrey. Madam, I just had some accidents. Although there are no injuries on the surface, I feel unsafe and still want to get checked. Hermione nodded repeatedly behind her. He rushed to tell Madame Pomfrey about Devereaux's nearly hitting a tree while riding a broomstick. Heard this. Madame Pomfrey's eyebrows almost rose. She drew her wand. He was still mumbling something. I told Professor Dumbledore a long time ago, how can we let first-year students take such a dangerous course? This is the 3rd time today. What if something happens? Said. A wave of the wand in his hand. It's clear as day. A burst of energy surged from the tip of Madame Pomfrey's wand. It immediately covered Devereaux's whole body. Devereaux suddenly felt as if he had entered a massage parlor. Someone was constantly massaging his whole body. After a while, the power dissipated. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened slightly. Alexander, fortunately, you were not injured. Devereaux thanked Madame Pomfrey. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Bite. New spells added to the inventory. Devereaux glanced over. Spell library, injury detection spell, getting started. Can. Learned another unorthodox spell. But you still have to be cautious about your situation and come back for another checkup tomorrow afternoon. Do you understand? Devereaux nodded quickly. He wished he could watch Madame Pomfrey cast her spells a few more times. It is estimated that not many people except her know this spell. Turn around. Devereaux came to Neville's bedside. Neville, I'll give you back what I borrowed before. Said. Then he tapped the bump on Al's back with his wand. Al suddenly opened his eyes wide. The boss with his mouth open. Devereaux was under the shocked gazes of the other 3. He put his hand into Al's mouth and explored it. He took out Neville's wand. Passed it to Neville. The place I specifically found will definitely not get any mucus on it. Devereaux said with a smile. Neville took his wand from Devereaux in shock. Ron rubbed his eyes fiercely. He wondered if he might be hallucinating something. This Devereaux toad spit out Neville's wand? Devereaux, you're Toad, how did you do that? Hermione asked in surprise. Ah? Al? He is a magical animal and can put a lot of things in his belly. Didn't I tell you before? Devereaux said strangely. But when I think about it, it seems true. I also want to talk about Al's origins. But I looked down at my watch. Broke in. The time agreed with Professor Quirrell is coming soon. He's leaving right away. I'm sorry. Professor Quirrell and I still have something to talk about, so I'll leave first and talk to you about Al later. With that said, Devereaux hurriedly ran out. 3 people were left with surprised faces. Devereaux. just as Devereux walked quickly towards Quirrell's office. There was a cry from behind. "Turn around! It's Hermione!" She gasped for air. Apparently he came running. "What's wrong, Hermione? Is there something wrong?" "I just asked Madame Pomfrey to check her." Devereux thought Hermione was asking him to observe her in the hospital again or something. "That's not the case, Devereux," Hermione gasped. He looked at Devereux with a surprised expression. "Neville's wand was at your place just now, which means..." Hermione didn't finish her sentence. Devereux just blinked at him. "That's right, keep it a secret for me." Then he left without looking back. This is against school rules." Hermione stamped her foot angrily behind her. Chapter 42 Defense Against the Dark Arts Syllabus. An opportunity to learn the unforgivable curse. Defense Against the Dark Arts mainly contains three major themes in the original work. The first is to understand and master the methods of dealing with dark magical creatures. For example, in the third year, Lupin explained a series of dark creatures to Harry and the others. Like Boggart, Red Hat, etc. The second is to understand the Black Curse and develop coping methods to a certain extent. For example, in the original book, Moody, although he was pretended by Barty Crouch Jr., once used the Imperious Curse on Harry. Train it to be resistant to this spell. The third one is dueling rules and some common spells and techniques in them. Harry learned the disarming spell and basic dueling rules in his second year. Among them, Devereux is most interested in various dark curses. In the original work, Harry and the others were exposed to the three unforgivable curses in their fourth grade. But Devereux found out today when he got Quirrell's syllabus. It turns out that these three unforgivable curses are the contents of the sixth grade. Moody was actually teaching supersyllabus content at that time. The fourth and fifth grades are mainly about various defensive spells and cracking spells. The main content of grades 1 to 3 is to resist various dark magical creatures. Of course, this content is also available for grades 4 to 7. But the proportion is not that much. At this moment Devereux was sitting on a stool outside Quirrell's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. It smells like garlic. But Bigelow's office is so much better. When Devereux just walked in, I almost vomited right at the door. Fortunately, he used the breathing rhythm adjustment method of meditation in time. Only then did he pass out directly at the door of the office. After that, he refused to enter Quirrell's office. It was hell there. Devereux couldn't figure out why Voldemort could endure such horrific conditions. Oh. Right. Voldemort has no nose. Devereux couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. "What's the matter, Alexander, have you made your choice?" Quirrell spoke shrilly and sat down next to Devereux with a pot of tea. At this time, Professor Quirrell looked kind. There was no trace of him being a Death Eater possessed by Voldemort. Devereux calmly sat slightly aside. "This is the smell of Quirrell. It's really scary." "Professor, I have already thought about it. I will just follow the sixth grade course." Devereux handed the teaching plan back to Quirrell. "Hear this." Quirrell's hand when pouring tea couldn't help but pause. He looked at Devereux in surprise. Alexander, you are only in the first grade. I heard Professor Dumbledore say that your talent for magic is very high, but you still have to go straight to the sixth grade class." Quirrell frowned slightly. "Try your best to convince Devereux. If you are interested in curses, you can consider taking the fourth grade course. In this school year, we will start to come into contact with some curse-breaking content, which should be just right for you," said. Quirrell also opened his syllabus. Turned to the one corresponding to fourth grade. This surprised Devereux. Is this Quirrell really seriously preparing to teach the students? When I just got the lesson plan. Devereux thought Quirrell just brought other people's lesson plans. I didn't expect it to be quite familiar. Devereux narrowed his eyes slightly and considered Quirrell's suggestion. But in the end he shook his head. "Professor, I think I should start directly from the 6th grade. I believe in my talent. If not, I can keep up with the 4th grade courses." Quirrell heard this. There was no more persuasion. Instead, he asked Devereaux with great interest. He was waving a wand in his hand. "Have the teapot automatically fill Devereaux's cup with tea." "Okay, but I still have a question, Alexander, why did you choose 6th grade instead of 7th grade? If you really want to challenge the difficulty, there will be a comprehensive review specifically for N.E.W.T in 7th grade, because the content has been covered before. You have studied them all, and the difficulty is not much higher. It can also take you through the content of the previous semester, which may be more suitable for you." Quirrell's words were really professional. It's almost like a real classroom teacher said it. But even so, Devereaux still shook his head slightly. "Professor, I am mainly interested in teaching silent spells to 6th grade students," said. Devereaux picked up the tea that Professor Quirrell had brewed and took a sip. There was a trace of expectation in his eyes. "Besides, you can also see the unforgivable curse, right?" When the teacup fell from Quirrell's hand, it hit the ground and shattered into pieces. Tea splashed all over himself. Devereaux was also taken aback. He stood up from his seat. "Look at Quirrell." I saw that he suddenly seemed to have lost his soul. The eyes are silent. The scalding tea was poured on him. But he didn't react at all. After 10 full seconds, after Devereaux had already used his wand to clean up the mess on the ground, Quirrell looked around as if waking up from a dream. "Professor, are you okay?" Devereaux handed over a glass of water that he had made using a water-calling spell, and asked with concern. Quirrell took the water glass in a daze. "Drink it all in one gulp." "Oh, I'm sorry, Alexander, this is the sequelae of being hurt by that vampire before." "Oh, it's really. I'm fine, I'm fine." Quirrell sat on the chair holding his forehead. It took a while. Then he looked up at Devereaux. "I see, Alexander, well, I can understand. When I was a student, I was also very fascinated by the famous 3 unforgivable curses and wanted to explore them, but..." Quirrell sat up straight. His expression became serious. "But it is a pity that the Ministry of Magic issued a ban last year, prohibiting us from showing the 3 unforgivable curses to students in class. We will only tell their origins," said. Quirrell suddenly got stuck again. His eyes were dull again. "It's probably that vampire problem again. Seriously. Hear what he said." Devereaux was disappointed. He had never seen such a prohibition in the original work. But it makes sense. In the original work, it was Barty Crouch Jr. pretending to be moody. That of being a Death Eater or the most powerful aura in the Ministry of Magic. Violate 1 and 2 rules. It's so normal. And Quirrell comes to school with a special mission. Naturally, it is impossible to satisfy Devereaux's wish. Literally perform an unforgivable curse on them in class. In case someone complains later. Then his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone would come to nothing. Devereaux basically agreed. His plan was to learn the 3 unforgivable curses by watching others cast spells. It has to be postponed. Just then, suddenly, Quirrell's spirit returned. He looked at Devereaux, showing struggle. It seems like he is making a difficult decision. Take one last deep breath. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Whispered to Devereaux. "I'm sorry, Alexander, maybe I remembered it wrong. There should be no such prohibition. Showing the 3 unforgivable curses in class is of course a must-have class content." After Devereaux happily walked out the door, Quirrell's expression instantly changed to one of horror. He trembled. Said with extreme caution. "Master, this is too risky. If we are Quirrell hadn't finished speaking yet. One is extremely weak. But a majestic voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell, put away your timidity. This boy is very interesting. Alexander is very special. If he can be on my side, the Philosopher's Stone won't matter at all. Chapter 43, 3 Classic Questions in Potions Class. Seriously. For Devereux. The number 1 most hated course is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Because Quirrell always makes the classroom full of garlic smell. The second one is undoubtedly the Potions class. Although his potion skills are far beyond those of his peers. So generally, he should really like it. After all, you can show yourself as a saint in front of others. The entry Descendants of Slytherin is loaded in the future. It should also be counted among the honors achieved. Maybe it can improve his strength. But Snape didn't give him any chance to show off. It was even said that he treated Devereux as nothing in class. All he sees is Potter. What will I get if I add narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion? That's right. It was the Friday of Devereux's first week at Hogwarts. The first class in the morning is Potions class. The scene in front of me is a classic 3-question session in Potions class. Watching Hermione stretch her hand so high, Devereux couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Don't disturb their world at this time. Neville next to him was obviously frightened by Snape's severity. He pushed his head under the table desperately. He was afraid that he would be the next person picked up by Snape. Consider what might happen to him later. This time Devereux offered to sit with him. And Devereux's reputation during this time. It wouldn't seem strange to have him sitting next to a Slytherin and a Gryffindor. No Slytherin would say anything to him for this move. To Devereux's surprise, Malfoy seemed to have little interest in the drama of Harry's execution. He and his 2 followers sat in a corner of the classroom. His eyes were a little dull. Not many people were sitting next to him. Be it Slytherin or Gryffindor. It is estimated that what happened in the flying lesson yesterday had a big impact on him. Moreover, many senior people in Slytherin also began to have opinions about him. After all, I walked out the door one morning and took a look. The big hourglass in the Snake Courtyard's college branch has been emptied. This is really something no one can bear. In the common room yesterday, some people have already begun to lament that this year Slytherin will not be able to win the House Cup for the first time in 7 years. But Devereux as a time traveler. He had long known that the Academy Cup had been advanced to Gryffindor by Dumbledore 7 years in advance. So he didn't really want to struggle. There was no resentment toward Malfoy as there was among others. I just wish he could be quieter. Now it's perfect for Devereux's expectations. Look at that sullen expression. He must have been deeply affected. On the other side, Snape's troubles continued. Tisk, tisk. It seems that fame doesn't mean everything. Snape walked directly past Hermione, who was about to reach her hands to the ceiling. His eyes were fixed on Harry's face. Let's try again. Potter, if I asked you to find me a Bezoar, where would you look? I don't know, Professor. I take it you didn't read a single book before term started, did you, Potter? What follows is a series of answers that come out of Snape's mouth. He quickly glanced around at all the students watching. Except Devereux. The person everyone looks at. They all jerked their necks. Understood? Why don't you write this all down? The classic 3 questions frightened all the students so much that they did not dare to breathe. There was a rustle of quills. Devereux held his chin up and watched the scene in boredom. To be honest, these contents are considered the most basic knowledge. Devereux hadn't awakened the system half a year ago. It's already fully mastered. Now there is an entry for Potion Spirit. That's out of the question. Unfortunately, Snape was in class. He only had eyes for Potter. After deducting points from Harry for talking back, Potions class finally entered the stage that Devereux was most looking forward to, He had forgotten the potion equipment that Snape had given him before. It was kept in Al's belly. When I wanted to take it out the day before yesterday, it was found that unknown mucus was stuck on it. So Devereux cleaned them up. It's still drying now. But he didn't touch the potion for a whole week. Today we finally opened the meat show. Snape divided them into teams of 2. Instruct them to mix a simple potion to treat scabies. And Devereux naturally became a group with Neville sitting next to him. To be honest, Neville did feel a little clumsy. Even with Devereux's help. He also almost put the materials in the wrong order. Certainly. That was why Snape was dangling behind him. Under the protection of Devereux. The 2 of them were almost the only people in the class who had not been scolded by Snape. Even Malfoy, whom Snape favored in the original book. All because of distraction. Got scolded quietly once. Even with Neville on the side to give Devereux strength. But Devereux still relied on his extraordinary potion intuition. And some kind of metaphysical blessing. Only 2/3 of the material is used. This completes the configuration of this simple potion. At this time, others were still weighing dried nettles. The students at the front and back tables all turned around. He looked in amazement at the pot of clear, steaming green potion in front of Devereux. Oh my God! It hasn't been 3 minutes yet. Alexander is ready. It's impossible. He's finished cooking my snake teeth before I've broken them into pieces? Is this a student in the same grade as me? I think Devereux must be from a French pure-blood family. He must have received excellent magic education since he was a child. Yes. And he is so gentle and polite. He must be from a noble family. This is the discussion among the students in the Snake Academy. Reached Devereux's ears. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. What aristocrat! He just received 9 years of compulsory education. He is a normal person and would not talk trash when meeting someone. Does this make you a noble? But it is true that a good potion education is obtained from an early age. After all, it was Snape himself who taught him. It's just that the process was a bit miserable. That's enough, there's no need for extra noise here. Snape was louder than a whisper. But the deep voice that everyone could hear reappeared. Or do you think you have completely mastered the making of this potion? Snape's snake-like eyes glanced at the students who were just screaming. The students who were seen did not dare to breathe. Said. Snape walked over to Devereux and Neville's table. Looking into the pot in front of Devereux. That pot of clear potion that seemed to contain no impurities. Snape stood there motionless. His eyes were fixed on the pot of potion. Devereux knew this look very well. This was the look on Snape's face when he was looking for trouble. He was desperately trying to find the flaw in Devereux's potion. But obviously, there was no way Devereux was going to overturn this extremely simple potion. Tisk. Only a very small smacking sound was heard from Snape. Devereux's lips curled up. It's very standard, it can even be said to be a perfect work. Mr. Alexander, 5 points for your performance, Slytherin. Said. Snape was about to walk back to the podium with a dark face. At this time, Devereux stood up suddenly. Professor Snape, your points have been reduced. Chapter 44 Braveheart? 1 point for Gryffindor. Such a simple task doesn't even deserve to be called brewing potions. How many points do you want to add? Mr. Alexander, when did your judgment on potions become so poor? Snape was like a wolf invading the territory. Dark eyes were fixed on Devereux. Professor, that's not what I meant. Devereux, on the other hand, was not at all intimidated by Snape's aura. Or rather, he's basically immune. After all, we have lived together for more than a year. There are a lot of people blowing their noses and staring. I mean, you forgot to give Neville points. Devereux put his hand on the shoulder of the stocky guy next to him. But I felt a shiver. Snape squinted. Neville's face was red at this moment. The body was even shaking constantly. I wanted to crawl directly under the table. The surrounding students also looked at Neville. Neville helped me sort out the herbs. He is very fast at processing herbs. With his help, I was able to finish brewing them so quickly. Devereaux argued. What he said was indeed true. When Neville wants to put a porcupine quill into the pot ahead of time, Devereaux wouldn't let him touch the pot. And reality turned out to be an excellent decision. After not dealing with the pot, which was very unstable, in Neville's opinion, Neville's mentality became much calmer. You can organize the herbs to be put into the pot into categories. Give Devereaux a shot. That serious look even made Devereaux look at him with admiration. For the first time, I took a serious look at Neville's panel. Name, Neville Longbottom. Age, 11 years old. Spell library, none. Entry, herbal talent, purple, brave heart, purple, magical ability, blue. Herbal talent, purple, talented in herbal medicine, with the natural ability to identify and perceive various magical plants, and may have good achievements in herbal medicine. Brave heart, purple, bravery is the foundation of your character. When someone touches your bottom line, your courage will burst out and you will become the leader of the crowd. Magic ability, blue, has the potential to become a wizard. It is indeed a good entry configuration. Neville actually has 2 purple entries? Devereaux had never thought of this before. Mainly when I met him on the train. Crying look. That left Devereaux with a not-so-good first impression of him. So he ignored the future Gryffindor sword master. The Braveheart entry gives him an entry that seems to be extremely suitable for Gryffindor. If you want to get the sword of Gryffindor in the future, this entry can be considered. Thinking. Devereaux added the entry to his shopping cart. I started thinking about it in my mind. Why did you borrow the sorting hat from Dumbledore? Neville, you have provided me with a lot of help. I think it is reasonable to give him extra points. Snape stared intently at Neville's face. Neville could feel his snake-like gaze. His head was so low that he almost crawled into the drawer. It was not just the Slytherin students who admired Devereaux at this point. Many Gryffindors felt admiration for Devereaux. To know their 2 colleges are incompatible. At this time, Devereaux actually challenged Snape, the Gryffindor student and the dean of his own college. How much courage this requires. Actually, Devereaux is used to it. They felt it immediately. Devereaux is the real Gryffindor. He is so brave. Harry and Ron both looked at him with admiration. Devereaux even saw Ron giving a thumbs up out of the corner of his eye. Snape's gaze shifted to Devereaux's face. Mr. Alexander, is this really true? Devereaux puffed out his chest and raised his head. Look into Snape's eyes. Professor, it's absolutely true. Snape's face became even more gloomy. Devereaux barely saw any movement of his lips. Only an imperceptible sound could be heard popping out from between Snape's teeth. 1 point for Gryffindor. Almost instantly, all the Gryffindor students seemed to have won a huge victory. Everyone's face was filled with excited smiles. They just got extra points from Snape. This is just 1 week since school started. A feat that no Gryffindor in other years has been able to accomplish. Suddenly, Devereaux's status in their hearts has risen to a higher level. Directly became the diplomatic ambassador of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Promote a reconciliation that has not been seen between the 2 parties in decades. Devereaux also patted Neville on the shoulder happily. Neville, you have won a point for the college. Neville looked up. His face was still red. He was also very happy at this time. He even somewhat forgot about Professor Snape's terrifying smile during his week at school. But he has never won a point for the college. What happened today made him extremely happy. But seeing Gryffindor so happy, then Snape is about to take action. Snape walked to the table with a dark face. I saw the leftover materials used by Devereux and the others. Immediately said in a low voice. Longbottom. What are you keeping these materials for? Are you going to keep them in your pocket and take them back to the dormitory? Neville was questioned by this. His face turned pale with fright. Devereux was about to stand up and explain. 3 points from Gryffindor for your wasteful behavior. And you, Alexander, sit down. Finished. Snape turned sharply and looked at Harry. Potter. Weasley. So what gesture were you making just now? There was barely any movement in Snape's robes. Snape did so in an almost gliding manner. Came to Harry. Ron. Or do you think class is just playing house? Another point will be deducted from Gryffindor for your rude behavior. Finished. His sharp eyes scanned the entire audience. What are you looking at? Have you finished making it? Suddenly everyone quickly lowered their heads. Hurry and continue making your own potion. Devereux did not stand up to argue with Snape this time. Obviously the other party is already anxious. He didn't want to get into trouble with farmers at this time. All he could do was give Neville a pat on the back. Comfort him. Poor baby. I just got my first extra point in my student career. Just returned it. 2 points were deducted. Devereux could only offer his utmost sympathy. On the contrary, Neville was not as fragile as Devereux imagined. He turned back to Devereux and gave him a forced smile. Although there are tears in my eyes. But he held on and didn't let it flow down. Just then, a plume of acidic green smoke suddenly erupted from the underground classroom. There was a loud hissing sound. Ah! Everyone turned around suddenly. I saw that Malfoy was soaked in potion. This left his arms and legs covered in red, swollen scabies. He screamed in pain. Chapter 45. There is already a sadly thick barrier between us. Draco. Snape shouted angrily. He waved his wand and wiped away the potion spilled on the ground. Did you put the porcupine quills in the pot without taking it off the fire? How could you be so careless? Malfoy burst into tears. I even have acne on my face. Professor, I'm too anxious and want to go faster. Obviously. Malfoy should have seen Devereux making the potion so quickly. He also scored extra points for his college. Even Neville Longbottom, the stupid boy he had always looked down upon. Both got bonus points from Snape. This was even more unbearable for Malfoy. So he stepped up his steps. The result was this accident. You two, take Draco to the infirmary. Snape snapped at Goyle and Crabbe. Then he told the other students with a dark face to continue brewing the potion. Harry and Ron were laughing again because of their madness. Unusual noise. 2 points were deducted by Snape. There will be no further interludes. Everyone started brewing the potion step by step. Devereux, on the other hand, had already figured out the magic potion. And began to practice meditation while sitting in the original position. Improve your mental strength. With the regulation of breathing. Grey fog slowly formed around Devereux. And the grey fog gradually receded. Now Devereux's perception. It can already spread to the entire classroom. At this time, his perception turned into blue filaments. There was a commotion in the whole classroom. He can feel it clearly. At this time Devereux also discovered that while practicing meditation, it seems that I can continue to learn. And the effect of memory is much stronger than in normal state. Cooperate with the entry exam taking genius. To say Devereux has a photographic memory now might be a stretch. But that's definitely not much different. So at this moment, Devereux was holding the book of potions he bought before. On the surface it seems. It's like an endorsement. Certainly. In fact, it is also an endorsement. But at the same time, you can also exercise your magic power. So Snape saw it. Just pretend you didn't see it. Completely ignoring his actions. indeed. Anyway, Devereux has to go to 5th grade classes next week. Now it doesn't make any difference whether you listen to him or not about this operational matter. And Neville just happened to get Devereux's neglected gift bag. A whole class is over. Snape didn't even bother him. Soon. In the midst of practice. This class is over. After class. A large group of Gryffindors came and invited Devereux to have lunch with them. Devereux. Come to dinner with us. Ron said excitedly. The little lions surrounded Devereux in an instant. Some little snakes who wanted to strike up a conversation with Devereux were pushed to the outside of the crowd. You're too strong, Devereux. How did you do it so fast? This is Hermione. She was the second among them all to brew the potion. But it also took Devereux nearly twice as long to complete. Devereux, you are so brave. Give me 10,000 courages, and I wouldn't dare to talk to Professor Snape like that. This is Seamus. He seemed to admire the way Devereux and Snape were bargaining just now. Harry and Neville nodded heavily. Devereux, your potion skills are so good. Can you help me? I don't want to be scolded by Snape. Parvati came over pitifully. Instantly. There was a fight for the right to belong to Devereux's next tablemate in potions class. After flying lessons and potions lessons obviously. Devereux's image in the eyes of everyone has become a super thigh. Devereux smiled wryly. Ron, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask Madame Pomfrey to do another physical examination for me later. You go and eat first. At the same time, he looked at the students who wanted to make reservations for their tablemates next time. I'm sorry, classmates, I may not be in the potions class with you next week. I will go to the 5th grade class. As soon as the news was announced, everyone was petrified. Devereux, you're going to take potions class with the 5th years? Hermione asked, stammering. His jaw almost dropped to the ground at this time. The little lions around were all frightened from ear to ear by the news. Yes, the first-year courses are too easy for me, so I discussed it with Professor Snape and he agreed. Devereux replied lightly. Even the Slytherins on the outside of the crowd. I couldn't calm down after hearing this news. Unlike Gryffindor, which has many mixed blood or pure Muggle-born wizards. Most of them come from pure-blood wizard families. Many people in that family came from Hogwarts. When had I ever heard of a little wizard who had just entered school for less than a week? Going to take 5th grade classes? And Snape agreed. This is too outrageous. But just when everyone had not recovered from such an explosive news, Devereux raised his hand. Oh, everyone, please go and eat first. I have an appointment with Madame Pomfrey and will leave first. Finished. Devereux left the little lions and snakes looking shocked. He ran out of the classroom below in a hurry. Went to the school doctor's office. After his inspection last night. Take a break quickly. The afternoon was specially set by Snape. Going to his office. Devereux doesn't know exactly what to do. It should have something to do with the new recipe for Polyjuice potion. But he didn't know that he had just contradicted Snape in class. Will he hold a grudge and give him a lot of work? Wrong. Devereux patted his cheeks with both hands. How could you miss Snape so much? He will definitely hold a grudge. Don't take any chances. So we can no longer argue with them in the classroom. Devereux had a determined look in his eyes. Walk quickly to the school doctor's office. Get it done quickly and get some rest. Prepare to fight the old bat for 300 rounds. And after Devereux waved his hands and left, the underground classroom immediately exploded. Devereux is so strong. He is definitely the best Slytherin in history. That's right. Our Slytherin class is terrifyingly strong. The Slytherins on the outside cheered loudly. They have the best students in the school. I have already started to imagine the scenario of finally winning the Academy Cup under Devereux. They and Devereux scored 1,000 points together. Gryffindor was more shocked. Oh my god! This is definitely not a genius, this is a genius. I can actually go to the same school as him. Dean put his head in his hands and looked blank. Harry Ron also performed similarly. Devereux, have you reached this level? Hermione sat in her seat worried. There was a shadow on his face. She felt like there was already a sadly thick barrier between herself and Devereux. Chapter 46 The Power of Experience-Based Entries. Snape's Storage Room? Hogwarts Dungeons. The door to Headmaster Slytherin's office. Devereux took a deep breath. There was still some hesitation in my heart. I don't know how Snape plans to deal with me. He just came from the lounge. I went to the school doctor's office before eating. Madame Pomfrey quickly gave Devereux a full body check. It was determined that there were no other problems with him. But he still grabbed Devereux and told him a lot about safety precautions. Finally he was willing to let him go. Fortunately, Devereux copied her entry for exquisite medical skills. It's not a loss. At the moment of copying, Devereux suddenly felt as if he had really become an old doctor who has been practicing medicine for more than 30 years. Just listen to the system's crazy prompts. Bite. New spells added to the inventory. New spells added to the inventory. New spells added to the inventory. Dozens of healing spells were easily mastered by Devereux. He even felt like he could open a clinic outside. And it doesn't stop there. A large amount of knowledge and experience in the preparation of herbal medicines and pharmaceuticals was also poured into Devereux's mind instantly. You must know that the content in books is only theory after all. And the practical experience of dispensing this medicine is the most difficult to obtain. Suddenly, Devereux felt that his level of potion preparation was even better than before. With these experiences, now he may be a true potion master. Even at noon today. An improvement plan for the polyjuice potion given to Snape before. Devereux has new areas for improvement. And a way to make this polyjuice potion even more practical. Experience-based entries are so terrifying. These talents are not considered top wizards. Have been deeply involved in an industry for a very long time. The things you accumulate may be more valuable than your talent. Suddenly, Devereux had a new idea. Just like Snape or Professor McGonagall. Has a golden entry. But one who has not yet fully lived up to his gift. Can you help them learn further? Then add their talent entries. Convert to experience terms. Copying yourself. That would be so cool. It's like I don't have to go through as many years of precipitation as they do. You can gain the same experience and talent. Devereux thought about this every time. Will show a silly smile. My saliva couldn't help but flow down. So I have one more task. That is to train people with advanced talent type entries. Let them realize their gifts. Then Devereux will come again to harvest. Plan passes. Even as Devereux was still thinking about cultivating capable people in the future. Then load the copy in the last one. When the other party lamented that Devereux's talent was superior to his own, he giggled at his dream. A cold and deep voice came from behind. Why are you giggling? Aren't you a wizard? You can't even open the door. With that said, Snape walked out of a shadow in the corridor. Still the same as in the morning. Wearing a black robe. Long hair covers her face. Only a pair of sharp eyes were revealed. Or rather, Snape has always looked like this. When he saw him, Devereux immediately stood at attention with his chest raised and his head raised. Put on a submissive attitude. He had just contradicted Snape in class. I just beg Snape not to do anything like a pink toad by having him locked up every day. What are you doing standing around? Go in. With that said, Snape waved his wand. The office door opened automatically. Devereux immediately dodged in sideways. Snape followed. Unlocking spell, I should have shown you the test at the beginning of school before, right? Do you still remember it now? Snape sat down on the main seat. He squinted at Devereux. Of course I remember. Devereux nodded confidently. In fact, before the test to test his magical talent, Devereux was just on the street watching other people cast spells. I learned this magic spell. Of course he is very skilled. Okay, if I'm not here on Friday, you can come here by yourself. Snape stood up and said calmly. Ah? Devereux hadn't yet realized what Snape meant. Snape turned and walked to a door. Open the Elijah cave. The door lock opens immediately, accompanied by a slight click. The door slowly opened. Come over. Snape called back to Devereux, who was stunned in his chair. Devereux hurried to follow. Entered Snape's storage room. The storeroom door closed automatically behind them. There was a dull sound. Devereux looked around. I was immediately attracted by everything in front of me. The layout of the storage room is very neat. Divided into 3 parts. Displayed on 3 walls. On one wall were the remains of magical creatures. Most of them are soaked in liquids of different colors. Some of these liquids are clear and transparent. Some appear deep blue or green. Others are cloudy yellow. The stumps in the bottles come in various shapes. Some are dragon claws. Some have unicorn tails. There are also werewolf teeth. Each bottle is carefully labeled. Record the collection date and purpose. Devereux's eyes widened as he watched. The powerful magic contained in these things. This caused his magic potion spirit body to resonate instantly. I can't wait to pack them all up and take them to the laboratory immediately. Give them a try. Press this urge forcefully. Devereux looked toward the other wall. Another wall holds magical herbs. Most have been dehydrated and dried. Things like nettles, mandrakes, and agave. All in clear glass jars. These herbs have a light aroma. Some leaves are dark green. Some flowers are colorful and look a little dangerous. Each jar is also labeled. The name of the herbal medicine, collection time, and preservation method are recorded in detail. This part is the most routine. But Devereux couldn't help but frown a little. After all, some magic potions are being brewed. Fresh herbs are essential. But why is there only this kind of dry matter in Snape's storage room? Not very professional. With this doubt, Devereux looked toward the final wall. On the middle wall are some finished potions. Basically, they are all very precious potions. Devereux's eye was caught by one of the bottles. The bottle was labeled Veritaserum. Oh my god! So Snape keeps this Veritaserum all year round? Who does he want to give it to? Devereux was secretly stunned. Besides, there are many other precious potions. For example, it seems to be a newly brewed polyjuice potion. There are also lucky potions, bone spirits, sleeping potions, and antidotes, etc. The bottles are neatly arranged on the shelves. Each one exudes a faint glow. Devereux licked his dry lips. These magic potions are rare items that cannot be bought outside. There are so many here at Snape. But surprise is surprise. Devereux still didn't quite understand what Snape was doing by bringing him to his storage room. Don't tell me. Devereux's eyes flashed coldly. Do you want to kill me and soak me in these solutions? Of course this is impossible. But Devereux really couldn't figure it out. Just when he was thinking wildly, Snape turned around. Dark eyes stared at him. I've told you how to get in, so feel free to use the things here, said. He also frowned slightly. He shook his head again. Save a little bit, these things are not easy to get. Devereux's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 47, Potion Production Sharing Contract? Ah! Devereux heard Snape's words. My brain is shut down. What do you mean by letting him use it casually? Could it be said that he can handle all the materials and finished potions in this room? In terms of value, the things in this house are worth 5,000 gold galleons. Even if you sell Devereux, you can't get back so many rare materials. Professor, do you mean that I can use them both to brew a potion? Devereux stammered the question. Still haven't recovered from this shocking news. Which word of mine did you not understand? Yes, that's it. Snape replied with a frown. Devereux immediately stood at attention. Pay attention to Professor Snape. Oh my gosh! The Snape in front of him felt strange. Is this still the same old bat? Why are you so generous today? Snape naturally couldn't see Devereux being so proud. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, 80% of the ownership of the potion you make belongs to me. Devereux was stunned. 28 points? 80% of it belongs to someone else. Devereux suddenly wanted to bargain. This is squeezing. The magic potion made by his potion spirit. Those are all unavailable in the market. At least 30%. Professor. This price is unreasonable. Devereux is no longer the BD who used to live with Snape but had no ability to protect himself. His wings are stiff. Snape's eyes froze when he heard what he said. So both parties began a long oral gymnastics session. Finally, under Devereux's argument, Snape relented and returned to Devereux at 2.50. Still under Devereux's strong request, Snape reluctantly signed a paper contract with him. Originally, Devereux wanted to make an unbreakable vow with Snape. But there were no witnesses at the scene. Then I decided to wait until later. Anyway, there is already a paper certificate. Not afraid of Snape cheating. So Devereux stuffed the contract into his pocket with satisfaction. Snape looked unhappy. It seems that giving Devereux a contract made him very unhappy. But Devereux felt that Snape's stinky face was very pleasing to the eye. He is definitely in an extremely good mood today. Now I want to take some materials away immediately. Go to the underground classroom and start having fun. But although there is an entry for magic potion spirit, he has an intuitive feeling for the materials in front of him. You can vaguely guess what they can be used for. But it's best to let Snape introduce it. By the way, some things to note. Avoid danger. Snape said grimly. Okay, now I need you to know some things that need attention. I don't want the storage room to be destroyed when I come back one day. As he spoke, Snape walked to a wall of broken limbs of magical creatures. His fingers gently slid over each bottle. The tone is cold but professional. These are the remains of magical creatures that I have collected over the years, each with its own unique purpose. For example, unicorn tail hair has mild properties and is an essential material for beauty potions. Snape turned and stared into Devereux's eyes. Make sure he listens. Then he continued. But remember, hair-like materials are very volatile. So unicorn tail hair is very fragile, and once damaged, its magic will dissipate quickly. So, don't touch these bottles easily. Unless you want to destroy a priceless bottle of potions. Of course it won't be that easy if it's treated with special methods, but then the effect of the potion we brew will be compromised. Devereux nodded. Keep these notes in mind. After all, once this contract is signed, just Devereux to make the potion. So now a quarter of the materials in this big house belong to him. You must cherish it. Then Snape went on to talk about the special uses of several magical creature stumps. Devereux nodded to make sure he had written them down. He is now an exam-taking genius. That was the key point that Snape repeatedly highlighted. I must remember it clearly. Snape looked at him suspiciously. After all, Devereux wasn't taking notes right now. Nor does it appear that the memory is very tense. Do you really remember it? Snape couldn't help but ask. Devereux grinned. He tapped his head with his index finger. Professor, I'm not bragging, but my brain works surprisingly well. Look at Devereux's proud look. Snape's mouth twitched slightly. Then ignore him. Turn around. Walk up to a wall of magic herbs. Continued. These magical herbs are the basic ingredients for making potions. Then pick up a glass bottle containing dry powder. This is Baixian. You should have learned about it in Thousands of Miraculous Herbs and Mushrooms. It is what you will learn in the first grade. Devereux nodded slightly. Baixian is a plant with magical properties. It can be used to make potions and also has a strong healing effect. However, it should be noted that the temperature must be maintained at a constant temperature during the drying process, otherwise its magic power will be greatly weakened. There is also agave, which can be used to increase the effectiveness of potions, but excessive use can cause serious side effects. Snape picked up each of the herbs and explained them to Devereux. He will emphasize the uses and contraindications of herbal medicines. Devereux listened carefully. The eyes moved back and forth from jar to jar. Try to remember every detail. Finally, a large wall of herbal medicines have been explained. Devereux narrowed his eyes. He rubbed his temples. So much stuff to cram into your head. Even if he is a genius in taking exams. Also a little dizzy. It felt like within an hour. I took a semester of herbal medicine classes. And Snape seemed to enjoy it. His expression became obviously more proud. Devereux had a dark suspicion in his mind. Snape definitely couldn't see how well he performed. That's why we have to use this method of forcing information. Forcing Devereux to fatigue. This way he can satisfy a certain fetish. Just when Devereux was madly complaining about Snape, Snape walked to the middle wall. There was a pause. Then come back. His expression was extremely serious. More serious than at any time tonight. Raise your hands. Pointing to the finished potions on the last wall. There was a hint of warning in his tone. These are my carefully crafted potions, each of which is very dangerous or precious. I won't tell you what each of them is used for. Snape blocked the wall with his body. Facing Devereux. But I want to tell you, each of these potions is extremely dangerous and may even cause death. The threat in Snape's words became stronger. I don't want to see you turned into a corpse when I come next time, and. Oh. Snape said with another sneer. These potions are very expensive. If you accidentally knock over one of them, you have to change the share clause in the contract to 91%. You will only get 10% of the reward, and the rest will go to I. Devereux mentally complained about Snape's black heart and stinginess. And he could tell the effects of these potions just by looking at them. Do you still need him to speak? But on the surface he still nodded respectfully. Yes, Professor, I will be very careful. Heard Devereux's reply. Snape finally stood up straight. Go around Devereux and exit the storage room. Said a little tiredly. Okay, now that I've finished explaining the storage room to you, let's talk about the polyjuice recipe. As he spoke, Snape pulled out a piece of parchment that looked like a contract out of nowhere. Placed it on his desk. Devereux forcibly held down his hands that were about to get the materials. Get out of the storage room. Speaking of polyjuice potion. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, Professor, I've thought of a way to make the polyjuice potion complete within 7 days. As soon as these words came out. What? Snape shot up from his seat. Chapter 48, Extraordinary Pharmacists Association. London. Diagon Alley. A slender wooden hut sandwiched between a cauldron shop and an herbalist shop. At first glance, it is estimated that the width of the entire house is not as wide as its oak door. At this time a man with long hair, wearing a black robe. He walked towards this inconspicuous hut as if there was no one else around. Pushing open the heavy oak door. Walking in facing the aroma of herbs. The door slammed shut. A delicate inscription is engraved on the bronze medallion, which has been modeled by time. Society of Extraordinary Pharmacists. Oh! Severus Snape! Oh rare visitor, the last time you came here was 7 years ago, right? As soon as he entered the house, a wizard greeted him warmly. Middle-aged male. Slender figure. Keep your hair neatly short. The color is slightly off-white. Conduct yourself solemnly. There was a sense of poise and professionalism in his manner. A wave of the wand. Pass a glass of gin to the new arrival. Thanks, Blackwood, you know I don't drink this kind of stuff. Snape placed the wine glass on the side platform with a move of his hand. Look around. It's much bigger inside than it looks on the outside. This is the reception room of the Association of Extraordinary Pharmacists. At first glance, it's probably not much smaller than the Great Hall at Hogwarts. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling of the reception hall. A blue flame burned in the chandelier. It lit up the whole hall. The surrounding walls are decorated with specimens of various magical herbs. There is a bar full of various drinks near the entrance. No one is stationed. Guests can help themselves. It's almost noon now. There were already a lot of people in the venue at this time. Started to divide into different groups to socialize. And you can see the end of the living room at a glance. There is a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. That was Snape's destination today. So, Professor Snape, what brought you here today? Snape turned his attention to the wizard in front of him. Arthur Blackwood. Senior member receptionist of the Society of Extraordinary Pharmacists. Studied at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Specializes in potions and protective magic. He was Snape's senior in Slytherin. At this time, he was looking at him with interest. The youngest potions professor at Hogwarts. We invited him 3 times in a row, but all of them turned up behind closed doors. Today he is here to enjoy this international exchange meeting. That's right. Although compared with the leading figures in the industry, Snape was not very old. Only 31 years old. But just with the title of Potions Professor at Hogwarts, he is the one that all the forces are eager to win over. To know most of the little wizards in Britain, they all go to Hogwarts. Then they will definitely become Snape's students. So why flatter him? It's self-explanatory. And Snape? It's very difficult to get along with. Only wizards born in Slytherin could talk to him. Those born in Gryffindor just don't give any face. And he doesn't like socializing like international exchange meetings. A lot of pigheads will sneak in. Hear Blackwood's words. Snape was unmoved. Still said coldly. Today is the special session for transformation potions. I have some progress here. Hear this. Blackwood suddenly raised his eyebrows. Oh? That's interesting. Karkaroff from Durmstrang is also here today. He said he has made an innovation in transformation potion or something. Haha, he is so arrogant. He said and tilted his head. Point to a group of people. It's right there. Look in this direction. Really? I saw only one who was tall and thin. He has short white hair. A wizard with a goatee with curls at the end on his thin chin. At this time, he was laughing among the crowd. Snape frowned slightly. Look away. To be honest, he didn't really want to have anything to do with this former colleague. Whatever they did has nothing to do with me. Blackwood smiled. Then he turned sideways and waved his hand. Then let's do it first. The opening ceremony of the exchange meeting will take a while. After a while, Snape sat down on a soft leather sofa away from the crowd. On the small stand next to it, put this cup of hot tea. So how long do you plan to sit here today? It is said that the adult will also come to today's opening ceremony. Blackwood stood beside him and smiled. No matter who the big shot is, I'm just here to submit a potion improvement plan. I probably won't stay long. Snape picked up the hot tea and took a sip. Good. added Chamomile. Oh, then you will miss the founder of our extraordinary pharmacist association. Halfway through, Blackwood suddenly stopped. Snape put down his teacup and turned to look. I saw him standing there with his face turned pale. Then he immediately lowered his head and whispered, "Hello, Sir Granger." Snape turned around immediately when he heard this. All I saw was a thin figure. With a smile. The kind old man with a friendly expression stood beside Snape's soft leather sofa. He was wearing an emerald green robe. Almost all my hair fell out. A real little old man. Severus, long time no see. 10,000 broomsticks whizzed past Snape's heart. This is exactly the person in front of me. Founder of the Association of Extraordinary Pharmacists. The standardizer of potion research in the 20th century. Create more than 80 new potions in a lifetime. The founder of the fund that supports thousands of pharmacists. Participated in the writing of thousands of miraculous herbs and mushrooms. Hector Dagworth Granger. Snape was about to get up on the spot. But Granger put a hand on him. He smiled and shook his head. Then he raised his left hand. An identical soft leather sofa appeared opposite Snape. Granger sat down. Nodding to Blackwood. The other party understood immediately. He seemed to be running away and left. Snape and Granger were left staring at each other. Snape found that no one around him seemed to notice that this great god suddenly appeared on the first floor of the living room. He spoke first with some uneasiness. Sir Granger, I don't have a problem with you, it's just that I need to go back to school in the afternoon, so. Granger grinned. Waved his hand. Severus, you don't need to worry about this, but... Granger's old face showed a hint of teasing. How come Hogwarts still has classes for students on Friday afternoon? Snape quickly waved his hand and explained. No, it's not a unified class schedule arranged by the school, but there is a student whose grades are particularly bad. He has to take 5th grade classes, so I give him special tutoring. Devereaux, hey? My grades are particularly bad. Snape behaved very honestly in front of Granger. But it is. The boss in front of me was very kind to Snape. It must be provided. Haha, okay, let's move on to this matter. Let's talk about your new plan. Granger smiled happily. It doesn't look like he wants to turn this story around at all. Speaking of this, Snape immediately became serious. From its own little bag. Take out a document bag. Pass it to Granger. Sir, this is a plan for optimizing and adjusting the formula of Polyjuice Potion. It can greatly reduce the rarity of its materials. At the same time, it also extracts a universal method for improving the formula of transforming potions. Please take a look. Granger narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Received the document immediately. Start checking it out. Snape waited quietly. Less than a quarter of an hour. Granger checked all the files very quickly. The speed stunned Snape. Is this really an old man who is close to 100 years old? Genius idea. Severus. Granger took a deep breath. His face took on a rosy color that was rare for an old man of his age. This may be a discovery that can change the entire process of transformation magic. Siler Forth, your name will be written in history. This is a great compliment to this probably the most authoritative master of potions in the industry. Snape suddenly felt as if he was floating in the clouds. But instantly, Snape calmed down. This is not his fault. Snape said calmly. Sir, actually this was not invented by me, but a method proposed by one of my students. The refinement and optimization I did on this basis generally used the results of my student. Granger was obviously stunned when he heard this. Blinked several times in succession. Make sure you heard correctly. Severus, are you saying that this was discovered by a current student at Hogwarts? That's right, sir. Snape replied firmly. Sir Granger immediately raised his eyebrows after receiving an affirmative answer. Lying on the soft leather sofa, stared directly at the ceiling. Waited for a while. Then he murmured. "These young people are so scary," said. Granger sat up straight. Look into Snape's eyes. So this student at least has extraordinary potion intuition, and may even have other discoveries. Snape nodded slightly. Yes, sir, I can confirm this. However, his current experience is still too little, so there are actually many errors in the initial version, but the general direction is extremely valuable. I will study it based on his original manuscript. There is such a plan. Hear the words. Sir Granger also understood. After all, he is a student at school. He definitely has no experience. The plan gives out writing errors and so on. Too normal. Then graduated. Come to your own pharmacists' association and practice some more time. You can definitely become a master of pharmacy. Granger now had the idea of poaching people. There was a gleam in his eyes. Severus, when we give a detailed report next week, you must bring him here and let me see the capabilities of this new generation of potion geniuses. Hear this request. There was a flash of hesitation in Snape's eyes. But in the end he nodded. Okay, then it's settled. Severus, I still have some details to ask. Are you willing to go to the second floor to discuss them? Granger held the document with extremely intense interest in his eyes. An invitation was extended to Snape. The corners of Snape's mouth curled up slightly. With pleasure. After a detailed discussion, return to Hogwarts. That's why. Snape at the beginning. Got to the office a little late. And at this time. He is sitting in the office. Holding the redrawn polyjuice brewing process improvement diagram. He looked at the author of this picture in disbelief. The inexperienced Hogwarts students he just spoke of. Deviro Alexander. Chapter 49, New Idea for Polyjuice Potion. Confinement. You mean you can use this new method to cook lacewings in just 7 days? Snape frowned and looked at the process diagram in front of him. Devereux kept his eyes on the storage room behind him. Rub your hands together from time to time. There was an impatient look in his eyes. Hear Snape's question. Devereux struggled to look away from the storage room filled with potion ingredients. He nodded in reply. Yes, the most important thing is that I replaced the skin of the African tree snake with the fangs of the Bungara snake. Although this will increase the toxicity dozens of times, the finished product is indeed much faster, and the toxicity is difficult to deal with. It's very easy, just take the detoxification pill within half an hour after taking the medicine. Of course, the basis for doing this is still the formula I improved before, reducing the use of byleaf grass, which greatly reduces the body's rejection reaction. Hearing Devereux's understatement, Snape glanced at Devereux solemnly. Lying back on his soft leather seat. Stare at the ceiling. He put his hand on his forehead. Shake his head slowly. He murmured in his mouth. It's too dangerous, but... A long while passed. Snape sat up straight on the back of his seat. The whole person looked like he had just figured out a century-old problem. This idea of yours is very dangerous, but maybe you can really try it, but... At this time, Snape seemed to have turned back into the big bat he was before. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Look at Devereux. How did you come up with such an idea? And how did you learn about the function of the Bungara's fangs? Devereux's thoughts on himself. That's full of confidence. He spoke directly. This is not difficult to understand, right? I just met a patient before. Wrong. Devereux suddenly remembered. He came up with this idea after copying and loading Madame Pomfrey's entry. A lot of Madame Pomfrey's experience in treating illnesses and saving lives was used. So how should I explain this? How do I know the toxicity of Bungara snake and the corresponding treatment methods? Forward. Devereux was suddenly speechless. See how he performs. Snape narrowed his eyes. Head stretched toward Devereux. It looks like a human-shaped poisonous snake. Alexander, my guess should be right, you can't. Snape's eyes were fixed on Devereux. Devereux's back muscles tightened. Afraid of being slapped accidentally. What could Snape guess? Guess he has an entry system? Come on. This makes him guess even if he guesses it for 100 years. But at this moment Snape's expression seemed to know something. A slight sneer appeared. Did you sneak into the forbidden book area? Ah. Devereux didn't realize what Snape was talking about for a moment. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know what the books in the library are about? Snape's smile grew wider. European wizards have done very little research on Bungara snakes, and there is no such content in our regular textbooks. And when I was in school, I had read through all the library books on potions and herbal medicines, and there was no mention of Bungara snakes in them at all. Snape had the relaxed look of a winner on his face. But there happens to be a book like this in the restricted book section, Records of Severe Magical Injuries at St. Mungo's Hospital. This book contains this case of a snake bite. You should have learned it from here, right? Hear this. Devereux couldn't help but want to applaud Snape. Oh my gosh! Where is the magic potion genius here? This is Snape Kogora. The process is all wrong. The result was even more wrong. But this can indeed explain why I suddenly know so much about medicine. It's indeed a good excuse. Devereux nodded. Yes, Professor, I learned it from here. Hear this. Snape's sneer had spread all over his face. Devereux suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, Mr. Alexander, since you violated school rules and entered the restricted book area without the teacher's permission, I will punish you with solitary confinement. Depend on. Devereux was immediately startled. This old bat is waiting for him. Professor. I am doing research. You can't do this. Devereux immediately begged Snape for mercy. I hope he can see what he has accomplished. Give yourself a break. Although for Devereux's adult soul, such a thing as confinement. Nothing. But then the old bat will probably have to watch it himself. That would be unbearable. After hearing what Devereux said, Snape seemed to suddenly remember something. He suppressed the sneer on his face. I looked at the flow chart on the desk and thought about it. Devereux watched his performance. Did Snape really listen to what he said? Transitioned? Don't you plan to confine him? You have to come to my office every night for the next week. This. A week of confinement. Devereux suddenly wanted to die. This punishment is comparable to a pink toad. But Professor, I just went to the forbidden book area. This is too heavy for a week. Devereux knew the end was over. Snape said so. There was no way he could convince Snape. But he still has to fight for it. At least Saturday and Sunday should be reserved. He still had to explore the castle. Oh? Indeed. Snape nodded. Devereux looked at him in disbelief. You just walked into a place where there are thousands of ways to kill yourself and all the teachers and students in the school. Confinement for you is really too harsh. Otherwise, if I ask the principal, he may think that expulsion is a good option. Hear this. Devereux lowered his head again. This confinement is certain for him. Okay, I'll tell you everything I have to explain today. You can go back to sleep first. I don't know why Snape put Devereux in confinement. The mood seems to be particularly good. Psychopathic old bat. Devereux cursed inwardly. Then he got up and prepared to leave. He reluctantly glanced at the storage room again. Plan for later when Snape is gone. Come quickly and clear it out. Oh, by the way, next Friday afternoon, remember to make time, I will take you somewhere. Snape waved his wand. Suddenly, a quill on the table wrote something on the parchment. Professor, what are you taking me to? Devereux asked cautiously. Snape didn't reply. Just after the quill finished writing a string of words. Pick up the pen yourself. Write your name on the parchment. He stood up and handed it to Devereux. Okay, don't sneak into the restricted book area by yourself in the future. I have a quota that can be given to students. As for you, you can borrow 1 book a week. Devereux looked down in surprise. You are allowed to enter the library and borrow any book without time limit. Signed, Severus Snape. Chapter 50 Snape's Intention? The Privileged King of Hogwarts. Devereux sat on a chair in the common room in a daze holding the piece of parchment. Looking at the students around me who are writing furiously. They were currently writing assignments for transfiguration and potions. But Devereux didn't have to write. Why? Just now. After Snape handed him the parchment. Talked about some taboos on borrowing books in restricted areas. He had to drive Devereux away. Devereux was about to be RD and slipped out the door. He quickly raised his hand and asked Snape a question. But Professor, if I come here every night, well, what will happen to my homework? Unexpectedly, Snape heard this question. Just snorted. Homework? What homework? Snape pushed Devereux out the door. Devereux said, looking down. For a wizard like you, writing homework is a waste of life and talent. So from now on, you don't have to write my homework. As he spoke, he touched his chin again. He seemed to be thinking about something. As for other subjects, I will discuss it with the professors. You no longer need to complete the homework assigned to you by the school. Let's go. Finished. Just closed the door. Devereux was left untidy in the dungeon corridors. Is this kid a real genius? Snape slumped in his seat, staring at the ceiling with blank eyes. Originally, he just wanted to talk to Devereux about the new and improved formula of the polyjuice potion today. After all, he is the youngest professor at Hogwarts. Although extremely shocked by Devereux's new formula. But you can still find some small flaws based on your own experience. So initially I wanted to tell these things to Devereux today. But I didn't expect that Devereux would suddenly come up with a new plan today. Moreover, the standardization of academic terms and legends has been greatly improved. It's like an old teacher who has been in school for many years. What's more, Devereux's plan this time actually corrected most of the previous problems. Oh my gosh! Snape covered his face with his hands when he thought of this. This guy is simply too scary. The speed of progress is inhuman. Compare with that. My own experience of more than 30 years. It really feels like it's not worth mentioning. Snape suffered from a deep sense of worthlessness. Where did this kid learn these things? That was his plan at first. Start today. He officially accepted Devereux as his apprentice. So combine all the magic materials, as well as his own office space, everything was revealed. Just to be able to teach Devereux better. Let him avoid going astray on the road to potions. It would avoid many pitfalls that Snape himself had gone through before. But now, this Devereux is a complete monster. When he was explaining his ideas to himself just now. Except for potions knowledge. It also requires a strong intuition to understand. Snape didn't have that keen sense of potions. It was a bit unclear at first. Devereux explained very patiently. This scene. It's really like a teacher lecturing to students. Snape suspected that he might actually become a master and apprentice. It won't be long. It's really not certain who calls whom teacher. Lee, your son is much scarier than you. Snape turned to look at the big black book placed on the corner of the desk and murmured. Back in the lounge. Devereux was still thinking about the big conversation Snape had just had with him. Is this how geniuses are treated? It has been less than a week since I entered school. He has already obtained several privileges. Freely choose the grade you want to follow. Late return allowed. Free access to head of Slytherin's office. He can even go to the restricted book area once a week. Now he doesn't even have to do his homework. This is simply the life Devereux has dreamed of for his whole life. He had simply surpassed Harry. Became the privileged king of Hogwarts. Of course, that's if you exclude seeing Snape every night. So what are you going to do next Friday? Is it related to Polyjuice Potion? Devereux frowned in thought. And you actually showed me such a precious collection today, saying that you can use it at will. What on earth does Snape want to do? Are you trying to steal the results of the Polyjuice Potion? Devereux's eyes flashed. Hiss. This is indeed not impossible. Although in the original work, Snape seems to be a person who doesn't seek much fame and fortune. Otherwise, it would be impossible to blatantly black Gryffindor. No matter what, he must be like Slughorn. This will help you gain your reputation. Instead of being a double undercover agent for half a lifetime. Looks like he has dedicated his life to atonement. However, this reason cannot be ruled out. Think of this. Instead, Devereux breathed a sigh of relief. Lie down on the chair. If Snape really thought so. That Devereux was quite happy. Because it is a magic spirit body that may be encountered once in 1,000 years. It's so easy to invent potions or improve existing potions that de Veriault was able to come up with. Then give Snape the title of Polyjuice Potion Improver. You can exchange it for a storage room of potion materials and experimental environment in Hogwarts. Then Devereux really wants it. But, Snape won't be interested in my talent, want to really teach my cheap apprentice something, right? The thought of this. Devereux suddenly felt a chill. The cold and humid temperature in the Slytherin common room seemed even more biting. It was as if even the air had condensed into an icy mist. Wrapping him tightly. Devereux couldn't help but shrink in his chair. Trying to wrap his cloak around himself. To be honest, Devereux was indeed greedy for Snape's potions experience. Professor Snape is recognized as the top pharmacist in the wizarding world. His knowledge and skills are second to none. If you can get his personal guidance, Devereux's magic potion level will definitely make a qualitative leap. However, the thought of facing Snape's cold eyes and harsh words every day, Devereux couldn't help but feel a chill. Well, there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. I hope Snape will be greedy, so that he can be dealt with more easily. Devereux got out of his chair. Suddenly he slapped his forehead in annoyance. Oops! Forgot to ask me about my family. Devereux had planned to get some information about his family from Snape. I thought about trying to trigger the blessing of love entry that was covered on Harry before. As a result, my attention was drawn to the storage room from the very beginning. Then he began to explain his potion ideas to Snape. Finally, I got the good news that I don't have to do homework. Devereux completely forgot that he still had a mission. It seems I can only ask next time. It doesn't matter. Anyway, there will be many opportunities to see Snape in the future. Sighed. Devereux grabbed the parchment that lay on the table in front of him. Look at Snape's signature on it. Suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up. It just so happens that I have never been to this forbidden book area. I just went to refresh my exploration level and see if there are any books to take a look at. There was a hint of evil in the corner of his eyes. For example, from the Severe Magic Damage Case collection, I think I can learn a few tricks.